council meeting open and would like to welcome both the councillors that are here and also members of the public. I'd like now to read the affirmation. Tēnā koutou katoa. We seek wisdom, understanding, insights into the views and circumstances of others, strength to seek what we believe in, humility to accept the combined decisions of others, patience, good humour at all times, tolerance and courtesy while working in the best interests of the community. Could I now invite Councillor Fletcher to come to the centre of the room to read and sign her statutory declaration.
Swear that I will faithfully and impartially, and according to the best of my skill and judgment, execute and perform, in the best interests of Auckland, the powers, authorities and duties vested in or imposed upon me as a member of the Auckland Council by virtue of the Local Government Act 2002, the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, or any other act.
Councillor Fletcher, of course, is not a new member, so she doesn't get to give a maiden speech, which I'm sure will be a disappointment to her. Can I now call for apologies? There are no apologies. We've got a full house here. Call on any councillor who needs to make a declaration of interest in relation to the proceedings before us today. No declarations of interest. There are no acknowledgements and achievements to record. There are no petitions. So next we come to the public input, but before inviting in order received the people who wanted to make a submission to the council under the public input sector, can I just remind councillors and also members who are speaking, members of the public who are speaking, that we will be strictly adhering to standing orders today. We have a very long agenda and it's important that we progress the business in an expeditious way. Speakers, including councillors, will be timed. There are 5-minute speeches unless for councillors introducing a motion. There will be 10 minutes. They will only be allowed to speak once to a motion or amendment when a debate on an item is underway. Right, so under Standing Order 7.7.3, I advise that 4 public input requests have been received. 3 have been accepted and will speak here this morning. 1, which is the request from People for Peace. Just let's get this right. We're all for the police and presumably all for peace as well. That was declined because it was out of time under Standing Order 7.7.2, but it has been referred to the Environment and Community Committee. I've not chosen to invoke the Chair's discretion under 7.7.3 because I do not believe that it meets the criteria set out. However, I do know the individuals involved and I'm more than happy for a meeting with them to take place in my office at the conclusion of this meeting, should they wish. Speaking requests were received in the following order, and I'll invite people in that order to speak. The first request is Greenpeace Aotearoa New Zealand in relation to item 10, approval of block offer 2017 and the council submission. Could I please have Steve Abel and Kate Simcock come to the table? Kate's not here, so it's just you, Steve.
Yes, that's right.
Fine.
That's where I should be.
Please have a seat.
Tēnā koutou, thank you very much, Mr Mayor and councillors, and congratulations to those of you newly elected and those of you re-elected, including the new Mayor. My name's Steve Abel. I'm acting on as spokesperson on climate and energy for Greenpeace New Zealand, and here to strongly urge the Mayor and Council to oppose proposed offshore exploration and drilling, oil drilling that is. There is no formal mechanism of public consultation on offshore drilling except through our local body representatives. We're grateful for the opportunity to address you again today for the third time as it happens. Third time lucky, we hope. This year we have not encouraged the public to email you, though we have a nice assemblage of people here supporting, but wish to note for the benefit of the new representatives that this is an issue Aucklanders feel very strongly about, and thousands of emails were sent to councillors from the public last year when the issue was before the council. The impact of an offshore oil spill, I'm just going to see if this works. Oh. Do I just push the green? Oh, that's that's it, yep. The impact of an offshore oil spill could be catastrophic to the marine coastal environment. Indeed, this is the risk, is the main reason that the Christchurch Council has voted for the third time to oppose the block offer outright, with only one dissenting vote last week. The risk to Auckland is worse because of prevailing weather patterns. Industry standard oil spill modelling done by both by Greenpeace and Anadarko, the Texan oil company, showed oil would reach Auckland's west coast beaches in ecologically devastating volumes if there was a blowout from 100 kilometres. It would enter the Manukau and Kaipara harbours and inundate west coast beaches. This is the actual modelling underway now, as you can see it. It's a trajectory spill modelling, industry standard, commissioned for a blowout over 100 kilometres offshore in the deep water Taranaki Basin, which is part of this new block offer. According to Lloyd's Insurance and the US government, drilling at depth is the riskiest and exploratory drilling is the most dangerous stage. The areas offered for drilling are in deep water. The Council's position of not opposing drilling so long as it occurs outside the Marine Mammal Sanctuary is meaningless insofar as an oil spill respects no such boundary, as we saw in a devastating scale in the Gulf of Mexico blowout in 2010. The only safe option is to not drill at all. Next slide, please. And the following one, next slide please. It's a whale in the oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. I want to speak to the critical urgency of now in terms of tackling climate change. Next slide please. 2015 was the hottest year since records began in 1880, and the previous hottest year was 2014. The World Meteorological Society have just confirmed that 2016 is on track to beat 2015 as the hottest year ever. In June, they said what we have seen for the first 6 months of 2016 is really quite alarming. We would have thought it would take several years to warm up like this. We don't have as much time as we thought. This means more frequent and extreme weather events such as droughts, floods, wildfires, and superstorms impacting everyone's lives. Next slide, please. And of course, sea level rise. One of the front lines of impacts is the Pacific. Every year, month and day that we delay taking climate action, we are closer to the point where it is too late for humanity to change the course of runaway climate change. We need to be tackling climate change at every sector of society now, determinedly and urgently, and that includes every level of government. We must stop delaying and obfuscating and rapidly move our society away from fossil fuels and to clean energy if we are to have a survivable planet. Weaning ourselves off oil is a challenge, but the science of climate change tells us that we cannot afford to burn more than 2/3 of known reserves of oil, let alone search for and burn new oil if we are to stay under 2 degrees of warming. Next slide, please. On the left there, you see the 33% of oil that we can't afford to burn from known reserves. The Paris Agreement signed by New Zealand and ratified just weeks ago has now come into force. That is a commitment to try and keep global warming to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. But UN data shows that pledges so far to curb emissions are too weak and put the globe on target for about 3 degrees warming. The more above 2 degrees, the more devastating for all life on Earth. That is why this Council, if you're true to the unequivocal science and the commitment at Paris and your own commendable City 40 pledge, must say no to oil drilling. There is no hypocrisy in living in a society dependent on oil while planning and working for a society that is free of oil dependence. If we are to transition, we must enact policies to end oil dependency even while we are hooked on oil. The logic of the accusation that we're hypocrites for opposing oil postulates that we have no right to do anything towards being oil-free until we are actually oil-free. It is a preposterous position. Please do not be fooled by this argument, much as the oil industry love it. As the Vice-Chancellor of Victoria University, Grant Guilford, stated when he divested that university, the prerequisite for hypocrisy is choice. Part of your role as elected representatives is to give us future choice. That requires you to say no to oil today so that we may live without it tomorrow. That saying no also directs us to huge opportunities, including jobs and clean energy innovation. To make a commitment to climate action such as the City 40 position that Auckland has rightly taken, and then to endorse the search for new oil that science tells us we cannot burn, that would be the ultimate hypocrisy.
Steve, if you could just wind up, please.
Certainly, I've
Last
got two
couple
more
of sentences.
lines. Today is a great opportunity for the Auckland Council to demonstrate it is truly committed to climate action and set Auckland towards a clean energy future by opposing oil drilling off our coasts. We sincerely hope you take that opportunity for all of our sakes. Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Steve. The next submission is on the same topic. If there are specific questions that any councillor would like to put to Greenpeace, otherwise we'll move straight on. Thank you very much, Steve. Could I please invite to the table Oil-Free News Auckland and ask Annabeth Cohen to come to the table. Thanks, Annabeth. You've got 5 minutes. 1 minute warning bell.
Thank you. I'd like to start by welcoming the Auckland City Councillors and Mayor Phil Goff into this new term. And for some of you, welcome to a new role. Congratulations to all of you on the hard work you've done to get to the seat that you are in today. We know that you are well aware that all the hard work has really only just begun. The chair you fill today comes with an enormous, incredible responsibility. For the decisions you make together in this hall will impact the Aucklanders and New Zealanders and the world, believe it or not. Your decisions will impact this world. The power you wield and the legacy you leave will be judged by the decisions you make in these chairs, in these walls, among company like us here today. But don't be mistaken, because the impact of your decisions will travel far beyond the here and now. Your decisions have the ability to affect my children's children, the mokopuna of mokopuna. Let that sit with you for a moment, that your decisions will affect the mokopuna of all of our mokopuna. The notion exists, yes, but perhaps it is only now being understood that inaction on climate change is now being termed intergenerational theft. Today, I am before you on behalf of thousands of Aucklanders who support oil-free Auckland and oppose deep-sea drilling. Oil-Free Auckland's kaupapa is about transitioning Aotearoa to a safe climate for a habitable future. We do that namely by protecting our future and by reminding people like yourselves of the awesome power and responsibility that you hold. You must ensure that a safe climate for a habitable future becomes a reality, not a dream or a myth from past generations. Today, you have the choice to oppose deep-sea drilling. Today, thousands of Aucklanders stand with Oil-Free Auckland and with generations to come. Reluctantly, we acknowledge what we know our mokopuna will ask of us. They will ask, why didn't we stop looking for more fossil fuels? Why didn't we stop looking for more and drilling for more? And why didn't those in power do more with their power? They will read that we knew for decades that climate change, what it would do to our atmosphere, to our food supply, to our well-being, and to our way of life. They will ask why we waited decades. Why did we? Why did we even wait a single minute's worth of hesitation when we had the immediate power to do the right thing? Today, you have the immediate power to do the right thing, to stand on the right side of history today. Must we come here every year to give the same deputation? Must we pretend that perhaps this council doesn't know all the facts? Must we excuse that perhaps the situation is just too complicated to make a decision on it just yet? Should we forgive the past? Aucklanders in the world are waiting to forgive the past. We're waiting with bated breath to celebrate the actualization of the promises. The promise of the Paris Agreement, yes, but closer to home, the promise that Auckland made with the Compact of Mayors. The compact of dozens of cities around the world, which encourages its signatories to accelerate more ambitious action on climate. a compact which promises to set ambitious targets for greenhouse gas emissions and to directly address climate risk. Auckland has committed to reducing emissions by 50% on the front end. So can we really turn our back ends to the challenge facing us now? The challenge of addressing the climate risk and accelerating more ambitious local climate action? These statements are us. The place is here and the moment is now. You have the power. You can decide quite simply today to address climate risk and to accelerate a more ambitious local climate action. The council that came before you had a chance, more than once, to oppose deep-sea drilling. Today, Oil-Free Auckland is looking forward. We are anticipating the kōrero of future whakapapuranga, the stories of many generations that will come, the stories in which we know they will ask, why didn't our generation, this one now, why didn't we stop drilling for more fossil fuels when we knew we already had too much? Today, right now, you have a chance to oppose deep-sea drilling, to correct the shortcomings of the council before, to live up to the Compact of Mayors, to show real leadership to central government by acting to honor the values of the Paris Agreement that they signed, and to honor the value of the Compact of Mayors, which all of you are now accountable. Oil-Free Auckland thanks you for your time, thanks you for your service to this city, thanks you for your commitment to a safe climate for a habitable future. I urge you on behalf of all of our mokopuna to oppose deep-sea drilling here in these walls, in your chairs. If not for your legacy, do it for your mokopuna. Oppose deep-sea drilling today.
Annabeth, if I can just call you back to the table in case there's any questions. Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission. Are there any questions from councillors? No, thank you very much.
I just had a question.
Oh, okay, sorry, didn't see you
very
against
much.
the light.
Really considered submission.
Councillor Linda Cooper.
Could you, in the submission that our expert staff have written, where do you think that's lacking if you don't think that's good enough?
Can you clarify?
As a submission. Well, we've got a submission. This is what we're doing today. We're voting for a recommendation to accept the staff's submission that they've written and put any amendments on it. So are you comfortable with that submission? Is it good enough?
Yeah, I think it's a start.
So is there anything missing that should be in there?
I haven't read the whole
Read
thing.
the submission. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
But my understanding is that you're motioning to
Go ahead.
not support.
No, that's an amendment. What we've got in front of us here is to support the submission.
Can you read it for me?
Well, it's very long.
Yeah. No,
It's pages
I
and
don't
pages
think we'll
long.
take
No, I
the
just
time
wanted to
do
know
that.
if
Yep.
people actually read the submission that our staff have written.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks very
councillor.
much.
Any other questions? If not, if I can thank the two submitters so far and call the third submitter to the table, Penny Bright.
Thank you, Mayor Phil. And this will be the 28th time that I have applied for and received speaking rights since the Auckland Council started on the 1st of November 2010. At the swearing-in ceremony, all of you, as Councillor Fletcher read out again today, you swore or affirmed an oath to uphold the law. And what deeply concerns me is that the piece of legislation that I believe would absolutely transform this country in terms of transparency, the Public Records Act, I don't believe has been implemented or enforced. There seems to be very little attention given to it, and yet as far as the public are concerned, that and also councillors and staff, that would be a major mechanism for helping to ensure the transparency to which we are lawfully entitled to. the Public Records Act 2005, which was passed when you, Mayor, were actually part of the Labor government that passed that, and good on you, states, purposes of Act Section 3C, to enable the government to be held accountable by ensuring that full and accurate records of the affairs of central and local government are created and maintained. So what I am seeking, and I've been fighting for this since 2007, and it's now 2016, nearly the end of 2016. What I am seeking, and I have made this request and submissions to council, to court and to parliament. And what I'm seeking is the devilish detail that would allow us to establish the basis for cost effectiveness, which is also legal requirement under the legislation as far as spending of public monies on private sector consultants and contractors are concerned. What am I seeking, which I believe is a lawful requirement? First, the unique contract number, the name of the consultant or contractor, a brief description of the scope of the contract start and finish dates, the exact dollar value that attaches to each and every contract, including those subcontracted, and how was the contract awarded. Now, you know me, I do my stuff on a voluntary basis, but that doesn't mean to say that my hard work and research doesn't count, because it has had the attention of central government, and in a recent select committee report, which I will have attached to these minutes, in response to evidence I produced to support petition 2014/33 of Penelope Mary Bright and 55 others, and report of the Controller and Auditor General, Governance and Accountability of Council-controlled organisations, it was recommended that the House take note of its report and, in conclusion, said, we support the petitioner's plea for transparency and standardisation of the information that Auckland council-controlled organisations make to the public. So why is this a big deal? The reason why this is a big deal, because significant international research carried out by the Project on Government Oversight in the United States that deals with federal government contracting, they spent 3.5 years. They looked across 550 different service activities, and what was their conclusion? That contracting was bad business. That contracting was twice as expensive as in-house service provision. Now, I don't see any attempt by council or CCOs to actually look at bringing services back in-house, because how many hundreds of millions of dollars of ratepayers' money could be saved by cutting out the contractors, cutting out the consultants who project manage the works contractors who then subcontract. Then when the work goes to the boots and overalls who actually get their hands dirty doing something productive, who are not even on the living wage, there are all these pinstripe suits, clip, 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 clip the ticket. Where is the cost effectiveness in that? So the last point I'd like to make, particularly regarding Auckland Transport, the law regarding Auckland Transport is really clear in terms of the necessity for transparency, for cost effectiveness, for value for money, but I have just printed off this morning from awarded contracts with Auckland Transport. They do not provide that devilish detail, because guess what? Most of their contracting is subcontracted, and subcontracting is not counted, and it's only contracts worth more than $50,000 that are recorded. And with Auckland Council, it's only contracts worth more than $100,000 which are recorded.
Thank you, Penny.
Okay.
Time has expired, so could I thank you for your presentation, but just see if there's any questions from councillors to Penny Bright. Yes, Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through you, I'd like to thank the Speaker and thank them for trying to seek transparency and cost effectiveness and value for money. But my question is this, Mr. Mayor: the form of the records that the presenter's seeking, I'd just like to understand, is that by an annual report being reported on the webpage, project by project, a quarterly report from Auckland Transport. Just try to understand the format that you'd like to see that presented in. Thank you.
Penny, if you'd like to address
sure.
that question.
The fact is that actually Auckland Transport, they do actually provide some of that devilish detail that I'm seeking, but it doesn't apply to subcontractors, and it's only contracts worth more than $50,000. So basically, the format they've already got, if they provided that additional information, well then that would be it, because I'm suitably horrified to look at the number of contracts which are direct appointments. I mean, that's a secondary question. First of all, you've got to find out where the money's going. Raise these same points when it's the law you swore to uphold. Please get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, thank you for your presentation, and I would like to formally move that the... Seconded. Very quick. That the governing body thank Steve Abel, representing Greenpeace Aotearoa, and Annabeth Cohen, representing Oil Free Auckland, for their presentations regarding item 10, approval of block offer 2017 council submission, and Penny Bright for her presentation regarding the rule of law which pertains to transparency in the spending of public monies. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll just have some of this material appended to the minutes. Thanks very much.
Right. We now come to agenda item number 7, local board input. I won't try to name all the local board members here because some won't be visible to me, but if I can welcome all of the local board members here today and congratulate them on their election. But we have 2 local boards wanting to make a presentation, and the first presentation is from the Manarewa Local Board, working together, governing local body and local boards, and invite Angela Dalton, Chair of the Manarewa Local Board, to speak to that item. Welcome, Angela.
Thank you. Te mihi tuatahi ki te atua. Tēnā koutou, talofa lava, and good morning. Thanks for the opportunity for the local board chairs to speak with you this morning. There were more than 2 chairs. We're coming up individually. We'd like to formally welcome you, Your Worship. Welcome to councillors returning, and a warm welcome to new councillors who have been elected, who are all local board chairs or local board members, and the local board chairs find this extremely encouraging. We're quite a diverse bunch of chairs this term, and Lydia will speak to aspects of that diversity. But in a nutshell, we welcome more Pacifica voice at our table. We've upped the ante for women. We have 50% sitting as chairs, which breaks the 30% glass ceiling average for women in governance roles. And we have 5 boards sharing the roles of chair in this term. So you will get to experience a total of 26 chairs over the 3 years instead of the usual 21, sometimes 22. We sit alongside you as your colleagues in a model of shared governance. We look forward to this term being the one where we get the shared decision-making responsibilities and associated budgets right. There are some good recommendations in Gareth Stiven's Governance Framework Review that heads us along the right path in that respect. The 26 chairs will work together based on a foundation of mutual trust and respect for each other, something we discussed on Monday at our first get-together. We're going to do our best to leave our politics and egos at the door when we're debating policy issues, and no doubt we'll need to check in on that every now and then because we're only human. We're here today with the same intention, and that is to set the scene of a working relationship with you based on that same foundation of mutual trust and respect for each other's roles and shared governance. The brief points my colleagues are about to speak to you about are status for 10 in those conversations. They are matters that are important to local boards, and we hope that they will inform you of our mandate as shared governors with the local decision-making responsibilities. I'm personally looking forward to easing the load off the governing body and being able to use my other 7 board members to their potential as we welcome subsidiarity in its truest form. There is a critical cog in the wheel that requires change to enable local boards to reach their potential, and that rests with the leadership of the organisation. The CEO and the CFO must believe in subsidiarity for the organisation to gear itself towards boards receiving their rightful place in shared governance. Until this culture shift occurs, approaches like the empowered communities are meaningless. They're without teeth. Continuing to strip away our front-facing officers with discussion is disrespectful of our local board plans and our role as governors. This requires a more detailed discussion to ensure the impact of regional savings on local boards is understood by the governing body. Your Worship, you were right in your letter to the local boards, which stated library hours are a local board decision. Your message was a good start, and under your leadership, Auckland's best days are ahead of her. I'm going to pass over to Julia, who will briefly speak to the library hours decision as an example of a governing body decision impacting on local board services, plans and budgets. Ngā mihi.
Thank you very much, Angela. Could I invite, if there are a number of other chairs that you wish to speak, if maybe I can invite them all to sit at the table at the same time?
So we've got Julia Parfitt from our Hibiscus Coast and Bays. We've got Greg Preston from Waitakere Rangers, Paul from Waiheke Island. Peter.
So, if I can welcome
And Lydia.
Julia
I'll step back
and Lydia. We had even more than Lydia will. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry, we have to squeeze you in there, Lydia. But we can put a microphone in front of you easily. Can I welcome Julia Parfitt, Greg Presland, Paul Waldron, and Lydia Sassini to the table. It's great to have four of you here today, and the topic that you're talking on is really important. So, Julia, you're the next in line, I think.
Right. I think it's really important, the message that Angela has made, that a change is required. It's not a you and us, it's a we. It's shared governance. And your decisions impact on us local boards. And sometimes, and let's use as an illustration the library hours, the impact that it had on local boards was significant. The decision was made, and I was here, I believe, for the long-term plan debate, that there was going to be a reduction in budget in certain areas. But it was never specified, it was never fully discussed what was going to alter, where the changes were going to be made, and what the effects were. And that's good decision making, and we want good decision making. I think it then falls on the officers to interpret where those changes occur, but they're not elected to make those changes. We are all elected to represent people, and if changes need to be made, to discuss the impacts it will have on the people that we represent. And the library example, which is a good one, in fact it's going to be used later for a little session that we've got on the Getting to Grips with Governance workshop that I'm part of too today. How could we have done it better? And I think we really need to reflect that. We've got a number of decisions of structural change that are just about to happen or have just happened that impact local boards. We've had changes to Enviro schools. Did you collectively discuss it? Did we get the opportunity to discuss it together? No, we didn't. So we've really got to use the opportunities we have, particularly with our meetings where we meet. Now, I don't know, I had a chance to reflect on that last night and thought, did we make really the best use of the time when the governing body and the local board chairs met? No, we didn't. We didn't actually have a chance to actually sit down and talk to each other about where we want to go and how we want to work better together. And I think that's a really important part of the consideration. Nobody throughout the country has ever tried this model before. It was sort of virgin territory, so to speak, when it started 7 years ago. And I think that we need a chance to sit down and reflect. It saddened me when I saw that next Thursday's meeting, we were going to have a set-piece speech from, a person who would be very interesting to listen to, Professor Greg Clark, talking about international cities and global effects. But how's that going to help us to develop a better model It's not going to. We need to set the agenda. We need to work together. We need to know what the impacts of our joint decision making have on both our relationship, but in particular, the people we're here to serve.
Thank you very much.
Region is a very diverse region. 2013, the stats were 11% Māori, 15% Pasifika, and 23% ethnic. And so, Mr. Mayor and councillors, it's a reminder that we have very diverse communities, particularly in the community space, that when the conversations are held between local boards and the governing board, to please remember the various communities, and I'm sure the panels that will be under the guidance of the Mayor will participate not just in the discussion but in the decision making. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very concise submission, Lydia. Paul.
Thank you, Your Worship, and my submission will be similarly concise. And I just wanted to focus a little bit on council-controlled organisations. Now, CCOs need to engage properly and be required to give effect to local board plans. Our local board plans are where our community's aspirations rest. We must ensure that the next 3 years reflect positive interactions with CCOs whom are responsible for delivering a significant portion of ratepayers' contributions to our community's aspirations. Statements of intent and rules should be agreed to include requirements that CCOs give effect to local board plans. This would see at least CCOs engage in a meaningful and robust way through the plan-making process. This is the opportunity to give effect to community aspirations and the purpose of the Local Government Act to provide for democratic and effective government. Local boards have been seeking this relief over the past 6 years. Our communities understand effective governance and too are frustrated that their aspirations, often clearly articulated through our local board plans, are ignored as CCOs carry out their legitimate business in a vacuum of political governance accountability. Let's even encourage our council-controlled organisations to embrace the Section 17 principles of subsidiarity. There endeth my presentation. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Paul. And last but not least, Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to speak today. We thought that it was important for us to come along and introduce ourselves to the governing body in the spirit of co-governance. Out west we have 3 new chairs. In Fo we have Tracy Mulholland, whose first time as an elected representative, although she has considerable experience as a council officer and knows how things work. We have the appropriately named Shane Henderson, chair of the Henderson-Massey Local Board, and it's his second term and his first as chair, and he's one of the youngest chairs ever, and I think that's a very good development. And we have myself in Waitaki Rangers Local Board. It's my 3rd term on the local board, but my first as chair. And if I could just very quickly make comments about what we're looking forward to this term. The first term I found was utter chaos, as all of us tried to settle into this brand new organisation and work out how it would work. The second was very busy, and I'm sure that everyone is pleased that the unitary plan has now mostly been put to bed and we can get on with other things. But can I urge all of us that this is the term where we hope that co-governance and the development of that concept is one that's a primary feature. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of the chairs of the local board. I think your message is very clear, and I thank you for that. And I haven't moved the thank you motion formally yet. We're going to have the chance to ask questions. I'll just make the obvious point that I think you've referred to in your own submissions today, that we do have the first joint governing body local board chairs meeting next Thursday, the 17th of November. And to pick up Julia Parfitt's point, Greg Clark will be interesting, but we will want that also to be a working session to work through some of the key issues that you have set out. And I'm very mindful of the fact that the council is made up of the governing body and the local boards, and we share the mandate as elected representatives of the people, and we share the responsibility of working with our council staff and our CCOs to ensure that that accountability that we have to the electorate is also accountability of our officials and our CCOs to us. Can I now ask if there are any questions from councillors?
One question.
Yeah. Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just picking up on the point that Ms Parfitt raised, and you've referred to it with respect to Professor Greg Clark, but that joint meeting next week, can I just get clarification as to who sets the agenda for those joint discussions? Because moving forward, I think it's going to be very important to address the substance of the concern I think Ms Parfitt was raising about how those processes work, about how they can inform the relationship between the governing body members and the local boards. And if we're going to have taking up time for Professor Clark, that's fine, but I do think that time is extremely valuable in interrogating issues that affect the relationship between the governing body and the local boards.
Thank you. Before we proceed to other questions, I'll just ask Phil Wilson to reply to that question.
Through Your Worship, we've got some work to do in this space. Professor Clark was originally intended to speak at the inaugural summit, but there was then unavailable, and that's how he ended up on that agenda. Okay. Now I'm quite happy to commit to an inclusive process of setting those agendas. They have historically been set in conjunction with the Mayor's Office and in collaboration between local board services and myself. So accept the point that's been made, and we can work together on how they're set going forward.
Thank you very much, Phil. Can I invite Councillor Fletcher?
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Mine was on a similar vein, and that is that if there is insufficient time, with 2.5 hours, where we've got the majority of the local board chairs here today, and there is a commitment by members of the governing body and the local board chairs to try and improve the dialogue, could we make an executive decision today to actually schedule some time to come to grips with these issues, because I think that they are of the utmost importance in terms of the relationship moving forward.
I agree that it is of utmost importance. The difficulty today is I'm not quite sure what time we will be concluding our deliberations. It depends on other items on the agenda.
I'm sorry, Your Worship, perhaps I put my question somewhat clumsily. I was suggesting that perhaps Greg Clark be deferred, and the 2.5 hours that have been arranged that are in everyone's diaries, and it's always such a challenge to get the diaries to align.
Oh, sorry, you're talking about next Thursday, not
Yes,
today.
I'm talking about next Thursday, whether or not there would be merit in actually deferring Greg Clark and allowing for that open dialogue so that we can really focus on this issue.
Well, let's have a look at that. I think that the priority of the agenda ought to be the substantive discussion about co-governance. Since Greg Clark has come to New Zealand for the purpose of talking, maybe we can reschedule that agenda so that that is the second item on the agenda rather than the first. We'll just need to check out the logistics of that, but I accept the principle that this is what you want to do first and foremost, rather than a presentation, albeit a well-informed and an interesting one. So we might be able to reverse the order. Okay, thank you. Councillor Holz had a question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to acknowledge the really stellar lineup we've got there, and particularly acknowledge Greg Presland for, I think, summing up the last 6 years perfectly. I think you've nailed it, Greg. What I just want to ask our chairs on behalf of the wider board chairs group is Councillor Filipaina and I are blessed with an amazing opportunity through the committee that we chair to look at the community, economic and environmental future of Auckland, which is, you know, a great triple bottom line opportunity, and the best way for us to actually do that is through our local boards. So Alf and I have talked at length about the opportunity that we've got to work with our local board chairs to look at the priorities that the local boards are setting and to look at those partnership opportunities. So my question to you is, if over the next couple of weeks, as you're getting together as a group of board chairs, could you please hold that in your mind, because Councillor Filipaina and myself would love to talk with you, with each board, about some of those key priority areas. Are you happy that we do that?
Well, can I just say, definitely. You and I have already had a discussion about environmental programs that are happening within my local board or our local board. I'd also like to say that today it speaks volumes because we've always worked as local board chairs very collaboratively, and I see round the table a few people who have been part of that forum. I think it's worked really successful. It speaks volumes today that 12 of our 21 local board chairs are here supporting just the 4 who are speaking, because we really view this as the most important issue, developing a far better relationship going forward.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cooper has a question,
Thank
and then
you.
Councillor
Well,
Filipaina.
Mr Mayor, it's a question to you because I don't know where to bring it up, but it is in relation to our meeting next week, which unfortunately I have to present to the Justice and Electoral Select Committee in Wellington, so I won't be able to be there, unfortunately. But I'm wondering, the local board chairs have a great forum. They have the opportunity to work together all the time in that informal setting and discuss issues. We have no such forum as councillors, and often when we get together like this, they've well discussed all the issues first. They have some good things to bring forward, but we come together as a disparate bunch. Nobody knows what anyone else is thinking, and it often makes things very difficult to discuss properly because we've not discussed anything before, and it takes a long time, and I'm just asking you, I guess, to create something like that for us, where it's not a decision-making body and it's not transparent. It's just that opportunity to discuss how we see our governance role, just as the local board chairs have seen that, because it becomes really difficult otherwise. We don't get anywhere, and we've seen that in the last 3 years. It's really difficult, and if we want to move forward in our governance partnership, we need to have the opportunity to be prepared so we know what we want to discuss.
No, I think it's a fair point, and when we've got a revised agenda, revamped agenda, maybe there's a chance informally for councillors to come together before the meeting next Thursday. Won't be possible for everybody because it'll be a late diary entry, but perhaps we can convene a group to talk about some of those issues so that we can discuss, what will be on the agenda for the joint meeting. I think going along as 21 different individuals without having looked at the agenda is not the best way to proceed if you want something to emerge at the end of that discussion. So I'll take on board your point and see if we can put that together. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to our local board members here. Remonga, you mentioned the diversity issue across Tamaki Makaurau. And I'll be interested to see if the 5 local board chairs who are here have an idea of the youth percentage within, because not only diversity, but I think one of the key things is also our youth, and that got shown out. So I'm just asking through you, Mr. Mayor, just to get an idea of the youth population amongst the 5 that are currently here.
Thank you for your question, and it's a really relevant point in terms of just some of the solutions that have been explored in the last 2 terms. I think it's an untapped market, and I appreciate that there's already been some ways of engaging with our youth, but I think there's more work in that space. There are probably some of the solutions in terms of innovation and in terms of cost effective that probably haven't been tapped into by our shared governance due to diaries, etc. I think if local boards explore and have the opportunity to look at some ways in terms of solution-based, there is a real cost-effective thing, and I'm thinking about environment, economic. I'm thinking about tapping into some of the schools, and local boards know their communities very well. We do have some challenges, Mr. Mayor, particularly around community safety, because a very small proportion of our young people are either disengaged or just not on the radar. So thank you, Councillor, for that question. Local board chairs have a very good radar about their communities and particularly the young population. But let's not forget our seniors and our disabled communities.
So the percentage, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, the percentage in your local board?
So our percentage in our local board area of approximately 76,000. Just under 49% is from 25 years downwards.
Thank you.
Huge youth population.
Thank you. Any
Councillor
other
Philippine,
cheers?
in Manarewa, we've got a population of nearly 90,000 and 40% are under the age of 25. And I would encourage councillors to have a look at what's been recommended for the YAP. I think that we need to continue to encourage our youth councils to be stepping onto the YAP. That is, you're getting more of a regional voice and you're getting people who want to speak, can speak, and a representative of the communities across Auckland.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Wanting right, well, for my local board area, it is quite a different story. We have the greatest number of people who are in an older, over 65 age group, and we have also a young population, but nowhere near the 45 to 50% that parts of South Auckland have. So what we've got to do is we've got to develop policies that actually look after all of our residents, whatever their age, and I think that it's a really good point that this city should actually become an age-friendly city, so we look after everybody at every age group.
Thank you. We should add that in the Hibiscus and Bays local board, we have a local board member by the name of Caitlin Watson, who's just 18 years old. So special congratulations to your area for reflecting some of the youth population.
And the wonderful spirit is that she's taking on board another person, another candidate who was 20, and they're working together to develop something special, something new, to actually focus on the youth needs in our area. So it's wonderful.
Very promising. Any further comment? Otherwise, I have two more questions. Councillor Sayers, next in line.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Perhaps just bring to your attention the mention that there's 12 chairs here today. Mr Mayor, your vote of thanks, perhaps?
We will do that as part of the normal routine of thank you at the end of the process.
My question is really directed to the chair of Waiheke. In your presentation, you mentioned about concerns around Auckland Transport not listening to or following your local board plans. So I think it's, we've got an agenda item later today, so it's just a golden opportunity with you here to ask about the importance or your consideration of importance around elected representation on the Auckland Transport Board.
Look, I think what we've articulated is a disconnection in the plan-making process where we have, very robust engagement with community and following from that expectation. And that does not translate to outcomes from council-controlled organisations. Certainly from in fact, at every level engagement, be it governance, be it outcomes, the most effective mechanism that has, or the connection that has been in place over the past 3 years, certainly that I've been involved, has been through the elected representatives that are representing council on that board. We've had some fairly substantial issues, very minor issues, we've got and I won't delve into details, but easy fixes but have a big impact on communities that we've directed via Chairman of the Board of Directors, Chief Executive, no outcome, at times not even the courtesy of a response, and yet so there's perpetually a reliance on, if it's not Councillor Lee or Fletcher, it's myself that are dealing with the constituents, our elderly and our infirmed, often at the supermarket, at the ferry terminal, on the street. And so we just can't, we can't escape some practical realities in this very important conversation for our communities. Does that answer your question, Greg?
Yes, no, that's very helpful. I don't know, Mr Mayor, if I can open that question for any comment from the other four that are sitting here.
We've got a substantive issue on the agenda later on. I'm very conscious of
that's
time.
Fine.
We've got several other speakers on this session.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
If I can go to Councillor Quacks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. And actually, mine is really a question to the staff and maybe the Chief Executive could answer the question, because we have been engaged in a review of governance, and it came out in draft form in September, and I thought that was very useful, and I'd just be interested to know when what continuing work is being done on that review, and when we can expect. I guess we need some more engagement now that we've got perhaps we got a new members, but also when we'll be getting the final report on that governance review.
I'd ask Phil Wilson to comment on that, please.
Through your worship, the report is being finalised right now. Final proofreading and such like. It should be published either the end of this week or early next. We then need to have a discussion, which was intended to happen, and I'm guessing from the earlier discussion you want this, next week at the joint forum, about what process we follow to consider the recommendations and land some of those with you. That will be in your hands how you wish to approach that, and my intention is to have a discussion around that next week, subject to agreeing the agenda.
Great, thank you very much. Last question from Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. Kia ora, Chairs. Thank you for coming in, and I think it's a really, really good start to have you up front with us on the first major meeting. As a 6-year local board member, I do have a lot of experience, but I also have experience in maybe some of the two-way relationship that needs to be worked on as well. So probably a question for Julie or Angela. How do you see us all working together on things when the priorities coming from boards are often to keep the rates down and do all our projects at the same time, and sometimes those are competing things, and how do we not sort of blame us, I guess. I haven't been part of those previous decisions, but I know that looking at what we have in store, it is a lot of pressure is going to be to do both those things and keep you guys happy.
I think it's communication, Richard, and it's at that time. And the example that Julia gave, the 3 examples of the restructures in parks, environmental and libraries, we weren't consulted on them, but even if we were, our budgets were already set. So when you're making your decision on cost savings in a financial year, have a mind that we have already set our budgets, and where we might get the opportunity to pay for those library hours or pay for the programs in schools, it's out of our hands because our budgets have been set for that year, so we know our budgets well. Any savings should have been projected into the following financial year, so we have an opportunity to backfill if we choose to. Libraries, there are local boards here who already invest in libraries to keep the hours open. The cuts are made. I doubt those savings are going back to the local boards, I don't know. So, but it's that communication up front and not what are we going to do now that the governing body has asked for all these savings. Because then, arguably, the organisation will say to us, this is an operational matter, not a governance decision for us. And, in there is where the rub is. So we need to talk more.
Yes, we all need to talk more, because if you were given the decision of which areas to cut, let's be honest, would you have chosen the 3 frontline services that we know that the public really love, when we know that there's other areas of council that the public has a distaste for? Would we be cutting the libraries? Would we be making cuts with our Enviro Schools programs by up to a third? I don't think they would be the areas that we would choose. So obviously, when there's a vacuum, management then looks at areas and efficiencies. And the ability to, at the front end, shape those decisions is a vacuum that we all need to fill. Otherwise, you have, and I don't know about the rest of you, the public have certainly given me the feedback, they are not the cuts that they were wanting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could just ask Greg to stay at the front table for his presentation on a separate issue, and thank the other council chairs for their presentation. I'll do so formally in just a moment.
Thank you.
Greg, if I could invite Greg Preslin, Chair of the Waitakere Rangers Local Board, to address the issue of the approval of Block Offer 2017 and the Council submission.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this as well. 5 of our 6 board members are here. We have Neil Henderson, Denise Yates, Saffron Toms, and Steve Tolstrup, and apologies from Sandra Coney, who can't be here today.
Well, welcome to all of the other board members as well as the chair. Greg, if I can get you to start off.
Yes, thank you. I have a very quick block offer of submission to make based on PowerPoint. If some of you have seen it before, it's based on the same one we made last year, although I've shortened it down. Firstly, we wish to raise 3 points. Firstly, the threats posed to West Coast pristine environment by all drilling. Secondly, the threat to habitat of Maui's dolphin and other protected marine mammals. And thirdly, the aspects of climate change and the need to keep oil in the ground. And our submission is that because of these 3 reasons that we should oppose drilling off the West Coast. Firstly, if I could talk about the potential threats from an oil spill. Up on the board is a photograph of the recent disaster that happened in the Gulf of Mexico. So I think it graphically says what can happen when things go wrong. In terms of our response to a disaster like this, this is a photograph of one of the 2 maritime New Zealand boats that are set aside for dealing with oil spills. And our concern is that we think that the ability of New Zealand to respond to a disaster is totally unprepared. The particular issues that we wish to note about how the West Coast is very vulnerable to any sort of spill is firstly, much of the area is regional park. There's limited access to the coast and limited access to do any sort of proper clean-up. The cliffs are the highest in the Auckland region. It's a high energy coastline, so it'd be very difficult to get ships and people in to do any sort of clean-up. And overall, there would be very limited ability to deal with an oil spill. The next aspect that we wish to talk about is the threat to Maui's dolphin, and I'll hand over to Saffron to talk to this.
Kia ora tātou. Thanks so much for the opportunity to present on this. Really hoping that that Council's position this term, and at least this year, can be a lot stronger than it has been in the past. Maui's dolphin, as you know, a world recognised as being critically endangered. And they're just one of 22 species of cetaceans in the Auckland area on the west coast. And you might say it's great news to hear that there's actually 63 is the new estimate left of Maui's dolphins, when before we thought it was 55, but obviously it's very, very critical numbers left. And ensuring their protection is of utmost importance, and the whole world is watching. We're also home to various species of pinnipeds, including seals, and those populations are reportedly getting bigger in number, and we're getting more and more sightings from our local community, people in the community. The major method of primarily prospecting for deep sea oil is seismic testing, and that the impacts of that is death, injury, stress, avoidance of their usual routes, and other behavioural changes. It impacts on their feeding, their breeding, their nursing, their general socialisation, social behaviour. Here's a table you would have seen mapping the incidences of marine mammals in the area of the west coast. The Waitakere Ranges Local Board has unanimously advocated for increased protection of Maui's dolphins. It's one of our work programs. We invest in educational material for our community and the like, and we're very happy to stand up with our community for the protection of Maui dolphins. This was just last year.
Saffron, we're just about ready to wind up. If you can sum up any last points you've got, please.
Yeah, so the other last point about this is that obviously Maui's dolphins don't stick within local board boundaries or even council boundaries, so it's actually it's imperative to advocate for protection of Maori's dolphins beyond our borders, because what happens in the areas beyond our borders impacts our own biodiversity.
Okay, finally, the climate change aspects will be very fast. IPCC says if we want to have no more than 2 degrees rise, then we've got to not drill any more. Paris Treaty hopes that we're going to keep rises below 2 degrees. But to do that, we have to keep some existing discovered oil in the ground, and we can't discover any more. And Bill McKibben said, one lesson of this work is unmistakable, obvious. When you're in a hole, stop digging. These numbers show that the unconventional and extreme fossil fuel, Canada's tar sands, for instance, simply have to stay in the ground. Given these numbers, it makes literally no sense for the industry to go hunting for more fossil fuel. We've binged to the edge of our own destruction. The last thing we need to do now is find a few more liquor stores to loot. And we urge Council to oppose drilling.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask if there are any questions from councillors? We will be having a fuller discussion on this shortly. If not, thank you very much to the Waitakere Rangers Local Board and its chair. And I have a formal recommendation of thanks when it comes up on my screen. I move that the governing body receive the presentations from Angela Dalton, Chair Manarewa Local Board, Julia Parfitt, Chair Hibiscus and Bays Local Board, Greg Preslin, Chair Waitakere Rangers Local Board, Paul Walden, Chair Waiheke Local Board, and Lydia Sassini, Chair Mangari o Tahuhu Local Board, regarding the governing body and local boards working together, and from Greg Presland, Chair of the Waitakere Rangers Local Board, and the accompanying Waitakere Local Board members regarding item 10, approval of block offer 2017 council submission, and also thank all of the local board chairs in attendance today. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
For that? It's been seconded. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Carried. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, we will get through the next 2 items on the agenda very quickly. Extraordinary business, there has been none notified, and notices of motion, there have been none notified there either. So we come to agenda number 10, which is the item that the Waitakere Local Board Waitakere Rangers Local Board has just been speaking to, the approval of block offer 2017 council submission. Can I advise that in the documents that you have from the Waitakere Rangers Local Board, there have been 2 minor amendments made in the input to paras 9 and 12, and the revised document will form part of the minutes. Can I also, just before calling on our officials to speak to the submission, move recommendations A to D, and you'll notice that from the chair I've added D, which is include in the final submission the statement that Auckland Council seeks the government's assurance that in the event of an oil discharge or spill, adequate emergency response systems are in place, and that the polluter responsible will bear the entire financial liability for the incident, including any and all costs associated with environmental mitigation. So that is now part of the substantive motion. So if I can just formally move that and ask for a seconder for that.
Seconded.
Seconded. And I'll call on now Dave Allen, Principal Analyst, and Paula Vincent, Coastal Specialist, to present on this particular report, and then we will have a debate, and there is a foreshadowed amendment to the recommendations in the name of Kathy Casey. So I'll ask Kathy to lead off after we've had questions. Yes, so Dave or Paula?
Your Worship, thank you. Governing body, thank you very much for the opportunity to provide an overview on the block offer 2017 proposed council submission. So I've got Paula Vincent here with me, and she'll be able to give you a bit of an overview of the presentation, and we'll be able to answer some questions after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Paula.
Good morning, Governing Body. So we're here this morning to seek your approval of a proposed submission from Auckland Council to Central Government on the block offer 2017 proposals. block offer 2017 is similar to block offers in previous years where New Zealand Petroleum and Minerals release for tender certain blocks for exploratory oil activities. They consult with local government and iwi and hapu over these areas before releasing them for the tendering process. And the consultation period for local authorities this year has been from the 17th of October to the 18th of November. So this has coincided a little bit with the re-establishment of council, so we have not circulated to local boards, and as we have done in previous years, our proposed submission, but we have received from Waitakere Local Board their input. So overall, the areas in the proposal are similar in size and location to previous years. There's no direct overlap with Auckland's coastal marine area. There is overlap with the marine mammal sanctuary of the West Coast, North Island, down in the Taranaki and Waikato coastal marine areas. And we're proposing to submit our submission with similar points that we have covered in previous years. So just the diagram on screen now is the areas, the blocks up for offer, and the blue areas within it are the areas that have already been granted exploratory permits. So there are four main issues that we cover in our submission, or areas of concern, and that is the effect on climate change, the effects on Maui's dolphin, the other environmental risks associated with exploratory activities, including oil spills, and the integration with council RMA processes. So with regards to the effects on climate change, as you've heard from earlier public submissions, Auckland Council has signed up to the Paris Agreement, C40 and Compact of Mayors, and has a target in the Auckland Plan seeking to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2040. So Auckland Council's already made a decision as to what direction it wants to take in that, and so we feel that it would be consistent to oppose that. The effects on Maui's dolphins. Maui's dolphin largely ranges outside on Auckland's west coast, so between the Manukau Harbour and further south in the Waikato. But it does go all the way down to Taranaki, and we're concerned that any exploratory activity that takes place within the marine mammal sanctuary may have an adverse impact on the remaining numbers. There's only 63 left. There are also other impacts from oil exploratory activities apart from the major oil spill that may occur through exploratory drilling. There's also discharge of the material that's being drilled up, including any chemicals with that may spread further. And when it comes to the integration with council RMA processes, these areas up for permit can be right on the border between the EEZ and the RMA. So they may wish in future, having been granted a permit for that area, to explore further into the RMA, and so we'd seek to have what our unitary plan provisions are considered when they're making a decision to issue a permit. So there's three actions that we're seeking in this submission: to amend those areas in 17 Tower R1 and R3 which overlap with the marine mammal sanctuary. That's in the Waikato and Taranaki coastal marine areas. That New Zealand Petroleum and Minerals take a very high standard when they consider applicants for those permits, and favour those with the best environmental track records to minimise any risk of oil spill and discharge, and that they actively support the integration of environmental management tools, including considering our unitary plan and RMA provisions. That's just a map of the overlap of the marine mammal sanctuary on the right there and the areas proposed for offer this year.
Perhaps I could just add one or two other observations, and that is that attachment B in your papers outlines some of the statutory considerations and processes I think it's important because it sort of sets the scene for how these sorts of investigations are conducted and assessed. A lot of the environmental effects assessment is done under either the RMA in the case of anything within the coastal marine area, but obviously the Environmental Protection Agency takes a role under their regulations they administer for areas outside of the 12 nautical mile area. So there's a number of tests that anyone who was successful in a block offer tender process would have to then subsequently meet before they were able to carry out the exploratory activities. And I would also just mention that this is about exploratory permits, which differs from mining permits, which is a third stage. It's also one stage along the track beyond prospecting permits. The exploratory sits in the middle. So it does allow for some level of investigations and also some drilling, exploratory drilling. And in terms of what's actually happened across this bit of the coast, probably the nearest exploratory drilling has occurred sort of halfway between sort of Raglan and Port Waikato, about 24 nautical miles offshore. So, and that was about 2010. I think there's been about 2 exploratory wells that have been drilled. So the level of activity is not high, but the assessment is that basically we would like to avoid the risks associated with any of these practices, and we would want those risks assessed appropriately through this tender process initially, but also through the environmental effects test that comes subsequently. So that's just the observation.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Kathy Casey.
I've got 3 questions, Dave. The first one is, it seems to me, this is just my personal opinion, but the report or the submission, there's a lot of, if you're weighing it up, on the one hand we've got paragraph 14, exploration and production of these resources has potential to bring economic benefits to Auckland, one sentence, and we've got 4 levels of concern and whole paragraphs ahead of them. My question to you is, what does paragraph 14 mean? Exploration and production of these resources has potential to bring economic benefits to Auckland, because that's the reason we're doing this, according to you, right?
So the reason we're putting the submission through council is to obviously identify what we think is the risks as well as potential benefits of this kind of activity. I think that was simply just to recognise that this is one element that you would want, as a council, you would want to consider. And then the question would be, what is the scale of those particular benefits, and what are you considering in terms of the risks associated, or you know, in comparison to those particular benefits? But I think more generally, this is something that central government should be, you know, perhaps articulating a bit further. That would be one other thing to consider as to what some of the opportunity might be here and some of the trade-offs that they might have gone through to sort of put this tendering process out.
No, I'm not accepting that. We've just been through some training that says that we need to have evidence presented before us before we make a decision. So there's evidence here, there's lots of concerns, lots of risks. But you're saying there are some benefits to Auckland, so tell me what they are. You tell me what they are. It's your report, your submission.
So basically the benefits are associated with the employment opportunities, the infrastructure, the servicing of vessels that might come into port. So there's a number of services associated with supporting the industry, similar to what you might have experienced in, say, Taranaki, where there's quite a lot of investment associated with this particular industry. So,
could I just ask a supplementary to that, to Councillor Casey's question? It is important to know what the economic benefits are, if they exist. Have we made any effort, or is there any evidence from central government to quantify what those economic benefits might be?
Not directly for the Auckland region, but we have information here on the royalties and taxes and things collected overall. So overall, the oil industry contributes $4 billion to our gross domestic product each year, and that's out of $150 billion total.
Okay, but that essentially goes to central government by way of royalties.
And taxes and resource levies.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I had two other questions, but
Okay, Councillor Casey.
I'm still not, I don't know what benefits there are to Auckland. So I think that's one that I'd like to put on the table. So the scales are balanced against the proposal that we support it. My second question was, Dave, you asked me to change the amendment because you said it's only exploration that's involved here. Are you sticking with that? Because I heard you saying drilling just 5 minutes ago.
Yes.
Sorry, there's exploratory drilling, and then there's drilling for the purposes of oil production. And through each of the stages, prospecting, exploration and production, you need a permit. And for the exploration and production, you also need a marine consent through the EPA
so
or
I'll go
RMA.
back to the original version of the amendment, thanks. My last question relates to this code of conduct, which is the Seismic Survey Code of Conduct. And I've been reading what Doc has to say about it, and I'd like to just quote something that Doc says and ask for your opinion of it. It is a voluntary code of conduct, and Doc says, so these are like Seismic Survey Code of Conduct 101, and it's frequently asked questions. And one of the frequently asked questions is, and one that every one of us would be asking is, how do we know they'll work and not negatively impact on migratory mammals? How do we know they'll work, that the Code of Conduct will work? And the answer from Doc is this: any activity that introduces noise into the marine environment, industry, marine, tourism, recreation, etc., has the potential to affect marine mammals. The code is designed to minimise the risk to marine mammals of injury and significant behavioural responses, but cannot guarantee that residual effects will not occur. And it's that last sentence. So the code of conduct is there, that's all fine, but there's no guarantees that it will be followed, and even if it is followed, that it won't have risk to the 55 or 63 remaining Maui dolphin.
Is that a question?
Yep. Yep.
Can you begin it with a question word so I understand what the question to the officials are?
It was a response to that frequently. That doesn't give me any comfort. So does it give you comfort?
I think the amount of work that's gone on with the Code of Conduct is quite significant, and they're actually refining it right now. They're going through a review process. They're actually still, you're probably still going to have that kind of a
question mark
reservation. Yes.
Question mark. Always.
Yeah, I think with a number of things, there's always going to be some doubt.
Question marks. Yeah, that's great. Great answer. Thank you.
Okay. We have the next question is from Councillor Walker.
Sure. I've got 2 or 3 questions. The first question just goes to risk, and in particular, what happens if there is a significant oil spill. And we've seen the information from Greenpeace. Would a spill of that nature effectively eliminate the Maui dolphin? Conceivably eliminate the snapper fishery on the west coast? What's the impact?
So I'd just probably firstly note that we're talking here about exploratory permits as opposed to mining permits, so that's at a scale which is not the full production. It's the first thing So the next point I'd make is that in attachment B there is some outline of some of the strategies that are in place by Maritime New Zealand in terms of responding to an oil spill, and in terms of capability to actually respond as well. And Paul, did you want to add any other aspect?
Can I please add that it's very hard to sort of quantify what the impact would be without an event occurring, but some points to note might be that, the RENA has made, there was an initial high impact on the species and habitat of that area, but there's actually been quite a bit of wildlife and fisheries rebuild around the area that's been closed to fishing over that time. We've also, there's been presentations recently on the Horizons deep water cleanup and the impact that had. And they said that overall the impact was not as severe over the long term as they were expecting it to be. But that's not to say that there isn't an impact. it's
Okay.
very hard to quantify.
Can I make one
yeah.
other observation just in relation to the snapper fishery, or a fishery that is a more abundant fishery? There is a certain level of resilience there, and it's not in the same sort of league as a marine mammal in terms of impacts. So I think you would be probably more concerned about species that are on sort of obviously that endangered sort of status rather than something.
Just a further question, is the Kaipara fishery healthy?
So there's been improvement in the fishery over the last 10 years. The estimates that were previously available suggested that the stock was at a level of some 8% of its virgin biomass. That has now increased. It's now approaching 20% of its virgin biomass. And so the Snapper 8 West Coast North Island stock is actually improving. So in that respect, as a separate sort of discussion point, I think that fishery is improving.
So just going back to my question, my question really was whether a spill of the order that Greenpeace demonstrated to us would eliminate the Maui dolphin. That was my question.
I mean, I can't really provide an answer to that. I mean, it's pretty hard to...
Okay, and the other question I've got just goes to the matters that we're signatory to, the Paris Pledge for Action, the Compact of Mayors, and obviously we're a member of C40. We're also obviously part of a government that signed the Paris Accord. And we know that the world is on a tipping point, that we could have runaway emissions. Now, given our council's responsibility, is it not better to actually keep the oil in the ground if it's not necessary? And
Is this really?
and I know you haven't.
Could I just look? Sorry, if I can interrupt at this stage, Councillor. I know what you're getting at, but it's more debating material than it is a question, and I don't think it's we're asking technical questions to our officials today, rather than questions that they might not be expected to be able to answer. And if I could just say that to all councillors around the table, when we have the question time, can we just focus on the specific questions? I think, to be fair, what you're saying is it's a debating point, and it may be a very fair debating point, but it's more that, and I don't think we can effectively expect our officials to comment on debating points. They need to be tight, technical questions. So if I can come to Councillor Collins. Councillor Collins, you have a question. Just keeping in mind that I do want not debating points, but technical questions.
Cool, thanks,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Two questions from me. This is a very new area for me, so I've been using the report to get some understanding around it. And I'm interested in the point you made around drilling. And with the exploratory drilling and getting permits with that, do you know of any examples where that has been where exploratory drilling has been detrimental to the environment?
Sorry, if I can have order, the question is directed to the officials, not to the gallery.
Not in New Zealand no.
Cool, and thank you. And my second question, Mr. Mayor, is under point 24, it says that no time was available for council to seek iwi or hapu views. Why was that the case?
So we have sought iwi and hapu views for the last 3 years and very much got a clear view as to kind of their ideas. The council submission is consistent with the views that we've got from Mana Whenua before. The opportunity is available for Mana Whenua to respond directly to New Zealand Petroleum and Minerals, so they've done that in the past. And on this occasion, because of the local body elections, we were originally going to look at making a submission through the Chief Executive this year. That was one of the things we flagged with the Regional Strategy and Policy Committee last year. And because we managed to get this paper to this governing body, we've managed to actually only do that in the last matter of weeks, a week basically. So we've had very little time. And the other thing is the submission period is only 1 month.
And so just finally, supplementary to that, Mr. Mayor, is, so you would say under point 25 that the views of Māori or iwi and hapu would be consistent with the objection that was noted by Ngā Maunga whakahi o kaipara.
So I think we would argue that we've given the opportunity to mana whenua to put their case, and they are perfectly entitled to put their case directly to central government. Our observation is more that we have provided that opportunity in the previous years. We have, as we do with local boards, we have some local boards that have an opposition in principle position. Other local boards are more sort of saying, yes, we kind of agree with the general concerns that are raised by the council submission. So we do get a range of different responses from mana whenua to answer your question.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mike Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This relates again to the question of environmental protection versus resource exploitation we briefly discussed at our last meeting. My question is, in regard to Maui dolphin, the council recommends excluding the Maui dolphin reserve from, or the sanctuary from the area to be exploited. But the problem, and that on the face of it is reassuring, given officers themselves say the subspecies is on the verge of extinction and full prudence is needed over the long period required for the population to rebuild. The problem I have, and you may be able to help me here.
Councillor, can I just remind you, Councillor, order please. Can I just remind you of the ruling that I made before? Could you please make the question specific? There will be a time for debate, but at this stage I just want specific technical questions so we can get through this, because otherwise we'll be taking a very long time.
Well, you're actually holding me up.
Well, if I if I didn't have to intervene, I wouldn't be holding you up. Could you please get to the question?
Please, can I ask the question?
I'm asking you to do, Councillor.
The question is, in regard to the Maui Dolphin Sanctuary, the Maui dolphins are not completely aware of the limits of their sanctuary, and their range extends much further than the sanctuary, and escaping oil also would not respect the limits of a sanctuary. So it's an anthropocentric conception here.
Councillor, I'm still waiting for the question, please. Can you begin with a question word so I know what the question is?
Will tweaking or asking for the area to be exploited to avoid the sanctuary, will that really enable full prudence to protect the species which is on the verge of extinction? Will that enable full prudence or not?
So we've taken a progressive approach to this, in that 2 years ago we managed to get the decision made to have the tender area removed from the coastal marine area, in the marine sanctuary as well, in the Auckland area. And the overlap that we're talking about now relates to Waikato and Taranaki. The bulk of the Maui's dolphin population is obviously in the Auckland CMA. And then, so the question is then, will the decision be taken by the government to further reduce the risk associated with a tender process in that southern area? And that's really for the, I think, central government to make the determination. I think the risk here is probably sufficiently managed at this point in terms of us recommending that that is a point that needs to be considered by central government.
Further questions, Councillor Lee? Or?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question. It's to do with the actual report itself. If I can just bring attention to clause 20 about no time to consult the local boards, and picking up on Councillor Collins' clause 24 there, no time to consult fully with iwi and hapu, because really other than that one local board, I'm still very unclear about the other local boards' positions on this, and I have no idea, despite your answer to Councillor Collins, about the views of iwi. So my question word, why? Why have the authorisers of this report signed it off for consideration today without perhaps delaying to seek input from the local board and iwi?
So firstly, I'd note that 8 local boards had provided their views and they're summarised in last year's paper, and they basically, as I said before, range from sort of opposition in principle to a more picking up on some of the areas of interest that have been discussed in the paper and the proposed council submission. As I said before, the decision taken last year was that given the overlap of the likely release of this consultation document with the local body elections meant that it was not possible to actually go and consult with local boards who had yet to be formed formally, and secondly that we had envisaged that we were going to be doing this through the Chief Executive in terms of making a submission at that point.
Could I just ask a supplementary to that? We have had submissions in the past from local boards. Can you, for the sake of the new members of this council, do you have a rough breakdown of what the attitudes of the 21 local boards are, how they break down? You might not have that information, but if you have it, would be helpful to some of us.
So the boards that provided a submission last year included Waitakere Ranges, Waiheke Island, Auraki, Mangareautuhuhu, Puketapapa, and Manurewa, and Mangakiki Tamaki and Franklin. So that was the boards involved. Waitakere basically formally opposed the block offer process. Waiheke opposed the block offer process in its entirety. Auraki board provided an informal comment that there should be no seabed mining or extraction within the Aoraki Gulf, within 200 nautical miles of the Aoraki Gulf. The Mangareautuhuhu local board provided informal advice seeking a mineral exclusion zone along the length of the North Island and supported a precautionary position of avoiding Maui's Dolphin Marine Mammal Sanctuary. Bukita Papapala expressed concern about the risks and basically indicated their concern about the capability for effective oil spill response, and asked for greater requirements to be placed on parties through the Environmental Protection Authority in Maritime New Zealand. Manurewa local board echoed some of the concerns that have been identified in the council's proposed council paper, underlining the values of the Manukau Harbour and its environs, and requested all practical steps be taken to protect those values, and supported the council's request for a block-off areas to avoid the marine mammal sanctuary. Mangakiki Tamaki local board opposed allocation of petroleum exploration permits in the proposed block areas because of community concerns over oil spill risks and potential risks to Maui's dolphin and recovery of their population. And Franklin local board informal submission raised concerns about environmental sensitivity and risks of oil spills, and supported the council's previously requested actions to avoid or reduce risks to Maui's dolphin habitat and remaining populations.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Sayers, you've got a further question?
I just want to thank you for that supplementary question, Mr Mayor. That was most helpful. If I could just seek a slight clarification, those informal feedback comments that were just made, were they the point of view of individuals or of those local boards collectively, those informal comments? You obviously indicated some were local boards.
Yes, they are local board. I guess the issue here is that the consultation period is only a month long for the central government processes typically, and so it's sometimes very hard to actually coincide with a local board meeting. So what might happen is that you might have a ring round of local board members to basically kind of what's our collective view on this issue, and then they might put that into an email to the council officers as an informal approach.
Right. Can I now have Councillor Quacks?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just carry on from the question around the economic value of this, and I'll put this as a question, Mr. Mayor.
Please,
are you aware
required.
that oil is our 4th largest export after...
It sounds like a question, but it actually sounds more like a statement. Is there a specific technical issue that you'd like to raise?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think that you did raise a question as a supplementary to Councillor Casey about what this is worth.
Yes.
In terms
Okay,
of... and
but
I'm trying
please
to-
put
I'm
it as
trying to be
a
helpful.
technical question rather than a statement,
I'm trying to be
Councillor
helpful. Well,
Quacks.
are you aware that this is our fourth largest export?
I'm aware of the report that Paula referred to before about sort of what contributions it makes to the economy at a national scale.
I'd like to expand on that further, but later on, Mr.
You will do so in the proper context, Councillor Quacks. Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question is on some wording in the submission. There's 5 mentions of blowout in paragraphs 15, 18, 28, 30, 31. Is that a technical term? Because I note that it would normally be a spill, not a blowout, and even Waitaki Rangers Local Board's submission talks about spill. Technically, is a blowout possible in this process? Is that the right word to use, as I'm saying, in the submission?
So a spill is a sort of a consequence of a blowout in terms of what's actually happening on the seabed, and it could be better qualified. We could certainly tweak that wording, but the intent is to simply recognise that when you are undertaking exploratory drilling, there is a chance that you'll come across a show of oil or gas, which might, if it's not properly captured with the mitigation measures in place, could result in that sort of a negative consequence.
So, sorry, can I...
And also, Mr Mayor, can I just ask,
Please.
we've got some of the people behind here, our other elected members, that keep scoffing when the staff are talking or are talking, and I'd really appreciate that if we didn't have that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I can't hear it from here, but if there should not be comment from the public, please, and it's grossly unfair and discourteous to do it when officials have got their back to you. So you have strong views, I accept that, but please show the courtesy that I requested in the affirmation statement at the start of this and every meeting. Can I just seek a clarification of Councillor Cooper's comment? Can you define the difference between a spill and a blowout? Is a blowout when the oil or gas escapes under pressure? And what are the likely consequences of the sort of drilling that occurs for exploratory findings? Is that likely to result in a blowout, which I take to mean under pressure, which would obviously be more serious?
Yes, so a blowout does have the pressure element to it, and I guess the question then is, well, what level of drilling is going on to, and what degree of blowout could be potentially happening under those circumstances?
So that's answering a question with a question. What would be the level of intensity? Do you have any information on that?
It's very dependent on sort of the geology of the area you're drilling into, you know, the pressure of the ground.
So a blowout is a possibility. There could be the escaping of oil under pressure.
Yes.
As I
That's
suppose.
all I wanted to know, whether that was the right terminology. Thank you.
Mr Chairman, can I just ask a supplementary to that, because I think it's a very good question, and it is a technical question now. In regards to oil fields around New Zealand, are they high-pressure fields such as in the Gulf of Mexico where we had a catastrophic blowout, or are they under less geology, under less pressure?
I don't think we're probably qualified to answer that question right at the moment. There's lots of reports, I think, done throughout Taranaki that would probably give you some of the technical information about a lot of the fields down there. But I think at this point I'd rather not provide an answer unless I've done some more research.
Fair enough.
Okay, thank you, but good question. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question to our staff, and then also a question on clarification to you, Mr Mayor, after this. So, question to our staff on page 21 of our submission on number 19. Can you just confirm, and please excuse my ignorance here, but can you confirm that the Paris Pledge for Action, the Compact of Mayors and the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group are non-legally binding to Auckland Council? Are they legally binding to central government? Just clarification, because it's in our submission.
I may answer that. my understanding is that the C40 and the Compact of Mayors is more an agreement, so that places us under sort of a moral and reputational obligation, whereas the central government agreeing to ratify the Paris Agreement is binding.
It's binding. Okay. And clarification to you, Mr. Mayor, the Waitakere Rangers Local Board, the two that have been highlighted, clarification question is, would this be included in our submission? The 2 points that are highlighted to us.
I think it's included in the minutes rather than the submission, but I'll just seek clarification of that. Yeah, it's only in the minutes, it's not part of the submission. It can be attached if the council was of a mind to attach it, but we'd probably, that would probably require a resolution to do so, I imagine.
Well, that'll be just, hopefully through your approval will end up being put part of the recommendation if there's a request to you as mayor to include it and the agreement of the governing body.
It can be moved as a resolution.
Okay, I will move those then when we actually get to that.
You've foreshadowed that. Further comment, please?
Yes, I was just going to say that the Waitakere Rangers Local Board views are attached to the proposed council submission as an attachment.
So they're currently attached and would go as a submission. Thank you very much for that clarification.
I've seen them
so
at the back of
the resolution won't be needed, Councillor Philippina. Councillor Newman.
I'm going to read that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just drawing the officers to attachment B of the report and specifically to paragraph 11. I'm not trying to trip you up here, but can I just ask, with respect to the reference to Maritime New Zealand's management of the oil spill response preparedness of operators and its responsibility to coordinate response to any major oil spills, in the preparation of this report, have you discussed with Maritime New Zealand their current capacity to undertake that work?
Not in the capacity of this report, but in our previous preparation for earlier submissions, staff have looked at what the capability documents that Maritime New Zealand have produced.
And before any drilling is done, the company doing the drilling must submit a discharge management plan and spill event management plan as part of gaining their permit.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Newman. Councillor Simpson.
My questions have been answered, thank you.
Okay. Can I put the final question, and it relates to what is in the substantive recommendation in relation to financial liability. If there were a spill of the scale of, say, the Rena, but potentially if it were to happen on the scale of the Gulf of Mexico, what financial liabilities would currently be incurred by our council as part of the clean-up, or do we have a watertight guarantee that all of the cost of the clean-up, notwithstanding the damage to the environment that can't be compensated for, what percentage of the financial cost would potentially fall on council?
I think there is a risk that there is a cost to council, and I think there's as we've seen with the Rena and the Bay of Plenty, that the central government had to sort of really put a few dollars into that to make sure that was sorted out. But then I think they also relied a little bit on some of the local bodies contributing some level of support.
So, no, that's fine. That's the answer to my question. I was about to make a statement, then I'd have to rule myself out of order. Okay, thank you very much to the officials for answering those questions. I'd like now to move to the debate and invite Councillor Casey to move her amendment. That would be a 10-minute speech.
I'll move it, a 10-minute speech.
It doesn't have to be 10 minutes, but, but it can be.
I'll just, I need to get a new T-shirt now that I know there's 63 Maui Dolphins. I've got the 55 T-shirt. That's good news, but it's not good enough. And first of all, I'd like to say everybody in this room swore an oath within the last week to act in the best interests of Auckland. and this is really important, you take off your political hat, because the government is asking us for something. This is not about who's asking, it's about whether there is benefits to Auckland. And I'd just like to say, you know, we've had training in the last couple of days about reports. You're supposed to weigh things up. There are 10 pages in our submission, 4 concerns, outlining our concerns, 1 sentence about the benefits. So can you honestly say that if you support this, you know what the benefits are to Auckland? Because I have had no comfort, excuse me, through the chair, that there are benefits. I lived in Scotland as a student during the oil exploration off the North Shore. And how many years was that ago? Like 30? What were the benefits for the people at the bottom? Anybody know? The trickle-down effect doesn't actually work. So this is about multinational corporations deriving benefit from our environment. What's our responsibility? I brought the Auckland plan with me on my bike. It weighs about 4 pounds, but it's a wonderful document. New councillors might not have read it, but everybody else certainly knows about it, and I know it's up for review. This is the mandate you have to protect our environment, to protect the 63 Maui dolphin. So I'm here to speak for them, and I want you to speak for them too. The mandate is this. The chapter I'm referring to is Auckland's environment. It's got 30 odd pages. Right in the first page is this one target: ensure no regional extinctions of indigenous species and a reduction in the number of threatened or at-risk species from 2010 levels by 50% by 2040. Ensure no regional extinctions. This is the rarest dolphin in the world. 63 of them, and you've heard. I mean, if you've seen the report, you will know how endangered they are. They are critically endangered. And I'll refer you to a sentence in this report that you must read again right now, because this is the key one for me. It's on our page 25 of the agenda. It's clause 10. Maui's dolphins are highly sensitive to seismic noise, such as the noise that would be produced by drilling, and their range offshore is not well understood. And their range, that's what Councillor Lee was talking about. They don't read signs. They just swim in our ocean. So it's all very well to say, oh, we're protecting this bit, you know, we'll not go near this bit. But if they're swimming in that bit, they're gone. So the decision today for me is about whether we actually care about one of the rarest dolphins in the world and speaking up for them. Where's the evidence? Where is the evidence that we should do this? Our last couple of training days say we need to weigh everything up. There is absolutely no question in this submission, if you look at the words and you listen to the testimony today, you cannot actually articulate any benefits to Auckland. Not one. So why on earth would you support a submission that allows us to endanger further the 63 Maui dolphin? So I'm not going to take up my whole time because I think everybody else has got points to make. But I'll just read you another bit of the Auckland plan. Auckland expects that we will all have a sense of pride in our natural heritage and share the responsibility for living sustainably and looking after our environment. And one critical phrase from this, as I read from the submission, and please look at that. The critical phrase in here is this: we need to respond to emerging threats which pose risk to our natural heritage. Unless a stronger focus is given to controlling at source those activities and the elements that cause environmental harm, Auckland will not achieve its vision. At source, that means we say no. That's what that means. And that's our words. This is our Auckland plan. At source means we say no to things that could endanger one of the rarest dolphins in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Casey, and can I commend you on the brevity as well as the passion of your address. The remaining speakers on we're speaking to the amendment now, which has been moved by Councillors Casey and Mike Lee. So speakers have 5 minutes on the amendment. Councillor Wayne Walker.
I'll speak to some of the items on Councillor Casey's amendment. And what I want to emphasise is that this is the third time that we've considered this item. Things have moved on and things have changed, and I'll just go through some of those changes. We've got a unitary plan, and that unitary plan imposes a higher bar around the protection of the environment, around the coastal environment, around surf breaks, around a range of things, and all of those things go to the west coast, which is a pristine part of the region. That's changed. The other thing that's changed, and it's mentioned in the report, is we've signed up to the Compact of Mayors. We're part of C40. There's a Paris climate change agreement that binds nations. Effectively, it also binds local government because we are part of meeting those reductions in climate change. The other thing that's happened over the last 3 years is in terms of climate change, things have got progressively worse, not better. So global temperatures on the air and in particular in the sea are rising, and we know that the planet is at a tipping point. And I go to the point that Councillor Casey made, which is effectively about the politics of this and why we're here. We're here to represent people, not just people that are here now, but our mokopuna, future generations. We weigh things up, we make those political decisions, and these sorts of decisions are the decisions that define us because of the state of our planet, which we know is perilous. There's another fact that has certainly come to light, and it's come to light over again the last 3 years, and that is the fact that we have to keep the oil in the ground. And that is now universally acknowledged. We cannot take it out, and we cannot burn it. Otherwise, we push the planet beyond a tipping point that frankly goes to human extinction and the extinction of most forms of life on this planet. So that has changed. So I come back to the political decision that we need to make, and it is a political decision of some significance that we make for us, for the people of Auckland, and for the generations to come. And I certainly know that I will be supporting this amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I actually found this to be a very good submission, particularly as it goes to the substantive points to do with climate change, to do with the effects on Maui's dolphin, and to do with environmental risks. And I think within the content of those 20-odd points, there's ample scope for us to support the amendment that's been put up by Councillor Casey. In fact, when you do read those, you wonder why we are supporting it in the way that we are doing. There have been a number of other councils that have already made their stand. Kaikoura District Council, they opposed the entire offshore release area. Gisborne District Council, the entire block off the east coast, and Christchurch City Council, the block off the Canterbury coast. So a number of our colleagues around the country have already made their political call on this, and as someone remarked, this is the third time that it's come before us. So it's probably about time that we made our mark and made a bit of a stand as well. To be honest, I'm not really convinced about the economic benefits line that's getting trotted out there for the risk. My brief research shows that there's few jobs that's actually allied to petroleum exploration. If you go to the Department of Labour statistics, in the 5-year period up to 2010, there was only 510 jobs, and that was only up 40 on the 5 years previously. So there's not a huge number of jobs, and a number of that work is taken up with permits for migrants. So it's arguable how much employment's actually coming to New Zealanders as such. There's also the question to do with the return to New Zealand. We heard there's a reasonable return to central government coffers, but I don't think there's anything to Auckland councils, is there? Nothing at all. And given the risks that are posed, and I find the attitude to the risks a little gung-ho. The Waitakere Rangers Board came up with a picture there of the Maritime New Zealand's response, and I think they mentioned two boats. They're kind of glorified tinnies. I think there's three actually. There's one in Auckland, there's one in Northland, and there's one in Wellington. Now, are we seriously being asked to consider that in the light of a spill, of no matter of what magnitude, that would be sufficient to respond? I don't think so. I mean, you only have to go to the Gulf of Mexico Deepwater Horizon oil spill to see what the capacity is. And I'm not for a minute suggesting it would be of that, but even any far lesser magnitude would still be disastrous. And they found, when they did their a very exhaustive inquiry, this is in the United States, who you'd imagine to be the forefront of emergency response, they found that none of the major aspects of offshore drilling safety, not the regulatory oversight, not the industry safety standards, not the spill response practices, kept pace with the push into deep water. They were entirely unprepared. Now, if they were entirely unprepared and they had 1,000 boats out in the Gulf of Mexico, I doubt if our three tinnies will quite cut it in terms of response. So I think, Mr. Mayor, that then we weigh up the words that are actually in our submission here, when we look at the tenuous benefit in terms of the potential risk, I think it's incumbent upon us to vote here to support that amendment and to oppose the block offer in total. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watson. Could I invite Councillor Hills to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks first to the officers. It's a really well done submission, and I know it's a challenge to answer all our questions. I'll be supporting Councillor Casey's amendment. For me, it's not about politics. It's actually about making a stand. The Paris Agreement came into effect last week. Juxtaposition to that, America's elected a president who doesn't believe in climate change. I think we need to make a stand on that. I know there's a lot of arguments around, oh yes, but we use oil. Well, we're living in an oil-dependent society, and if we don't actually start making change or just carrying on, then signing the agreement is a bit of a waste of time. I still use paper, but I don't want to cut down our native bush to use that paper. So I think it's about where it is. It's not being about against oil or oil drilling. It's about looking at where it is. Deep sea, which we know is dangerous. We've got our Maui's dolphins. We've got our coastline. You can be for dairy, but we don't allow cows near rivers or on our beaches or in our native bush. So this is about context of where this is happening, why this is happening. We are going to be dependent on oil for a while longer, but I would rather be investing in renewable sources and, talking to young people. We started children's panels when I was on the Kaipātiki local board and the intermediates and the colleges. The number 1 and 2 things that young people were all saying, climate change, sustainability, environment, it was just rolling off the tongue like I wasn't even thinking about those things when I was at school. And this is their future we're thinking about. And they sort of see this as ludicrous that you'd go out and drill in the middle of the ocean along our beautiful coastline. So it's about context. It's not about being showy, about being anti-oil. And we are doing things as a council. I personally came here and supported the Sky Path. I want to cycle from my home to work, and eventually we'll be able to do that, because we made a stand as a council. So that is making a difference. It's about transport. It's about the City Rail Link, which we can see visibly will make a change in our oil dependency. Even the construction of the City Rail Link is hooked into mains power. They're not using generators, so that's going to save hundreds of thousands of litres of diesel and oil. So we are making a stand, but this is also on the other side of the production. So I think we can, to me it's not about politics, it's just simple maths. If we keep digging and we keep letting this happen, then we're going to create a world that we're actually not in favour of. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Councillor Darby.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. And there's been some good contributions here today. Councillor Casey started out by pointing out paragraph 14 and attachment C, the submission, and the wording there. And I looked at that wording and I thought, well, that wording could equally read exploration and production of these resources will further contribute to climate change affecting Auckland. There's no doubt that if you wrote those words, no one could debate those words. And so I'm saying, why don't we write those words? And my emphasis, in just speaking to this briefly, is on the Roman 3, on the climate change issue. This is an issue that is breathing down our necks hot. And it's no comforting warm glow anymore. It is a blowtorch, and it's fueled by this incredible build-up of gases that we are all creating. And so this council, unlike the former councils, the 2010 to 13 and 13 to 16, I think this refreshed start that we talk about has the opportunity to step up in the climate change space. Former Auckland councils have not. We have signed up, as others have spoken, to various agreements. Let's make sure that we cannot be accused of signing just in pencil and not ink. Because if we don't strengthen our submission, particularly on climate change, that signature of just last year by government and us and Paris and for C40 is a signature really worth erasing. So this is our chance, members. We cannot afford to be continuing to act in ignorance when it comes to climate change. And some people have spoken very passionately here today and rather loudly. But it's just come to that point where people are desperate. And it's not just those in governance that are, I think, desperate. It's those in our community who are desperate. And are desperate to see leadership because it has been lacking in this space. Just around the world right now, I think in the last few days, the World Met Office has filed a report. And it's confirmed that over pre-industrialisation temperatures, we're now +1 degree. And remember, the Paris Agreement was about keeping it under 2, that's the minimum, but preferably under 1.5. Those are the targets. So we are running very close to that now. It's desperately close. And we are already seeing extreme rainfall events. I mean, the UK, just refresh your memory of what was happening in the UK not so long ago. And the damaging flooding there in Europe, we've had it ourselves here. We've had heat waves in East Africa, drought and famine that have followed that, the displacement of peoples, millions of peoples. Last 5 years, the hottest on record. Last year was the hottest single year, and it is predicted that 16 will be hotter than 15. So the writing's on the wall. All the evidence is there. If we talk about evidence-based decision-making, look at all that evidence that we've been reminded of in just the last week, if you have been reading the media. Glaciers are retreating. The Arctic ice sheet is dissolving. It is going away. Sea levels are rising. Species are being depleted. Not just the Maoi's dolphin is at risk. There are thousands of species, and ultimately our species. So those climate migrations have started out of Africa, and they are moving towards the north of Africa and into Europe, and they will be far greater than the Syrian migrations from war. So councils have looked the other way. We shall not look the other way anymore. This council shall not look the other way. It has to face up on all fronts and not just convenient fronts. And this is an important front. Offshore oil exploration is just a yesterday business. It's gone. Many mature nations, intelligent nations, are moving away from it. I've got a bit of West Coast DNA in me, and I can remember back into the 80s and 90s when the West Coast Accord came up and that wasn't quite good enough, and we eventually said that the logging of native forests on the West Coast just did not stack up. And there was the threat there of, well, we'd undermine not just the local West Coast economy, it would be the national economy. We needed that resource. Look, we needed to build New Zealand with good old heartwood plus softwood. But of course we saw past that, and now the West Coast thrives on ecotourism. People go there because of the natural beauty, and the landscape is now the dividend maker for not just the West Coast, but all of New Zealand. So I can see past any argument that might say that we are users of fossil fuels and therefore we cannot shy away. Those arguments are so shallow now. They don't stack up at all.
Councillor
So now
Darby, you've just about exhausted, well, you have just exhausted your time. Could you please just sum up?
Thank you. And so this is an opportunity to grab climate change by the scruff of the neck. So let's back a stronger statement in the submission. Let's not shy away. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much,
Point of order.
Councillor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Quacks.
I move that the motion now be put.
Do I have a seconder for that?
How would you do that?
Seconded. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. It's a procedural motion, so I'm required to put that motion without debate.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I am reminded that we have not had the opportunity for anybody... Sorry, I'm speaking at the moment. Take that in a moment. We have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers for the amendment, but none against. So before I actually accept that, Councillor Quacks, I should, under standing orders, see if there's anybody against that wishes to speak. Councillor Cashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I was down on the speaking list, I believe. So I take the position that the councillors who have spoken before have rightfully positioned themselves on. Climate change is a reality. The impact of human life forms on this planet is maybe coming to a tipping point. But the issue is finding the solutions. If you look back in our very recent history, how quickly we are moving away from petrol cars and diesel trucks. Composite materials and new technology have enabled jet aircraft transporting ever-increasing numbers of people to reduce the need for jet fuel by 30%. So to turn our back on a potential new industry, new technologies, to remove our ability to capture some of that uplift, to give us a higher income base for our population, using this country's and this city's entrepreneurial flair and ability to do things, might be a retrograde step. Council has taken a consistent precautionary approach, a reasoned approach. One is not just shutting the door on potential opportunity. Oil may very well be a thing of the past for propulsion means, but will it be a thing of the past for new age materials, for composites, and for the future reality for us to actually combat climate change, animal extinction, and our own very survival on this planet? It's not as simple as an emotional reaction.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cashmore. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak against? Councillor Lee, you're speaking against the amendment?
I wish to speak for the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
No,
I'll be very brief if I can.
No, order. I also want to speak for it, but I can't because we have a procedural motion I have to put first, but I can only put that procedural motion after I've accepted a second person to speak against.
Okay, can I just speak to
Is this
that?
under a point of order?
Point of order on that. If three speakers were for or against, it does enable a procedural motion to be put. However, there's no grounds for a procedural motion to close off the
sorry,
debate on that right now.
Councillor, there's no debate on a procedural motion. No, please, order. I am asking if there is any other person that wishes to speak against the amendment, as I'm required to do. If not, I'm going to put the amendment. Can I just draw Council's attention to the change in wording that has been agreed by the mover of the motion, and that relates to the financial benefits relating to overall economic benefit relating to Auckland rather than New Zealand, because I think I welcome the fact that that amendment is made. We have heard that there will be an overall economic benefit to New Zealand, but not to Auckland. So this, I think, states the case more accurately and powerfully from our point of view as an Auckland Council. So with that change...
By division.
Sorry, I have a procedural motion, but I don't think there are any other speakers, so you may not wish to you just want to leave it?
Mr Chairman, the procedural motion does require a vote.
Yeah, okay, I can put it, but there are no other speakers, so it's slightly redundant. It's been moved that the motion be now put. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary?
No.
I'll have to do a show of hands on that. All those in favour of the motion being now put, please raise their hands. Seven. Those against?
Lost.
1, 2, 3.
Sorry,
It's been lost, so we now move back into the debate, and I have on my speaking list, waiting to speak, I've got Councillor Hulse.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, back to the issue in hand. First of all, I want to warmly thank our staff for the preparation of this submission. These are not people who are apologists for the oil industry. They're simply people who've presented us with the information we've requested. There's been a huge amount spoken about this, and I will be supporting the amendment, warmly supporting the amendment. And along with Councillor Clow, Councillor Cooper and Chair Presland, we were proudly members of Waitakere, the eco-city. So, Councillor Darby, not all councillors turned their back on climate change. Some of us have been working to address the issue of climate change for 24 years. So in doing that, this is a critical but political amendment. It doesn't address the issue that government are asking of us, which is to merely submit and hollowly submit on a process that I think they have absolutely no intention of listening to. I voted for the submission in the first round because I thought we were genuinely engaging. We were proved incorrect in that. I voted politically the second time around to say, how about we just don't do this, and I certainly will be voting that way again. The bottom line, however, Mr Mayor, is the way that we actually message this, if the amendment does go through, I think we need to link it very clearly to the Auckland Plan, to the C40 agreement, and we also need to link it very clearly to the moves that we are making to reduce our dependency on fossil fuel and car use. I'm lucky enough to be able to cycle to work every day, and I do. However, we will still need to make some major changes, and the bit that I worry about is we can feel that we're squeaky clean, however we're still condemning other countries to the coastlines being put at risk, their fauna and flora being put at risk, and our environment being put at risk in countries off other coastlines. So I think we need to not simply pull up the ladder and say, haven't we done well with what we've done today? We need to message solidarity to other parts of the world who are facing this risk every day. Well done, Councillor Casey, for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hulse. I haven't had any other indication of desire to speak, but Mike, you suggested you wanted to before. Are you
I'll be very brief, Mr Mayor. I think Councillor Casey's amendment highlights the fact that in terms of dealing with possible accidents, oil spills, blowouts and so on, this country is woefully unprepared for that possibility. And this was brought home to me quite recently after being lobbied by conservationists and underwater divers who are deeply concerned about oil leaking from the wreck of the passenger liner Niagara off the Poor Knights Island. And it is estimated, though no one knows for sure, there's about 100 tonnes of oil, bunker oil, still in the wreck of that vessel. But this country does not have the means to even ascertain how much oil is in that wreck. And so, given the woeful unpreparedness of the maritime New Zealand, a lack of will to acquire the specialised vessels that could deal with such an accident, it reinforces that not only do we have the possibility of a major accident on the west coast, which is probably the most wildest ocean in the world, forget about the Gulf of Mexico, that's a lake in comparison. We also have problems on the east coast, relatively benign east coast of New Zealand, which we are totally unable to deal with even now. And that would be relatively easy to deal with compared to an oil rig blowout. So I certainly support the precautionary approach here. I support the comments of other members that it's time to walk the talk on climate change, and it is also time to exercise real prudence in trying to protect the critically endangered Maui dolphin.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lee. Now, Councillor Casey, you have a right of reply.
Oh, Matt, before, Mr. Chairman, since my procedural motion
Are you seeking
didn't
the
succeed,
call?
I'd now like to make a contribution, if I may.
You are entitled to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before Councillor Casey, look, I'm probably going to sound like Darth Vader because I won't be supporting the amendment, because I do think that the economic benefit that is accrued to New Zealand, the wider population, is particularly important and seems to be totally ignored in this conversation, especially when we look at the number of jobs that the oil industry provides. Nearly 8,000 full-time equivalents are provided by this industry. It is, as I said before in my question, it is the fourth largest export that this country has. Now, after we've killed this industry and after we've killed the dairy industry, we're probably not left with very much at all, and we'll just have an economy which is reliant on serving tourists as they come into the country. By the aeroplanes that bring them here. Where it shall all be presumably still using oil, unless they go to the solar planes that we've seen, which take, unless it's sunny, won't get anywhere. So all the tourists who'll be coming to New Zealand, and we want them to come to New Zealand, will all be coming by air, and they'll all be driven presumably by fossil fuels. Be a long time before we see planes that aren't driven by fossil fuels, and I certainly hope that we do get to see that. So it is the fourth largest earner of export dollars in New Zealand. The government alone in taxes collects $300 million every year. In royalties, another $400 million a year, so $750 million almost are generated by the oil industry. Where do you think that goes? Where do you think that money goes? Well, it goes to providing schools, it goes to providing healthcare, it provides all the other things that we take for granted. And so let's not forget that when you're going to vote down this, of course it'll have no impact on the government anyway. They'll just ignore it because they understand better than this council, presumably, how important this industry is to the country, and once you've finished with this industry, Councillor Casey, no doubt you'll be on to the dairy industry and you'll kill that as well. So I'm not going to be voting for this. I'm going to continue to support the very sensible submission that we have made for the past 3 years that we've all agreed on, and this council, we now don't have an economic development. It's now set within the Environmental Committee, so I wouldn't expect that Councillor Hulse and her deputy, Councillor Filipina, who are now promoting economic development, neither will they be voting for the amendment. They will continue to vote, as Councillor Hulse has in the past, for the sensible submissions that the officers have put in front of us. And so I expect that we should not support this amendment, and we will continue with the very sensible path that we have taken in the past, and give great consideration to the jobs. This is anti-jobs. This is anti-economic development. And Councillor Casey, I'm surprised that you would put this up, but perhaps not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Newman, last speaker.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. and look, I want to commend those who have put forward the amendment for their passion, but I won't be supporting the amendment. I think that the submission that's been prepared by the officers is a balanced one, but I do want to come back to the point, and I think you foreshadowed this earlier, Your Worship, with respect to liability and the ability to respond to oil spills. And I raised the question to the officers with respect to Maritime New Zealand's preparedness. Your Worship, in a past life, I had responsibility for working with Maritime New Zealand. Treasury provided an indemnity to Maritime New Zealand for the for its oil response capacity, because post-RENA, the reserves that Maritime New Zealand had, which are of course reserves raised through a levy on the shipping industry, were exhausted. And now Maritime New Zealand, as I understand, their oil response fund is indemnified by the Treasury. So there is, I think, a reasonable concern there about the capacity of Maritime New Zealand to respond and to lead the oil response preparedness with operators. And I think that is something that does need to be emphasised in our submissions, because if we are going to have a cautious precautionary response as opposed to a prohibitive submission, then we need to ensure that there is an adequate capacity on the part of Maritime New Zealand to respond to oil spills in the unfortunate situation where they might occur. The other thing, Your Worship, is that I think that the issue here with respect to who bears responsibility in the event of an oil spill, that is of course a matter that is subject to litigation between insurers and negotiation, but the immediate response does need to be something that needs to be considered by not only Maritime New Zealand and the operators, but I would imagine by the council itself. So I would be interested to understand how this council would respond, what our liability, what our immediate response capability would be in the event that there is an oil spill. And I suspect there is very little that we could do about it. So these are matters that I think are reasonable for consideration in our response to New Zealand Petroleum and Minerals. And I think that if there's an opportunity for more discussion between perhaps yourself, Your Worship, and the Minister of Transport, who is responsible for Maritime New Zealand, as I understand it, the preparedness of Maritime New Zealand in terms of its oil response capability is something that we should be putting on the agenda for those discussions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Newman. If I could just make a brief comment in reply to that. I think the mood of the council is to vote for the amendment, and I think we have to, which is a statement of principle by this council, but I think as Councillor Newman has suggested, we probably need to do more than that, and we need to take up that discussion, particularly around capabilities of dealing with a spill and the issue of liability, because whatever this council submission may be, we can be fairly certain that the government's position will be as it is at the moment. So we've made a statement of principle, they maintain the status quo, and therefore we need to have some input into ensuring that there is greater protection for Auckland in the event of, we hope, an unlikely event of a spill, catastrophic or less so. So I will put the amendment moved by Councillor Casey.
Division.
Sorry, you've waived the right of reply, hadn't you?
By division, though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I'll put that. I'll put that amendment. Those in. Oh, it's going to be called. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. By division.
So, councillors, you are voting on the amendment from Councillor Casey and Councillor Lee, as it is on the screen. Mayor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
No.
Councillor Clow.
Yes.
Councillor Collins.
Yes.
Councillor Cooper. Yes. Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Filipaina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher. Yes. Councillor Hills.
Yes, please.
Councillor Holtz?
Yes.
Councillor Denise Lee?
Against.
Councillor Mike Lee?
Aye.
Councillor Newman?
Against.
Councillor Quacks?
Against.
Councillor Sayers?
For.
Councillor Simpson?
Against.
Councillor Stewart?
Against.
Councillor Sir John Walker?
Against.
Councillor Wayne Walker?
Yes.
Councillor Watson?
Yes.
That's carried 14 to 7.
Yes.
So that vote is 14 to 7. I'll now put the substantive motion, which is the motion as amended. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary,
No.
carried. Right, thank you very much for that, councillors. I think that was a very good debate from representing a range of points of view that exist on the council. We now come to item number 11. No, I think we'll just keep moving, actually. Item 11 relates to the setting up of demographic advisory panels for the 2016-19 term, and the recommendations before you are to, which I move, to endorse the establishment of the 6 demographic advisory panels during this term, to approve the terms of reference in attachment C, and to note it may be appropriate to consider a different model for engaging with diverse communities at the end of this term of council. So I've moved that way. Have we a seconder?
Yep.
Seconded by Councillor Casey. Can I now call on Austin Kim and Marguerite Delbert to speak to the paper?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When you announced your committee structure, you made it clear that you wanted to continue with the 6 demographic panels that we had in the previous term. And we had commissioned an independent review of the panel model before the end of the previous electoral term. So we have developed new terms of reference for the panels for this term based on your decision and also the recommendations of the Martin Jenkins report. Basically, the changes from the last term that we are recommending is that the panels clearly focus on providing strategic advice on regional issues to the council, and this is to clarify the role of the panels alongside other engagement mechanisms that the council is using. The other recommendations are that we have a consistent competency-based model for all the panels, including the Youth Advisory Panel, to appoint the members, in that the panels engaged more and more often and more depth with both the governing body and with staff in a setting that is less formal than it was in the previous term. So in other terms, more strategic discussions, workshops, and informal engagement, and less formal meeting, which tend to be less easy to have good discussions. And our last recommendation is that the members of the Rainbow Panel be reappointed from the last term, because that appointment was only made a year ago. And rather than going through a whole recruitment process with for the panel, that we continue with the existing one, noting that 2 of the 2 members of the Rainbow Panel have actually resigned, so we would need to replace them.
Thank you very much, Marguerite. Austin, did you want to add anything to that? That's fine. So questions on this paper, please. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, I've read the Jenkins report, etc., and this report. I'm still got some concerns around the roles in terms of, we talk about it's offering strategic advice to policy development and things like that, but we've had numerous occasions where we've had For example, we had one thing last year where council's trying to dispose of some property, and the senior panel comes along at the behest of a local board and is starting to lobby about whether we sell something or not. And I'm wanting clarification. Is that strategic advice, or is that, that's a very particular issue, which I'm not sure that's within a brief of an advisory board. So I guess I want to know whether that is how we're going to continue, or is things going to be sharpened up somewhat?
So what we are trying to make some changes around in that, to that extent, is that we are hoping the advisory panels will provide advice at an earlier stage of policy planning and policy development, rather than at a later stage, which may be seen as advocacy. So we like to stay away from that scene. That's why we are keen to have more workshops with council staff and more engagement with governing body at an early stage, so that the governing body can be well aware of panel's views, and also the policy planners and strategic teams will be incorporating panel's views at an early stage.
Okay, so can I just supplement your question? So what's to stop? So this is my concern, because yes, you might do that. However, it doesn't work that way in practice. So there might be, for example, a local board that has a local issue, and a panel's pulled in to bolster that argument. And I just wonder whether that's how we should be using our advisory boards. And what checks and balances do we have for chairs of committees saying, well, I will hear that view or not? Because that, in the end, we're going outside the brief, because we're not being true to our own policies. So that's what I guess, and that's probably not a question for you, because it's often a political decision around whether a chair will hear a view or not. So, but in some ways, we set up a policy, then we undermine it ourselves. So I guess I'm, Mr. Chairman, asking, if we're going to develop policies, do we have a commitment for people to uphold them once we all agree to a policy?
I guess if the question is, how do we define what are strategic issues? If it's sale of property, that could potentially be regarded as a strategic issue, although it may simply be a local technical issue. So where do you draw the line? Is there an easy answer to that question? I suspect not.
I don't know if the answer is easy, but certainly one of the things that we would we would like to do better this term, is in the development of the work programs of the panels, and being quite clear about the key pieces of work that we will seek the panel's input and help on, and align those work programs with the work programs of the different committees, so that actually we really focus to get their advice on the key strategies and plans that will really add value to the council.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've got a number of questions. I'll start with the first one. The findings, so I understand that, when we got to get to grips around the new shared governance model for Auckland in the first couple of terms, we have put together these panels. But the findings of the panels were that they weren't effective or efficient. So then we spent money on a brief to an organisation that asked how could they become more efficient, which is probably just a band-aiding on the model itself. Why didn't we look at the model we currently have, which is the shared governance model of listening to all of Auckland and using the local boards who are already staffed, because this suggests more staff and more money, so local boards are already staffed in engaging with all of Auckland on youth matters, Pacific matters, Māori matters, that's already in place. So why are we looking at yet another branch or organisation or layer, thank you, Councillor Quacks, of engagement?
So, well, the panels existed in the previous term and have existed since Auckland Council was created. And indeed, some of those panels were set in legislation when the council first started. So it's not what is being proposed here is not a new model as such. The panels are one of the engagement mechanisms with different communities, among many others, and they don't, I don't think we can pretend that they are the panacea for engagement with communities around Auckland. It would be, it's not realistic. So yes, indeed, there are many engagements at local level with the local boards. There are other engagement mechanisms through consultation, for instance, one of the many for the council, and they have a place among other engagement mechanisms.
Okay, I don't accept that, but I hear your answer. The second question is, this report is suggesting the promotion of paying people for engagement advice, when all of the passionate volunteers we have throughout the region with our Residents Association, other ethnic groups, seniors panels that we have with local boards, disability forums we have with local boards, get nothing. So why should we pay for one lot of advice and we don't offer any payment for other advice?
So this decision was made through the long-term plan by the previous council, that the panel members be paid. That's a decision that you can change if you so wish.
Yeah, Your Worship, I just don't think that we're going about this the right way. I mean, we've heard from local boards this morning about the passion.
This is entering into the debate. Can we just focus on the questions, please?
Okay, sorry. So again, my last question is, how much did the report cost?
The report cost $80,000.
80. Yes. Thank you. All right. No further questions.
Great. Next question, Councillor Philippainen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few questions. One is on the Youth Advisory Panel. How many members are there currently on the Youth Advisory Panel?
In the previous term, we had 20 members around the table, with the exception from the Great Barrier representative, which we were missing back then.
And were they the 20 part of the local board areas?
That's correct.
Okay. The proposal to have 6 to 10 members now on the advisory panels, has that come out of the report?
Yes, so the report was proposing the independent review report, and also alongside with our internal discussions with various staff members, suggested that we move from a representation model to competency-based model. That recommendation was made because even within the youth sector and youth people in Auckland, there are various diverse communities and people whom 21 or 20 people cannot possibly represent. So also at the same time, this change will give us more voice on Maori. So one of the recommendations we are proposing is that each advisory panel will have at least one Maori person or more to provide views on Te Ao Maori. So that is another aspect.
So Austin, in the report,
yes,
I've read it, so I may have missed it, but did it specifically say between 6 and 10, or is it as per our agenda, which is staff recommendations are, it's between 6 and 10 on page 30? So look, I justify that question, Mr. Mayor, because there obviously will be other members of the last term that will not be there, which is okay. But that's the question, the reason for the question, Austin.
Yeah, I understand that, Councillor. I think that that may be a debating point when we come to it, and you can elaborate on that then. At the moment, I just want the technical questions to our officials, please.
Look, I don't think it's in the report, but I stand corrected. Payment of members in regards to workshops, will they be paid?
Yes.
And the chief liaison councillor role, whose decision was that in regards to the terms of reference?
It was the mayor's decision.
Mayor's decision. I've got a recommendation, Your Worship, that I'm going to table in regards to the advisory panel numbers, so I'll just shadowing that.
That's fine, you can foreshadow that.
And just one more technical question. If A of the report, the recommendations we currently have go through, how will that affect the numbers of the Rainbow Communities Panel? Because currently at the moment, they've got 12 members, and I've heard you say that 2 of them had resigned, but they've currently got 12 as part of their membership. You've said that they will continue as per the last term, which is 12, but there is a recommendation, and which is the chair's recommendation, or the recommendation on our agenda, that they become 6 to 10 members. So what happens in regards to that? Because we're also going to have the terms of reference, which has 6 to 10, and you currently have 12 on the Rainbow Communities Panel.
Just leave it at 10.
Do we revert back to the terms of reference, or do we revert back to what has been suggested, which is that the numbers stay at 12 for the Rainbow Communities Panel?
So the number of 12 will be an exception with the Rainbow Communities Advisory Panel, and that number will be retained in the current term.
So can I suggest then there needs to be an amendment somewhere, because the terms of reference are 6 to 10, and your recommendation, or the recommendation on our agenda, says 6 to 10 members for the Rainbow Community Advisory Panel.
So the terms of reference proposed in your report actually includes that clause with an exception of the Rainbow Communities Advisory Panel.
I think that one's covered.
Well, I just don't see it in the recommendations we have. Is there some more coming up?
No, it's on that the status quo will be maintained for the Rainbow. I haven't got it in front of me, but I'm imagining that's covered under the existing recommendation. Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. Could I have Councillor Newman, please? Questions, remembering, not debate at this point. Are you wanting questions?
Yes,
yep,
absolutely.
Please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Austin, having read through the pages of the $80,000 report from Martin Jenkins, with respect to Appendix 3, the review participants for the semi-structured interviews, which is listed on page 124 of our agenda, I don't see, and I stand to be corrected, I don't see that there has been any discussion with members of our existing youth councils with respect to their feedback to inform the recommendations on the youth advisory panel. Have any of our youth councils been engaged?
So youth advisory panel members and chair have been part of the consultation process, and also we sought advice from the local boards, local board members around the new structure of advisory panel model.
That doesn't answer my question
No.
around the...
So it's specifically to the members of youth councils,
yes.
no.
Okay. So, I mean, I have a couple of concerns, I suspect, similar to Councillor Filipaina and Councillor Simpson. I'm just wondering if there would have been some benefit in that engagement with the youth councils prior to the preparation of the recommendations which are set out to change the structure or the composition of the youth advisory panel based on any information that you might be able to glean from the the youth councils that have been set up across, well, in some parts of the Auckland region, I understand, possibly more places than I realise, but, and I'm just wondering actually, Your Worship, if the officers consider that there might be some value in having some further conversation with the youth councils before we proceed with the recommendations on the changes to the Youth Advisory Panel.
Yeah, that's not a question officials can answer. There has been some discussion and there is an amendment that has been tabled by Councillor Filipina about the numbers of the Youth Advisory Panel, and there will, in the discussion and debate, I think, be further suggestions on what might happen in that regard.
All right.
Okay.
I'll hold it.
Thank you. Councillor Denise Lee.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A question in regards to recommendation C, where it says, I note that it may be appropriate to consider a different model for engaging with diverse communities at the end of the term of council. So what would the process be to flesh out that word may? It may be appropriate. So if that may was to be, it will be appropriate, what would the process be? This sounds quite open-ended.
So we haven't developed that process in detail yet, but I think what this recommendation is seeking to do is highlight the fact that the Martin Jenkins report, and it was a very specific part of the brief that we had given them, was to look at alternative mechanisms. And in their recommendations, they're saying continue with the current model for this term, but actually look at implementing other models. And so it is throughout the term, and we would need to, give some thought about how we're going to do that in practice. Just looking at the other models that they are recommending.
Their suggestion is to look at other models, but we're saying we may.
Yes.
Yeah. So in the previous terms of reference in the previous term, it also included we may look into the review of advisory panels, and it was that close in that terms of reference that actually got us to do an external review. So we are definitely looking into that, and we will look into how we can actually have better functioning towards the end of this term, should we need one. So
I think the short answer, Councillor Lee, to that question is the committee has spent a lot of, the expert group has spent a lot of time making recommendations. It's suggesting some changes. If those changes work, we may decide not to look at other models. If we're not satisfied with those changes, we will. I think it just gives us a bit of time to see whether the recommendations from Martin Jenkins are adequate in producing the results that we want. If they're not, then certainly we might come to a different model, including looking at the things that Councillor Simpson has suggested. Okay, Councillor Sayers, questions?
Yes, two questions, Mr Mayor. One with regard to Seniors Advisory Panel. Would that membership definitely include members from Age Concern and Grey Power? Just confirming that. And the other question, Mr Mayor, if that panel exists, Senior Advisory Panel, do you personally have any interest in being involved in that panel?
Is that because of the colour of my hair, Councillor?
No,
that's a very unkind reference to make. I think we haven't set out organisations, we've set out criteria, and we'd be following the criteria, but one might assume that provided the representatives of those groups meet the criteria, they could well be on the panel, but we haven't made that specific decision here in the paper, nor would it be appropriate to nominate organisations. We say, this is what we're looking for, and then we appoint the people who best meet the criteria of what we're looking for. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. My question, I've got one for Marguerite first, if I may, and it's to do with inclusion and effectiveness, particularly around the Disability and Seniors panel. I note that with the review, you did consult with Alistair Cameron with regards to the CCOs. So can you advise whether on the issue of disability, which is a really important one for the wider council family, whether there is current duplication within CCOs, whether there are other models that are currently in operation, and if so, was there evaluation to do with the effectiveness of perhaps a CCO model vis-a-vis the council panel that we have? So can you just comment on, because it was important to me that there was consultation on that particular issue.
So in the case of Auckland Transport, they do have what they call advisory groups, which is specifically looking at operational matters. The distinction we made between those advisory groups and the, for example, disability advisory panel is that the disability advisory panel will be able to provide strategic input in such cases as Council's annual plan, the Auckland plan refresh, which the strategic groups in the CCOs may not be able to contribute. And also the disability advisory panel and seniors advisory panel should be able to have an opportunity to provide overview and their advice on Council's disability operational action plan, which covers some of the operational and strategic actions of the CCOs.
Thank you. So did you give consideration to the weighting that the council family might put on where we have some duplication in these advisory groups?
Yes.
Did you give consideration to where the weighting should be and the consistency of treatment vis-a-vis issues like remuneration and so forth? Was that a detailed part of this review?
So the remuneration part, we strictly follow the council's, Auckland Council's remuneration policy, which is fees framework. Auckland Transport and other CCOs, they've got separate policies and the framework for their advisory groups.
So my question now is actually directed to you, Mr. Mayor. If I may, my question is specific to you. In your consideration in putting this forward to us, given that we know that there are duplications and there are different practices, did you consider waiting with these recommendations until such time as we saw the effectiveness of the committees? Perhaps, and maybe I'll just foreshadow perhaps for the debate, but I'm interested to know why the timing of this is now vis-a-vis waiting for further information through the committee structures that we have.
Yeah, I think the short answer is that a lot of this work was done obviously prior to the election, but there was a mood amongst the councillors that chose to discuss this with me, that they would like the panels up and running at an early time, and the mood that I picked up around the campaign trail, I guess, at a lot of different meetings was that people valued the panels. They thought they could operate better, but they wanted to see them up and running. I think we've got enough room for discretion within it, Councillor Fletcher, to, I'm happy to have a discussion with you about whether there was duplication. If there is, then we can raise that with the committees. We don't want them duplicating things, but even more important, we don't want gaps left in this area that I know is very, very important to you.
No, I share your concern in terms of inclusion and but also the effectiveness. Yeah. And I guess it's just really important to me that you have given consideration to the fact, with the knowledge that there will be some duplication.
I think because we've got liaison councillors on each of the panels, we can feed that sort of thing back into it and work through our councillors on the panels to make sure it's operating as it's intended. Okay, we have questions. We've got 3 more questions, and then I'll see how that goes. We're just about due for our lunch break. In a way, I would have preferred to have had the debate, but if the debate was going to go for some time and your lunch is cold, you might not appreciate that from me. But let's at least finish our questions. Councillor Clow.
Yeah, Austin, can you just confirm to me, I know my ward breakdown is ethnically, can you just confirm what the percentage of the Auckland population that is Maori, Pacifica, Chinese and Indian?
I don't have specific breakdown for Chinese Indians as such, but the Pacific 15%, ethnic 24%, and seniors around close to 12% as per the census data in 2013. As for Chinese, currently we are looking at around 150,000 across Auckland. As for Indians, it's slightly over 120,000.
Sorry, you've given me some in percentages and some in numbers. So
Sorry,
tell me,
yeah,
tell me what the Pacifica population is and what is the Maori population?
14 and 11.
Eh?
It's on Statistics New Zealand website.
Maori, I think, is currently sitting at around slightly less than 12, but please let me get back to you with...
Perhaps, Councillor, if we just give Austin the chance to get back to you with a written response on
sorry,
that.
it leads into my... I've got three,
okay.
I've got three questions, and sorry, it's not helpful. Sorry, I'm not having a shop. It's not helpful to get percentages and numbers, but anyway. So have we had any consideration that we also have a Chinese ethnic board and an Indian ethnic board as separate from the ethnic peoples board? And I say that because both the Chinese and Indian populations are considerable. They are mature and more long-standing established populations. And I just wonder whether it would be more effective, or have you thought about how it would be more effective for all of the other smaller ethnic groups that are, by and large, many of them more recent, who are looking for support and consolidation together as newbies as compared to the more established?
The Martin Jenkins report actually recommended to establish new migrants advisory panel instead of ethnic peoples, given that the needs of new migrants may be more imminent, and that is something that council can actually cater with more resources if focused. However, we understand that the needs cutting across not just the Chinese or Indians, but across new migrants, existing migrants, international students, and also refugees. There are certain unique issues that the council should be able to listen to and hear from, and that is the kind of issues that we need to actually communicate from and to. So that's why we are proposing to continue the Ethnic Peoples Advisory Panel with a particular focus on some of the cutting issues shared by all those the ethnic peoples.
Okay, the last question is, I noticed it's in clause 26, page 30, about having Maori representation. I mean, we spend $3.5 million on the Independent Maori Statutory Board. Has it been considered that that is sufficient representation around this council table?
That's probably more on the nature of a political question, Councillor.
Yeah.
And
no, it's not.
It's a reasonable question, but I don't know that it's one that our officials can answer. But we could perhaps raise that in the course of the debate. I have two other councillors wanting to ask questions, so my sense is that we'll finish the questions and then we'll adjourn for lunch and come back for the debate on the advisory panels. If there's no objection to doing that, I'll ask Councillor Casey to put her question.
Ahead of this meeting, Mr Mayor, Councillor Hills and Councillor Collins raised an issue with regard to the size of the youth advisory panel and the step down from 20 down to 10. And I'd just like to foreshadow, my question to you is, can you explain why that's important and what Martin Jenkins had to say about why it should be 10 and not 20 in respect to the youth panel particularly? And just to foreshadow, if Councillor Filipina's amendment for 21 loses, I'm happy to move another amendment which would increase it to up to 15.
To 15, that was?
Up to 15.
Yeah,
okay.
You're not 50.
Yeah, I was just checking that accent. I thought that was a backdoor way of getting 50 members. Is there any, would you like to reply to that?
So the number is in consistency with the other panel members, panels, and the number of panel members. Also, at the same time, that would be a good number we discussed to provide some quality advice and to have some quality conversations through workshops and provide advice to the governing body. But if it has to go up to 15, that is something that we can consider based on your decision.
I think the Martin Jenkins report wanted to focus less on geographic areas and skill and expertise.
So my understanding is it's less reporting back to local boards, which wasn't happening, and it's more to select people for their lived experience, their skills and their networks.
That's correct, yes. So based on a competency model as opposed to a representative model.
Okay. Any further questions, Councillor? Okay, last question is from Councillor Quacks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the Martin Jenkins review, the $86,000 review, in the executive summary, it talks about the methodology being used to gather information from a wide range of people who are either involved in delivering or recipients of advice from the current panel model. Did that gathering of advice, did that come, or the gathering of the information, did that come, any of that come from the elected members?
Yes, it did. There was, yes, it did. There was a survey which was done for councillors and local board members.
Where's the results?
When was that done? And was that followed by a draft report?
So the report was not released before the elections because we wanted to give it to the incoming mayor. But the survey, from memory, it was July. July, yeah.
And how many elected members from both the local boards and the governing body contributed to this survey?
So the consultation was rather extensive. So there was an interview with the former mayor around this particular advisory panel model issue. Also, there was a separate discussion meeting with previous liaison councillors. Also, there was a separate survey to the governing body members for their input, which lasted for about a week. In early July, and there was a separate survey which went out to all the local board members. We got about close to 21 responses, 11 responses from the governing body members, and we got close to 50 complete and half-complete responses from local board members.
And we sent several reminders that the survey was happening.
Sometimes it's not the opportunity for consultation that's lacking, but people's readiness to take it up. Okay, look, that completes the questions. I'm going to move that we adjourn for lunch now and come back at 1:30. That gives us 50 minutes, close to 50 minutes, and we'll resume the debate on item number 11 at that point. Thank you very much.
we were on item 11, the setup of the demographic advisory panels. We've had our chance to ask questions of our officials, and now I want to move that we adopt the recommendations set out in the paper. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by John Walker. And it's open for discussion and debate. You should all be mellow and relaxed after lunch. I'm hoping that it'll just sneak through. Okay, Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To talk about mellow, I'm glad I'm the first speaker to this. Mr. Mayor, look, I have some concerns, and this is why I asked the questions earlier to our local boards. And the concerns I have, if I deal with them one by one, is firstly the youth panel, and only the youth panel. I believe around the geographical areas that the numbers should stay the same, and I mean obviously, and we've heard from our officers that currently we've got 20 members of the youth panel. I believe that we need to keep it at 20, and the main reason for me is the geographical area of Tāmaki Makaurau that they will end up covering. And it's important that we have, as one of the chairs mentioned, both of them really, Le Maunga, Lydia Sorsene, and also Angela Dalton, they mentioned their percentages of youth within the area, 46 and 40% under 25. And I think Lydia also mentioned the fact that you know, they haven't really been consulted, as in the youth community haven't been consulted even through our elections that have just been completed. So I mean, for me, the numbers, and it's not just because it's 20, but the numbers gives us an opportunity for our youth across Tāmaki to be engaged. And that's just so important around engaging our youth. And so for me, I've put up an amendment, Mr. Mayor, and then I don't know if anybody's going to second it.
I'll second.
But for me, it's just for the composition to remain the same at 20. Mr. Mayor, look at, and also councillors around here, the youth voice has been missing. It's been missing over the last 3 elections that we've had at the Auckland Council. So for me, and the only reason I found in our documents around changing the numbers, for me anyway, is on page 130, or 138 with the terms of reference is the 8 to 10. But in the document that we had, I think it's on 78, page 78, and it's 118, as in the bullet point. So, and Your Worship, on that particular bullet point, it was just mentioned all the panels are large, and the youth panel, advisory panel in particular, is very large. This means that the available budget to pay panel members is spread thinly, compromising the ability of panel members to engage deeply. I just don't know where that's come from, because there's less money to pay them. This compromises the ability of panel members to engage deeply with the youth community. So, Mr. Mayor, it is there. That's one particular issue, and I think I've got about 2 minutes left of my speaking time.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I practiced all last night on this, so I've got 2 minutes. So, Your Worship, my other issue is in the terms of reference and the Chief Liaison Councillor position that you've included in the terms of reference. And I've spoken to Councillor Casey and told her that I will be raising these questions. And Mr. Mayor, I just can't see the reasoning behind the duplication that we have with that particular position. Because when you read the terms of reference for that role, is that if there are any issues from that come to the liaison councillor, it appears that I have to then bring those to the attention of the chief liaison councillor, who will then take it up with you. Over the last 6 years, the liaison councillors to our respective advisory committees could go directly either to yourself or to the governing body, but it appears with this particular one we have to go through the chief liaison councillor if there are any issues, and then they would, whoever that person, and at the moment it's Councillor Casey, will go to you. So you will, Mr Mayor, you took the committee structure from 19 to 9, and we all applaud that. But now you've, from my perspective anyway, you've put another layer in for the liaison councillors on the advisory panels to having to go through to get basically permission to go and see you, when I would rather go directly to you if there's any issues with my particular advisory panel, which is the Pacific one. So, and the amendment really, and I'll finish after this, but the amendment that I've got up there is really to be put into the terms of reference in regards to staying at 20. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Filipaina. I've got Councillor Simpson wanting to speak.
Your Worship, I acknowledge the need to engage with all of Auckland, both strategically, regionally and locally. I acknowledge the diversity we have as a region, ethnically, with young and old and those of different genders. I just don't think this is the way we should do it. My belief is this is a slap in the face to the role of local boards who already engage with their communities of all types. They all, nearly all of us, have youth boards, they have work programs for seniors, they work hard to engage with a multitude of ethnic people in their decision making and in the way they feed back through to their governing body members. Auckland, I heard a couple of days ago in our governance workshop that Auckland has about 190 different ethnicities within our region. If you have covered the, what I'm saying is I don't think we can actually cover all those ethnicities in 6 to 10 people on the ethnic peoples panel. I also think that we're struggling to engage with other ethnic groups and different types of people in local government. And if that is done in every single ward through the local boards across the region, that we will potentially get some of those people who haven't been engaged in local government really feeling that they are being listened to by, locally. And then as a result of that being listened to, maybe get more involved in local government per se. Look, you haven't been afraid to turn your back on what has already been in place and make changes for the better. I just don't think that the recommendations in this report are good enough for you and for Auckland. And my recommendation is that we should discuss this with the local boards, who I think will deliver a better result for less.
Sorry, point of order. I thought we were discussing the amendment. Sorry, not the bulk of the recommendations. I thought it was just the amendment on the numbers at the advisory panel. Can I get some clarification on that, please?
Yeah, I thought you'd foreshadowed the amendment.
Yep,
and I was just going to take some broad debate around the issues as a whole and come back to the motion if you're happy with that, Councillor.
I just thought we were debating on that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, sorry. I haven't lost your amendment. You've foreshadowed it. It will be put and debated, and I've had another amendment to that foreshadowed by Councillor Casey that the number be 15. So I've got both of those in my mind. But I thought we'd go generally first, Alf, and then come back and deal with the amendment if you're happy with that.
No, look, I'll then put my hand up to speak generally and not on the amendment.
Okay, you are entitled to speak on the amendment and generally, I think. Yes, you understand the standing orders appropriately. Councillor Simpson, sorry to interrupt you.
So you've lost my full flight.
That was the idea.
So I think it might have been. So I think
you were talking about there were 190 ethnicities, and how can a panel of 9 to 10 deal with them?
So I think what we should do is talk to local boards about this, because I think they all feel that they have engagements with the sorts of people that are in the criteria of disability, ethnic, Pacific, rainbow, seniors, youth, etc. And looking at using a shared governance model, which we all admit we haven't done very well in the first 6 years, to deliver a better result for these people, for Auckland, at a lot less money than the 400,000 that's being mooted, because we already have engagement officers with local boards. Auckland are asking us to deliver more for less, and I think we could with local boards. I think we can still have the councillor liaisons with them, but I think it should be region-wide. So I'm sort of foreshadowing an amendment whereby we actually remove this from the agenda for decision today until we've at least had a discussion with the local boards.
Okay, that's another foreshadowed amendment. Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just speaking to, in support of the amendment which I've seconded, but reserving my right to speak to the substantive motion. Your Worship, I read the Martin Jenkins report, and I have to say I'm disappointed in the recommendations set out in that document as it relates to the amendment proposed to the composition of the Youth Advisory Panel, where we move away from geographic to competency. I mean, firstly, I'd say about the competency, according to whom? According to the young people, according to staff and some of the people sitting around this table who, well, we might have views on these matters, but I don't think anyone who would necessarily be judging the applications would themselves qualified to sit on the youth advisory panel, because we're in the wrong demographic. I think that these youth advisory panels representing the young people in their community is something that it may or may not work, but the concern that I had with respect to the Martin Jenkins report, when you look at Appendix 3 and the review participants, I don't see any engagement with or information from the youth councils that currently operate, which I think could usefully inform consideration of this matter. And so in the absence of that information, which I think would be very, very important, I'm reluctant to move away from the geographic composition of the Youth Advisory Panel. Now, that doesn't mean to say that in the future there might not be that there could be that we're precluded from making further changes in the future. But it seems to me, with the maturing development of the youth councils, there is an opportunity, I think, to improve the Youth Advisory Panel over time, simply through the growing strength of the young people who are now populating not only the youth councils, but also now coming onto the local boards. I mean, in my own ward, we've just had a 20-year-old Samoan New Zealander, Sarah Colcord, get elected from Weymouth Village. She is a former chair of the Maniarewa Youth Council.
Yeah, indeed. It's exactly what I was saying.
And what a fabulous result that was, and how impressive she is. And she is helping to drive greater level of participation by youth on youth issues, but also for those young people to be informing policy and placemaking, which affects a much wider constituency than just young people, which I would have thought was one of the key results that we would want to see in terms of empowering young people, either through those youth councils or through the Youth Advisory Panel, Your Worship. So I don't want to see a change at this point to the way in which the YAP is being constituted, because I think that the changes are occurring over time as the process and the structures and organisations mature and young people become more engaged and involved. And my ward, with the local board in Maniarewa, is not the only local board that is making progress. There are young people getting elected to other local boards on merit, and I think that bodes well for young people. So I think that we should maintain the existing structure of the YAP and have the process for constituting it based on geographic. And that doesn't mean to say that we can't look at the option in the future if we think it's appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not sure about the acronym YAP. Might have unfortunate connotations. Youth Advisory Panel.
Yapping away again.
Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to raise some concerns I had with the report and the way in which it was done. I've got some challenges around the methodology, the participants, and of course the cost that I'm now aware of. When you look at the methodology, it gives us a base of assumptions without as to how the research was conducted without any theoretical underpinning at all. And so it talks about multi-methods, but it doesn't tell us where it's drawing its multi-methods position from. And so I've got issues around that. If we're going to use a purist academic approach to multi-methods, I would be interested to know if any of the research was done in a language other than English. The other thing that concerns me, and it's a point that's been raised, is the participants. If we look at the list of participants, in my view, it's bureaucratic heavy. And we haven't heard, I believe, from a wide range of people, including those who were part of the panels, and I think that can easily skew the results of the report, which is where I think some of this debate is coming from now that we're wanting to change the numbers. I think for me, glaringly obvious is this underpinning notion that we want diversity, but if you read the report closely, it wants diversity in the way in which we engage our communities, yet the report is seeking uniformity.
Yes.
And that's the basic problem here, is that we've got to understand that these communities are different. They act differently, they come to the table differently, and yet we've got this general assumption or this general recommendation in the report that says let's just make all the panels a number of 10 people. So I'm a little bit divided, because while I was going to second the idea of going to 15 or up to 15, but I take on board very clearly the points that Councillors Filipina and Newman are making, because we're seeking to get uniform. It seems to me that the thrust to get uniformity isn't driven by a diversity imperative, and that's the basic problem that I have. And so I would, whilst I'm trying to work out where I should be voting, I think it's important that we understand that this is about engaging diverse communities. The report, I don't believe, has been done, in my view, satisfactorily to be able to gauge those diverse voices. And so if we're looking at the evidence that's before us, the way in which that evidence has been presented, I don't think it's truly representative of the diversity it is seeking.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. It's been interesting listening to everybody's views of the Youth Advisory Panel, but I've been the councillor liaison for the last 3 years, so I'm very understanding of what's been happening. So I want to address a few things, and I'll speak to the amendment as well to get it over and done with. Firstly, just to what Councillor Simpson was talking about, I think that in some ways here we're smushing down local board and regional roles again into one. And I absolutely think there is a role for local boards to be consulting and engaging the different groups that are pertinent to what they're doing in their local area, and I think that's really important. What these panels are doing are looking to get strategic advice from these panels, and I mean that's what I'm hoping for, that it doesn't get down into the local, because we want advice that informs our decisions at a regional level. And so I think there is room for both. Secondly, with the youth, and it just shows you, there are actually 21 places on the youth, so none of you have even worked that one out. You've just copied. No, you haven't, because you've all said 20. So it's actually 21 because there's 21 local boards. It's just that we had a vacancy. My concern around keeping 21 is that everyone's saying, oh, it's got to be geographical. None of the other boards are geographical except for rural. And the reason being that we're looking for strategic views, not local views. And that's why I think that what's really important to get local views from youth is to strengthen our youth panel or youth councils at the local board level. But every local board has a different view on that. So some are well-resourced, some are not. So I would really ask that at the local level, that's where our youth, there can be more of them. There could be 10 people on a youth council at a local board level, and they can deal with the specific issues for those youth in that particular geographical area. I think that's really helpful because it's often around placemaking, at a local level. So I think that's really good, and I hope that the local boards equally take on that. Secondly is sitting around the table with our youth advisory panel for the last 3 years, what you notice is it's not really divided up into into geographical views. It's very much similar views from all of them, no matter which part of the region they come from. They're the sort of top issues: transport, housing, events, things to, you know, those sorts of things. Getting to education. They're not geographical for the most part. They're actually strategic, and I think that you could easily have the 10 pulled from there. And if you really, you know, because actually we've got Great Barrier in Waiheke, and there's a huge cost to get those kids back and forward as well. But I mean, you could actually set it up that you did make sure that you got the kind of idiosyncratic sort of almost things that we have, like real remoteness from Barrier. Maybe you could have someone from there. You could have your 2 rural, and then the rest of them are pulled from wider Auckland. Because I think what it comes down to, it is finding some people that are willing to put the time in, because a lot of our panel members didn't come. So you would hardly ever have a full complement. So, and the other thing around the table was that it was really difficult to have those conversations with such a big group. So for me, I think, you know, I think we should try to do it by 10 or maybe 12, something like that, because you're going to have, because what they tend to get down to is the local issues around this table, and that's not what they're here for. So for me, I can't support 20, because I think that we can get better outcomes for youth informing our policy governing body, and we can get better outcomes locally for youth councils with their local boards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Denise Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not foreshadowing anything, you might be pleased to know, but I am a little bit becoming more predisposed to the idea of delaying something today, given the really wide and varied comments that are starting to emerge. Some detailed comments on numbers on a certain panel, and general comments about panels. I'm probably agnostic, I have to say, about the number on the Youth Advisory Panel, but can see some merit in what's being said so far. I was the liaison councillor for the ethnic panel for these last 3 years, and would wholeheartedly agree with the Martin Jenkins report when it talked about inefficiency. I'm not sure about ineffective. I'm not prepared to say that about the panel that I was involved in. Fantastic people, just incredibly fantastic people, and I think we'd all say that about the panel members, but we haven't got this right, and that's exactly what the Martin Jenkins report has highlighted. So I'm quite wary of doing the same thing again with tweaks and not starting or choosing from this point forward to look at the other options that they've outlined, and then adding the local board component that has emerged today. So I would really like to see that word may become will in recommendation C, that it will be appropriate for us to look at a different model as tweaking what we've got now could be, I think, problematic. We've sat through what has been requested of panel members, and that strategic advice, but it's so varied in the outcome of that. So look, we'll see how things go on, and whether the amendment to delay gets some legs. But I'm not sure this is something that we should rush. Can someone clarify for me, we didn't institute these panels immediately at the beginning of the last term, did we? I seem to recall.
Previously, the governing body endorsed the panel structure in December 2013, and the panels was set up in April 2015.
And April after the selection process had been undertaken, or?
After December, the selection process was set up, and all the members were appointed by April 2015.
Okay.
So.
14,
excuse
yeah.
me.
Just wondering about the benefits of a delay to get this right.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Last speaker, Councillor Hills.
Woo.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Casey is the last speaker.
Through Mayor Goff. Well, I guess, first of all, if there is an amendment to delay and the council wants to delay it, I wonder if there's any point continuing the discussion. But since that's my speaking turn, I'll speak on it anyway. I think there is some potential value in maybe delaying just to knot out some of these issues, but I don't want to create a whole lot more time and reports and things. I'm not sure how that process works, if it goes to a workshop and we discuss it, or yeah, I'm not exactly sure how that will work. But around the youth advisory panel is my main. I'm very supportive of the panels as they are. I think the people on them do some great work, and we get some really good ideas coming out for the region on many issues. The youth advisory panel, I do have some concerns, and I have been talking to the officers present over the last few days, and Councillor Casey and Councillor Collins, around the numbers. I still have some concerns. I am aware that it's different, but I think it is different. We have youth panels in every local board, or some form of youth engagement board or whatever in every local board area. I think we do have a massive issue with youth engagement and engagement with younger people across the city, and how we can get, and what Councillor Cooper said, it seems like the boards do discuss, the youth advisory panel does discuss the major issues. I am concerned at how you get a good spread. Yes, it's on competency and whatever the backgrounds are, but do you then start splitting up via, north, south, east, west, and then if you want to fit Māori in there, and then do you have rural in there, and how do we make sure the mix is right? And the mix is probably never going to be right that way, but I do feel the local board, putting forward a person from a local board area does at least have an obvious representation that, but yeah, I struggle with, I understand the terms, and if the cost is larger for 21, then, I'm happy to support Councillor Kathy Casey's 15, but I do have some real concerns that down to 10, how you get a good spread across the region. And you really are taking the views of where those young people are, their views into regional decisions around transport, around the strategic things for Auckland. So, yeah, I do have concerns. Even down to 15, I'm still got concerns.
Thank you. Councillor Casey, to finish up.
Yeah, just to say that I'm not sure what's happened between the last governing body and this one, but the last governing body, it was, can we get them up and running by Christmas? I mean, nobody's even asked about the timeline. The timeline is such that if we're going to do this properly, we have to start now to get them up and running for March, or at least the induction started in March, to have them up and running by April. So we start now, we do it in-house, and we make sure, the key to this is the selection process. We're taking it in-house to make sure that we get to all the proper communities. So we've got 3 months to do that. So we get access to the best people for the best job. And I loved the panels. I thought, okay, we can do better. We've got new terms of reference. I have no fear of the panels. And I have to point out that there has always been a political strand in opposition to this. So noted. So no, I don't have any need to delay. I have a need to get on and do. I'm very happy to look at the numbers on the youth panel. It's a big jump from 21 down to 10. And that's why the middle ground is 15. But the point is to move away from geographical representation, because Martin Jenkins said that did not happen. That's what and the local boards have been consulted. Everybody's been consulted on this. There has been input throughout. I think you mentioned 80 different people inputted into it. So yes, the youth panel, as long as we get away from the idea that the members are going back to report, and they're not. No other panel works like that. You are selected for your lived experience, your life skills, and your network. And you're there on your own, in your own right, to give us strategic advice about how to better speak to our diverse communities. Now, why would we not do this now? I mean, Councillor Collins had the worst experience imaginable. Our response to that is, let's get cracking on diversity. That's what this is about. It's about how do we better communicate with our diverse groups. We use those panels to tell us how to do it. Get them up and running by Christmas, I say.
Thank you very much, Councillor Casey. So if I can just sum up for councillors, we've got 3 amendments foreshadowed, and the first in the name of Al Filipina would be to that the number of youth, I've got it on my screen here, agree the composition remain at 20, 1 from each local board area. Do you want to amend that to 21?
Well, and just clarification on that, because we were told by our staff that the reason it's currently at 20 is because Great Barrier Island did not wish to put a member on there. Can I seek clarification?
Well, let's get clarification of that, just so
Yes,
we know
please.
what the amendment will
No,
read.
it's not like they didn't, but there wasn't any youth voices at that time, so they are in a process of developing their own youth council.
So I'll take it that your number should be 21,
Yes,
Alf.
yes.
Okay, so let me just foreshadow. So clarify what the amendments are. The first amendment would be to set the number of youth advisory panel members at 21. The second amendment, which would be in the name of Kathy Casey, would be to set the number at 15. And the third amendment...
Up to 15.
Up to 15. I'm sorry, the third amendment by Councillor Simpson. Why don't I read it, then I'll get it absolutely right. Defer a decision on the setup of the demographic advisory panels for 2016-19 until discussion has taken place with local boards.
Excuse me, Your Worship, I'm happy to alter that last one for for speed, for 1 month, bearing in mind we're meeting with local boards next week. So I'm happy to defer a decision
For 1 month?
For a maximum of a month.
For a maximum of a month until discussion. Okay.
To be fair,
So
I think that one should come before you decide on the makeup.
I think we can work out, the easiest ones are on numbers. The last one, I wanted to just speak briefly on it. The numbers, you'll make a decision on what number each of you think is appropriate. On the question of deferral, we've had 2.5 years of experience with these local boards, or you have, I haven't. A decision was made to do a thorough review through Martin Jenkins, and that review has taken place. It may not be to everybody's liking, and I defer to the expertise on methodology to Councillor Collins, but they've done a job. They've been paid to do a job, they've done a job, they've made recommendations, and what we added in my office was the third of those, which is that it may be appropriate to consider a different model for engaging with diverse communities at the end of the term. We've got some recommendations that have been consulted, that have been researched, that I understood from previous governing bodies there was wide support for, and as I went around the city, the message I was getting from people, frankly, was that the panels were important and they didn't want a vacuum. Now, even if we defer for 1 month, that's not deferring the setting up of the panels for 1 month, it's deferring it through till probably April next year, it would be my guess. So you've got to make a decision. If you feel that you don't have enough information to make a decision now, you will vote for Councillor Simpson's amendment. If you think that we have enough information, let's give it a go, and we have the option of our experience in this term to come up with a different model. If with the changes it hasn't worked to your satisfaction, we can do it. But my preference is not to delay and not to leave a vacuum, but that's up to each member of council individually. So let me put the amendments in the order that I've received them. We've got the amendment moved by Councillor Filipina, seconded by Councillor Newman. Agree that the composition of members of the Youth Advisory Panel remain at 21, 1 from each local board area. So I want to put that amendment. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary?
No.
Okay, we better have a show of hands on that one, please. Those in favour say aye. Oh, put their hands up. Okay, those against, obviously that is carried, and that would in normal circumstances make the second amendment redundant. So I won't need to put that amendment, looking to my advisors that
Don't need the second.
Don't need to put it?
Don't need the second.
Okay. Okay, so we move on to the last remaining amendment.
I'm happy to second. Oh, sorry.
I'll second that.
It's
A division.
on the last amendment? Yep. Okay.
And so let me, if I can just remove that from my screen, thank you, and so I can read the amendment, because I can't read it from this angle. The amendment moved by Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Fletcher, defer a decision for a maximum of 1 month on the setup of the demographic advisory panels for the 2016-2019 term until discussion has taken place with local boards. So I'll ask for the names to be read out.
Mayor Goff.
No.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
No.
Councillor Clow.
No.
Councillor Collins.
No.
Councillor Cooper.
What are we doing? Deferring it? No, no.
Councillor Darby.
No.
Councillor Filipina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Hills.
No.
Councillor Holtz.
Against.
Councillor Denise Lee.
For.
Councillor Mike Lee.
No.
Councillor Newman.
No.
Councillor Quacks.
Yes.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Councillor Simpson.
Yes.
Councillor Stewart.
Yes.
Councillor Sir John Walker.
No.
Councillor Wayne Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson.
No.
So that is lost.
That is lost. 5 votes to 16 against. Okay, thank you, councillors, for that. Okay, sorry, we have to now move the substantive motion, which has been moved by me and seconded.
I'll second.
Councillor Casey. So I'll put the substantive motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary?
No. No.
Carried.
Record my vote against.
Okay, any other votes recorded against? I've got 1, 2, 3 councillors. We've got councillors Simpson, Quacks, Fletcher, and Stewart. That's it? That's fine. Okay, councillors, we now come to item number 12. What could be controversial but won't be, because it involves almost no change, and that is the adoption of the Auckland Council elected members' expense policy for 2016.
Happy to move.
Been moved. And have a seconder. That, of course, then will be submitted to the Remuneration Authority for approval, so we are not judge and jury in our own case, which is reinforcing. But if I can ask Joe Isles, Business Hub Manager, to speak to the paper, and Marguerite Delbay.
Your Worship and Councillors, there is a requirement by the Remuneration Authority that the Council has an elected member expense policy. We did make some changes from the previous ones. The main changes relate to some of the authorization process and the approvers, after there were some issues in the last term with some of the processes, notably for local boards. The other change that we have made is that we have spent considerable amount of time and effort developing an elected member development program. And the new expense policy basically simplifies the approval process for elected members to take part on this program. We have also reorganized and tried to clarify the policy wherever we could. I'll note that our head of internal audit has reviewed it, and we've worked very closely with him. He's happy with it, in that it has gone through all 21 local boards towards the end of the last term. And the comments that we had from local boards in general have been incorporated in the revised draft, so we have taken into account the comments we got from them. So I think it's been, thoroughly consulted on and worked on, and I will sort of emphasize again that the changes from the previous one are minor in nature.
Thank you, Marguerite. Opportunity for questions from councillors. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't get to read all this because I dug it up on me in the weekend at home and I couldn't read it.
Is that a
as
technical
much as I
term?
would have liked? Yes, it is, definitely. So what I just want to ask is around travel expenses, so remuneration for travel. Is anything being done to address the strange anomaly that you can only claim from your nearest local board? Because for some people, in my case, and I'm not complaining, just describing an inequity, is I'm 10k from my nearest local board and 20k from here. So I can only claim 10k, but somebody that lives right next door to their local board could claim the full travel. So is that a remuneration authority thing, or so we can't do anything about that? So it's quite weird. Some councillors can claim half their travel distance, or a quarter, and some can claim the full amount because they live right near their local board office. So it's taken from your, under the understanding that everybody thought that would work from a local board office where, I mean, some local board offices like the Aureki one is no bigger than a little dress shop. You wouldn't even fit all the
Not even
local
a dress
board.
shop.
I thought it was a dress
Trust me,
shop. I
I've
thought
been
it
to
was
a
a
few.
dress shop when I went there. You had the rack outside. Yeah, I just wanted
Okay.
to wonder if,
So
if there's
we-
anything we're going to address those sorts of issues with the remuneration
So
authority.
the first question is this a decision of the Remuneration Authority rather than something that we should do here? And since it does seem anomalous, is there a way in which a submission can be made to the Remuneration Authority?
So the answer to the first question is yes, it is a decision of the Remuneration Authority. With regards to the second question, we did make a submission to the Remuneration Authority on several aspects relating to transport expenses, because we've had several councillors and local board members who've asked us to. And the answer that we got from the Remuneration Authorities, they had thoroughly reviewed their policy with regards to travel expenses, and it would remain as it was.
And that was a relatively recent submission?
Yes, it was in the last six months? Yeah, about 6 months, because it was before they got their determination
that's
for
fine.
this
I think the answer is that it's hard to justify. It seems anomalous,
Just a
but they don't
question.
want to change it.
Fine.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Quacks.
It just, in regards to, we had a discussion on this, I think, at the beginning of the last term, around parking, where a number of members have been caught out attending meetings or constituents on council business, and they've come back and found that they've got a ticket on their car. And in one particular occasion, I was attending a hearings at a local board office, happened to park on a 60-minute parking area. It's gone for 2 hours, and I found that I had a ticket on my car.
Well, good job.
Which, yeah, good job.
Fair enough.
So the question, Councillor Quacks.
It did raise a question for me about whether councillors should receive on when they're on council business and some kind of indemnity against them.
Oh, good luck. I'm going to rule that question out from the chair. I know it's common practice in some countries that it's closely associated with a distinct discomfort with the privileges accorded to elected representatives. I think Councillor Quacks and Councillor Cashmore and I both drive long distances and sometimes marginally exceed the speed limit. When we get a ticket, we pay for it.
Yeah.
No, because, well, yeah, that's a totally different.
You don't
area,
get
that's a
parking
totally
tickets on your
different
bike.
issue. And because anyway, obviously it hasn't been addressed.
and it's unlikely to be. Thank you, Councillor Quacks. Councillor Casey.
I'd just like to raise two issues which are kind of controversial among the public, but I'll raise them anyway. One is I actually don't think that councillors should be flying business class. I know that we've argued this blue in the face to get to this point. The previous council has, but I still don't think that the 6 hours flying time plus you have to be on council business within 24 hours means you can upgrade to business class. I think we should be flying with the people. So that's number one. Number two is alcohol.
Or pay your own
And while I admit that when we have functions...
Was that a question, Councillor Casey?
Oh.
No, it wasn't, but
I don't think it had a question word. Do you have a question though, do you?
I have a question about flying the business class. Yeah. Wouldn't it be true that it'd be much cheaper? Wouldn't it be true it'd be much cheaper to fly a day earlier than to fly business class?
Yes.
Yes, and that's something that councillors should take into consideration if it's possible. Can we? That's a kind of a political decision rather than one that officials can answer. Have you got a second question?
Second one was
Have you got a first question actually?
The second question is on our page 163, and it's about alcohol and how you are admitting that such expenditure, that's for third parties alcohol. That means you're taking somebody out for dinner and you're treating them to alcohol. And there's a reminder here that such expenditure is regarded as sensitive expenditure and accordingly should be at moderately priced level to avoid any perception of lavishness. What does moderately priced mean? It's a serious question because I don't actually think we should be ratepayers should be paying for your alcohol at a private dinner with a guest. So what's moderate? What do you mean by that? What would you consider would be an appropriate amount of moderation for a meal between two people?
She doesn't read.
That arguably is a technical question. Yes.
We use the term moderate and conservative, and because it's very difficult to say you should have only 2 glasses of wine each, and take the cheapest bottle. And this is where we sort of appeal to the judgment of the person who's paying the bill. But certainly, first prices on the price list and a reasonable amount that would enable you to drive home would be what I personally would consider reasonable.
One alternative definition of that might be if you were paying it for you were paying the bill yourself, what would you order? I accept that there are occasions when you've got international guests and that would be a glass of wine with the meal would be regarded as normal, but I would not accept that you went for anything in the top half of the price range on the menu. It would have to be a modest bottle of wine, albeit that we might be trying to sell our ability as a country to produce fine wines. I just think it's the front page of the newspaper test. If it was written up on the front page of the newspaper, would it look like a reasonable decision or would it look like extravagance? And it should never look like extravagance.
Well, is a liqueur after dinner an extravagance or a kind of liqueur coffee? Is that part of the dinner? I'm interested because I think it's worthy of debate. I don't know if anybody else feels the same, but on Facebook, you'd be seen with a glass of wine ever, and you'll get 100 questions about who paid for it. And we're talking about, you said who pays the bill. It's actually the ratepayers that pay this bill. So it is quite important to discuss it at least. I'm just raising it.
No, I agree entirely. It would, in most instances, be best not to pay the cost of alcohol, but there will be circumstances where that would be odd. If you were entertaining the mayor of a sister city and they would be treating you reciprocally, then it would look odd to say to the mayor of that city, sorry, you have to pay for your own wine. And I don't think the public would regard that as reasonable. But if you're spending $100 on the bottle of wine, that might be regarded as unreasonable when you can buy a good bottle of wine, I think, for $20, which is all I'd ever pay. But then I've got Scott's background too, you see, Kathy. Okay, I don't think we could progress that one very far. We've now got Councillor Holz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is always such a difficult thing, and it's so public and it's so divisive. But I do agree we need to draw some lines in the sand. And I had understood that it was a no ratepayers ever pay for alcohol policy, full stop. I think so full disclosure, I don't drink alcohol, so I can be accused of being a wowser, but neither have I ever claimed for anything alcoholic, and neither in 24 years, incidentally, have I ever claimed for a meal. So, I just think we all we don't get very well paid. You know, let's not beat about the bush. We get paid a lot of money, guys. I just think we need to start drawing some lines in the sand. Anyone who's been observing politics and the downfall of the elite political classes needs to just take a little lesson here. And I think we need to get a grip. The ratepayer shouldn't pay for alcohol, full stop. We need to look very seriously. I'm on your behalf flying to Mexico in 2 weeks and flying economy class. And I think we need to think very seriously before we claim for a meal. There's not a single person around this table who can't afford to pay for a meal. The one exception I want to raise, Mr. Mayor, is I have a lot of sympathy for people travelling a long way, and I'm not going to even mention any councillors who work around this table because it's politically difficult. But Councillor Penny Webster was absolutely hammered for the amount of money that she got paid in mileage. She was hammered politically and she was hammered by the media. She can't help it that the super city moved her place of work to town from Orewa. And I think we need to look very carefully at how we manage and message. If we're going to allow and expect young people and people of different economic means to stand for council, we cannot hammer people for what it costs them to get to work. So I say no food allowance, no alcohol allowance, get a grip around that, but let's be kind and gentle to people about being able to afford to get to their place of work.
Okay. I am in error myself and every other councillor. We were asking technical questions and we've now moved into the debate. No, the points you're making were very reasonable, but can we just see if there's any technical questions? Councillor Cooper.
Just around the air travel, and we're saying business class economy. There will be councillors who have medical conditions that they cannot travel for long distances cramped up because actually it's dangerous.
Sorry, is this a question?
Yeah, so I'm asking, we've got nothing in here about, you know, basically say you can only do this and you can only do that, but there may be, I'm wondering if there's some sort of exception for some people and cannot travel long distances economy class. The hourly rate the hours might be a bit long for them, even, you've got a cap of, is it more
so
than 5 hours?
The question is there any exception to the 6
that's what I'm trying to say.
Policy?
Yeah.
Not as the policy is currently written.
I'm pretty much inclined myself to stick with the status quo, not to enhance and not necessarily to detract from the status quo unless there is a good cause to do either. But anyway, I've got other questions. Councillor Stewart.
Just picking up what Councillor Quacks was talking about with the car parking, I and I'm sure a few others here, when we've been attending hearings, and it might be an all-day hearing in a council building, and we park outside, and councillors don't have the Auckland Transport card that I believe the local board members have. Do the local board members still get the parking card?
No, they don't.
No.
So,
Okay.
so the question is there any provision for councillors on business to have parking costs met? If so, what is it?
It's just that when you're, I don't mind
Yeah.
really, but to be perfectly honest, if you're in a hearing, and the hearing's probably an all-day hearing, and there's only car parking for 30 minutes or 60 minutes, you have to keep hopping up, going outside, moving the car, or getting somebody else to move the car. So I just wondered, in those circumstances, when councillors are somewhere in a council building with council car parking outside, and we know that we're going to be there for all day, could we not all just have an Auckland Transport card just for that one day, or whatever it is, or we'll have to just keep on excusing ourselves and moving the car. So I'm just.
So Auckland Transport has removed the use of all-day car parks. Yes, they have.
Yeah, because I've noticed a lot of, not only that, but I've noticed a lot of council cars and staff had the Auckland Transport cards as well. Are they not using those now? Even private cars, I noticed they were using it. No.
We've stopped doing that.
Okay,
Not to
that's
my
all right.
knowledge.
Thank you. I just
Okay,
wanted that
thank
cleared.
you. Last question, councillor Darby.
I had a question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on 5.3, travel around Auckland, that's probably the area where we spend quite a bit of money on our own travel, and it's good to see the emphasis on public transport there and cycling. Though my question is, some of that language just seems to not heed, modern day Auckland. When we look at how we move, it's not just by private vehicle, it's car share schemes. I use car share schemes, and they're not mentioned there, and that's the Ubers, the Zoomies, the City Hop, Your Drive. So I'm just wondering if that can be updated to reflect what is available in Auckland now. And the other thing I'd like to just point out that I'm a bike rider today. I rode a bike, and I know some other councillors rode a bike here today, and I know that's not possible for most members. But technically, this document, as it's written, allows me to claim mileage for my bike, which I would not do. But I'm just pointing that out as it's not real. It's not waking up to what Aucklanders really are doing and wanting to do. This is just sitting in a...
So we've got two questions there. One, I'm interested, can you claim mileage for a bike? I'd be surprised. But two, could this have been updated to take into account some of the sensible things that Councillor Darby has been talking about?
So if the wording in the policy implies or makes you understand that you can claim a mileage for your bike, we need to amend it so that we make clear it's not intended to do that. And the second question about whether we could add shared schemes or some kind of wording that we can agree on in 5.3, yes, of course we can.
So why don't we just add shared vehicle or other arrangements or something along those lines? Councillor Darby, is that would meet your need?
Sure, the staff will work with
that. Yep. So we add something like that, and clarifying that if you came by bike, no, sorry, you can't claim for it. I've got a question from Councillor Simpson next.
Your Worship, I want to know why in the previous term, when approval for travel has always been the role of the Mayor or the Deputy Mayor, has gone to staff.
Can you refer me to the
Page
appropriate...
151. Approvals for domestic travel outside Auckland was with the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor or the Chair of the Committee of a Whole. It is now with the Governance Director or the General Manager of Democracy Services.
So are you looking at table 124, approvals for domestic travel outside Auckland? Was the previous term was the Mayor or the Chair of the Committee of the Whole, and it's no change.
Yeah.
Page 151.
151, approvals for domestic travel outside of Auckland. Previously,
come down one. Approvals for
domestic travel outside of Auckland councillors.
That was for the Mayor.
Governance Director or General Manager. Can we have an answer to that, Marguerite?
Yes, so we had quite a lot of pushback in the previous term about the amount of work that some of those approvals were taking. And we've tried to put in place something that was a little bit more manageable. Some of the committees of the whole chairs or the mayor were not always finding it particularly practical.
But the criteria won't have changed, simply the person approving it.
In every other case, it's an elected member almost, except for those last two boxes, approvals of domestic travel for local board chairs and councillors. Everything else looks to be elected member approval.
So in the last term, we had a very strong pushback from some local board chairs who flatly refused to approve expenses for their local board members. And
that was something else. That was expenses more widely. This is just travel.
Is there a problem in principle with having the Governance Director or General Manager approve it?
I'm not saying...
Because sure as hell I don't want to spend my time approving
You're approving pretty much everything else. So I'm just saying elected members pretty much approve everything else. We're handing the responsibility in this particular area of travel to staff. And I just wondered why, out of all the other things, those two areas went to staff.
Well, I'm not going to guess the reason why, so I'm going to leave that to Marguerite. But I can volunteer that I wouldn't want to spend large periods of my day
approving things, if the criteria is very clear, then that could be carried out by an official rather than an elected representative, and unless you feel that there is something wrong in principle about
No, I was
that.
just asking, Christian, when everything else, I mean, you could argue that using your argument that they could approve most things.
Well, that's why I asked the question. Presumably the criteria will apply equally whether it's the elected representative or the official doing it. Is that correct?
Yes, so there is no other reason than trying to be consistent between local boards and the governing body, trying to take into consideration some of the concerns that local board members had in the previous term and some practical reasons. But if you want to revert back...
I'm just asking a question.
No,
It is a possibility.
I think Councillor Simpson's asking a question as to why, and I didn't know the answer why, but I was just saying that I was very happy about it that was one less responsibility I had to...
And we do it for international, we don't do it for domestic, and I just wanted to know.
Yeah, international, I think you're talking about larger sums of money and maybe it's appropriate. Okay, councillors, I think we've had a fairly extensive discussion. We've made the one minor change relating to the comments made by Councillor Darby. Otherwise, it's already been moved by Councillor Wayne Walker and Councillor John Watson that we adopt the elected members' expense policy 2016, authorise the General Manager Democracy Services to make minor typographical edits or amendments to the policy to correct any identified errors. Right, any debate about that? We actually morphed between questions and comments. That is my fault, I apologise for it. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'll be very brief. I just wanted to take the opportunity, notwithstanding the fact that I've actually seconded this, is to very quickly point out the entirely anomalous nature of the business class travel, and I hope that will be reflected in the delegations of approval. If you look at the actual wording there, 6 hours continuously could mean quite easily that someone could arrive at a country at 4 or 5 in the afternoon, not have to present or do their work to 10 or the next day, and that's been given as a justification for business travel. I would suggest for most people that just wouldn't stack up. And in terms of the work getting undertaken, what one would have to assume that it'd be a fairly onerous type of work to justify that in the first instance. They're not turning out for the All Blacks or the Kiwis the next day or giving a keynote speech to the United Nations. I think the nature of council business as a justification for business class travel, which is often 3 or 4 times the price of an economy seat, just wouldn't stack up. So I don't want to prolong matters, Mr Mayor, but I would hope that the people giving the approvals would just make it very clear to any potential recipient that's not really desirable, and that if they do want to do that, they should stump up the difference themselves. I think that's what the ratepayers would expect.
I think everybody around the table would agree with that. I do know, however, from extensive experience that sometimes you've got to fly all night and then you've got to be on top form as soon as you land. And if you haven't slept that night, you're not doing service to your country or your council. But it needs to be interpreted and not rorted. And anybody rorting that would have to accept the consequences and ought to accept the consequences. It's got to be taken seriously. We're spending the ratepayers' money. We should spend it as we would spend our own money. That's careful. The basic principle.
Yep, just go to Rio.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to put that, no further discussion. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. To the contrary?
No, it's recorded.
No, and carried with one dissenting voice. Right, can we move now to item number 13, and I'm not going to ask Sandra to move to the other end of the table because it's a fairly mechanical issue. That's confirming the process for urgent political decision making over the next 3 Christmas periods.
I move.
It's been moved by Councillor Filipaina and seconded by Councillor Collins. Just note on that if it's a matter of a serious and major public issue, then we would call an emergency meeting of council. Otherwise, I think it's common sense. Do we have any questions first of all? If not, any comments, any debate? Otherwise, I'll put that motion. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no, carried. Item number 14 is in relation to the disposal of land at Lowtherhurst Reserve to
Move, Mr
the
Chairman.
New Zealand.
I'm well aware of this and supportive of it. It's been
Okay.
canvassed last year.
So moved and seconded by Councillor Filipaina. Again, is there any discussion?
Just noting, Mr Chairman, that the proceeds of the sale go to the Henderson Massey Local Board as a growth area. So that normally it would go into the main coffers, but because it's a high growth area, it will go towards buying parkland in other growth areas in that local board.
Fine. I think that's straightforward. Nigel, is there anything that you wanted to add to that?
No, that's fine.
So,
6 hours.
Councillor Darby?
No, look, I'm just noting 14 where there's discrepancy between our valuation and NZTA's, and that I just look at that and looks at around about $266 a metre at $2 million. Even that is low. So I'm just urging our staff to get the very best out of that disposal in terms of compensation.
Take that on board. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Carried. Can we look at, if I can bring forward agenda item 17, because I think it will be equally straightforward. It's to recommend that we make appointment to the Parakai Recreation Reserve Board. This was a position previously held. We have 3 people appointed by the council, 2 from the local board and 1 from the governing body, previously held by Penny Webster, and I think the obvious person to put on that would be Councillor Greg Sayers.
Yep.
Are there any questions about that item?
I'm happy to move it.
Moved by Councillor Fletcher, seconded by Councillor Quacks. Those discussion, those in favour please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Carried. Now, the next item should be dealt with just as quickly. It's the question of appointments to the Auckland Transport Board and the accountability of Auckland Council-controlled organisations. And welcome to the table David Wood, who works in my office as a finance director of finance and policy. And I will move the recommendations as set out accordingly, just noting the change on recommendation C. I'm not sure whether we have added that in relation to making the Appointments and Performance Review Committee, having assessed the opportunities to improve strategic alignment, accountability and responsiveness, to make recommendations back to this governing body. I think it's appropriate that this governing body approve those recommendations. So I will move that. Have I got a seconder?
I'm happy to second that.
Councillor
Mr Chairman,
Fletcher?
I just wonder though, in seconding it, whether that committee, for the purpose of this consideration, might include other members who were interested. So I see it coming back to the governing body in terms of final sign-off, but to ensure that all members who have an interest in this
are welcome to attend the committee. Absolutely, and I just reiterate that any member of council can attend any committee. In this instance, it would not involve voting rights, but it would involve speaking rights. So I want now to speak to that. It's been moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. Well, 2 councillors actually. We can take our choice there. I want to speak to the paper, and then we'll take questions before opening the issue up for debate. And again, we'll be reminding people that questions are technical questions. To Mr. Wood, rather than political questions, they can come to me, and to get councillors to speak within the 5-minute speaking time. And my timer is about to start, so I have to work by the same standards of the 10 minutes allocated to me. I think this is a really important issue, and I think it's particularly important because many people out there in the The public, as many of us found during the campaign, simply don't believe that council is currently holding council-controlled organisations appropriately accountable. And time and again, as I went around the city, people said that they wanted to see evidence that we were able to significantly increase scrutiny, and that's what this paper is intended to do. Strengthening oversights of the council-controlled organisations generally, but AT, I think, came into particular scrutiny out on the campaign trail, is important so that we can ensure that their strategies and their activities are better aligned to the outcomes that Aucklanders want. So we need to know that those bodies are dealing with the issues that time and again our constituents came to us and talked to us about: congestion on the roads, an effective and efficient public transport system, protecting the natural environment as we bring on the large infrastructure projects. The paper in front of you follows the requirements in the Council's appointments and remuneration policy for council-controlled organisations under Part 1, Section 4.8, that at the start of each term of council, we should consider the process of appointing elected members to the Auckland Transport Board. The same section states that the Auckland Transport Board members who are outgoing elected representatives must retire no later than 1 month from election day or upon the appointment of their successor, whichever is the earlier. Section 4.3, I think, is important. It requires that any board member who has served a second term must retire upon expiry of that term, except if special circumstances exist, and they are set out in the section. If the council were to appoint councillor directors, they would therefore need to be new members. And it's important to note on that basis that this paper is not about the service of the former councillors on that committee. They have not been dumped, as alleged in the media. I resent that term. They have simply reached the end of their 2 allowable terms. The CCO Governance and Monitoring Committee of the previous council voted 11-2 to refer to us, the incoming council, the question of whether councillor directors should be appointed. And the Local Government Auckland Council Act states that the council may, quote, may, not must appoint councillors to these roles. It's therefore a matter for us to decide. I want to consider this question within the wider context of accountability of all CCOs to council. During the election campaign, as I mentioned before, a lot of Aucklanders told me that they did not believe that there were sufficient accountability mechanisms or that we weren't exercising them appropriately. And that was particularly their view of Auckland Transport, despite the fact that Auckland Transport alone is the CCO that has councillors appointed to its board. The feedback that I've received from many of you as former councillors is that having elected representatives on the AT board has not strengthened the accountability or responsiveness of Auckland Transport to council or improved the flow of information. Having councillor directors on the AT board appears, when I look back at the history, to have been legislated for to give the appearance of an accountability mechanism. But what's important to me is the substance of accountability. It's my view that we need to strengthen the accountability of all substantive CCOs to council, either through new accountability mechanisms or through more effective use of existing mechanisms. And the reasons are straightforward. As elected representatives, we are held accountable to the people for the actions of the CCOs, and therefore they must be accountable to us, in particular for the strategies they follow and the outcomes that they are achieving. CCOs will perform better when they are aware that they are subject to effective scrutiny and must account to the elected representatives of, that is, their shareholders, for their outcomes. Therefore, I am recommending in C that a report is brought to the Appointments and Performance Review Committee on how we can improve the strategic alignment, accountability and responsiveness of CCOs for the recommendations and then to be made back to the governing body. This should include consideration of the following issues. Firstly, the appointment of all future directors should be made on the basis of their skills, including governance experience and financial expertise, to enable them to be effective in their oversight of billions of dollars, in AT's case of ratepayers' money, and on their acceptance of the need for them as directors, not 2 out of 8, but 8 out of 8, to be accountable to shareholders. Secondly, the development of clearer and more specific statements of intent and letters of expectation. Thirdly, in respect of Auckland Transport, the use of legislative power to set operating rules in relation to governance, which to date has not been exercised by Council. And lastly, more effective Council committee scrutiny of CCO performance. It's up to every one of us, when we have a CCO in front of us, to ask the questions that need to be asked at a strategic level. That is our role. It's not our role to be rude, but it's not our role simply to make the CCOs feel comfortable when they're amongst us, even if we know them personally. I recommend that this report, related to the broader accountability measures applying to all CCOs, be brought back to the governing body for confirmation. Now, while I share the Auditor General's doubts about the effectiveness of elected representatives on the boards of CCOs, I don't intend to remove the eligibility of councillors to apply for the 2 board positions at Auckland Transport. I am, however, recommending that we accept the Auditor General's advice in her September 2015 report, which states, and I quote, "If local authorities wish to appoint elected members to their subsidiary boards, then the appointment should be open and transparent and subject to the same selection criteria as for independent directors," end quote. That is the Auditor General's advice to us. I am therefore recommending that the governing body agrees that A, the primary consideration in the filling of vacancies on the Auckland Transport Board will be the quality of the skills, knowledge and experience candidates bring to the job. B, we use open, transparent and competitive processes consistent with the appointment and remuneration policy for board members of council organisations. C, both external candidates and councillors will be eligible for the appointment to the 2 vacancies previously reserved for councillors. And D, the detail of the competitive appointment process should be agreed through the Appointment and Performance Review Committee, including confirmation of a director's skills matrix for the appointments, a process for candidate longlisting and shortlisting, and the appointment of the preferred candidates. On behalf of the people of Auckland, we must ensure that the best qualified directors are appointed to all of our CCO boards. But these appointments on their own won't significantly increase our ability to control and monitor CCOs in line with public expectations. That's why I'm recommending that we consider implementing a much broader set of new and improved accountability tools for CCOs. I therefore move the recommendations as set out in the report. So if we come first of all to questions, please. I'll move on very quickly. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you. Just 2 questions, Mr. Mayor. First one might be appropriate for you to answer. I'll leave that to you, and the second one's probably more for the officers. This morning we heard from the local board chairs that they found it difficult to get some resolutions or outcomes with the Auckland Transport Board of Directors after approaching the chair and the CEO, and therefore they had to turn to their councillors to actually get some action, and it sounded like they got results from that. So in this proposed model, Mr Mayor, I'm just curious about how you think that might work in the future for those needs of those local board members when they get into that situation.
I think while the directors and the board are accountable to the governing body rather than the local boards, it is a very unwise CCO that is not responsive to genuine queries and requests for briefings around strategies and around policies that emanate from local boards. They are elected representatives in their own right, and the CCOs ought to be responsive to them in that way. And I think that in the process of appointment, those people, including the councillors that would be on the board appointing the directors of all CCOs, ought to make it very clear that when somebody is applying for the role of director, that we expect them to be responsive to the elected representatives of the shareholders.
Very good, Mr Smith. Do you think there's also opportunity to firm that up in writing and intent, statements of intent, etc.?
I think I haven't looked at the statements of intent or the letters of expectations yet, but I think that we need to be more specific in what we expect from them. I should also add that I've had feedback from a number of you that, you know, when there's a major event involving a particular CCO, sometimes the courtesy hasn't even been given to councillors to either invite them to attend or to acknowledge them at the meetings. And that's more than a discourtesy. That's a reflection of a state of mind that says these people aren't important in the job that I'm doing as a director or the job that I'm doing as a CCO. And that state of mind has got to change.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I take comfort from your answer.
Thank you.
And my second question is just around the core competencies. So if a councillor or an external candidate applies for these roles, what are the core competencies that are being sought in these substantive CCO appointments, please?
My understanding is the core competencies are actually outlined in the governance manual to some extent, and the case of any process like this, there would be discussions about what specific skill sets are required for a board in consultation with the existing board to actually ensure that the skills matrix gets the right gaps filled if they need to be.
Do you happen to have those at your fingertips?
Look, I don't have it on the fingertips, but I did see them in the governance manual, which is a long manual, so I couldn't actually just quickly recover it for you.
I think in broad terms, we're talking about financial skills. If we're going to be tendering out $1.5 billion worth of work from AT, we need to know that every director on AT has the competency to do that job properly, because we're talking about the ratepayers' money, and there's a hell of a lot of it. Secondly, it's about governance experience. And I've added in my paper, the third thing is a readiness to be accountable to the shareholders. That's probably not in the matrix at the moment, as I understand it, but it ought to be. It ought to be for private direct boards on private companies as well. And too often you see in that sector a degree of arrogance towards the shareholder.
Your Worship, just to give the specific, that's currently is in the manual. Someone's kindly shown me the right page. The core competencies are outlined in 4.5.1 of Appendix 10 of that manual, and they focus on areas such as sound judgment and decision-making, commercial acumen, a public service ethos and awareness of a public media profile, an understanding of commitment to the Treaty of Waitangi, a high standard of personal integrity and clear communication and ability to debate in a reasoned manner. Effective teamwork and collaboration, the ability to think strategically, risk assessment and contingency management, commitment to the principles of good corporate citizenship, and understanding of the wider interest of the publicly accountable shareholder. So it's quite an exhaustive list.
Well, certainly, Mr Mayor, sounds like it doesn't rule out councillors for running for those positions. Can I just ask a supplementary question?
Yeah, sure.
In light of that, if a councillor didn't have governance experience, is there any way that can be waived, because we're wanting to put on the appointment panel's wanting to put on a more diverse skill? They're looking for something else, another quality, to add to the diversity of the board.
I would imagine that what the board will be looking for is a range. Not everybody will have each one of those skills in equal measure, so they'd be looking at a combination of skills amongst the directors to make sure that they had all of the needs actually met by the collective. But I would still expect, as a minimum, those three basic things that I mentioned before would be held by all of those applying for the job. Can I just apologise? It's been drawn to my attention that I still talk like I am in the debating chamber.
Thank you.
It may be a little bit loud.
No, it's good. Keep going.
It hurts
Some
your
of my
ears.
colleagues in
It's
Wellington
in my
used to complain
ears.
about that, but I'll need to be reminded from time to time as I make this adjustment. The next question is from Councillor Casey.
Well, I've got two questions, Mr Mayor. My first one is, why did you remove the two councillors from the boards ahead of today's meeting?
Because if you look at the sections that govern my actions, that once you have served 2 terms, you're no longer eligible for reappointment, and your terms expire at the end. That's my understanding.
Why didn't you make us aware of that fact and that you were doing so then?
Well, all of you.
Did it?
All of you were aware, better than me or the new members, that the outgoing council said this matter needed to be brought back to the incoming council to resolve, and the requirements upon us is that we do that at the start of the triennial term, and that's exactly what I've followed, those requirements that are set out in our governance manual.
Can I read out the relevant section? Your
Yeah,
Worship?
please.
Expiry of tenure. Upon expiry of that 3-year term, the directors retire from the board, and subject to the board's members' performance and skills continuing to be relevant to the board, may be eligible for reappointment. There's a second element to this policy, which is the normal expectation that unless exceptional circumstances apply, a director will serve 2 3-year terms. In the case of the current council directors, they both serve 2 3-year terms.
What would be exceptional circumstances, David?
The exceptional circumstances that are highlighted in the manual, which is in 4.3, they include that the board member has a particular skill that would be hard to replace. The board has undergone substantial change and stability is needed. The director has institutional knowledge not held by other directors, or a director is a likely successor as a chair. So those are sort of illustrations, but it's not a mechanical process. It's a case of judgment in each case.
So who would make the decision on the exceptional circumstances that might allow the 2 directors?
I think under the policy, the expectation is that it would be the Appointments and Review Committee.
Yeah. So that hasn't met yet, which is back to my initial question. Why did you remove them ahead of looking at exceptional circumstances?
This policy is very clear. They have retired until they'll get to be reconsidered
Can I read out? Can I read out the actual wording, Councillor Casey? It says, this is under 4.3, term of appointment. Any board member reappointed for a second term retires upon expiry of the additional 3-year term. I didn't remove anyone. That is removed by the rules that you as a former council all adopted.
Correct.
Okay, further questions? Denise Lee.
My second question?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yep.
Councillor Casey.
My second question is about, you know how at the moment I manage a multi-million-dollar budget of Auckland Council. What skill set, how am I going to grow the new skill set that would make me eligible to be on the board of Auckland Transport?
I think the skill set is exactly as the Auditor General points out. They need to be the same skills that we would require of any director being appointed to that board. Her recommendation to us and every other local authority in the country is that we apply the same standard to councillors seeking appointment as we would to anybody else. I defer to her expertise and the work that she and her office put considerable time into producing and then recommending to us. I think that we ignore her recommendations at our peril.
When the 20 members of this council stand for election, there is no tick sheet of skills that you need to possess or qualifications you need to have. It's about getting the vote from the people who elect you. And that's the speech.
Sorry, yeah, that's, do you want to save that one, Kathy? Okay, can we have Denise Lee, please? Councillor Denise Lee.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I've got two questions as well. First is, can the accountability policy, can you just confirm for me, normally an amendment to the LTP, be, and there's a suggestion here to comprehensively review it. Can it be reviewed at any time? And if so, is the mechanism, are we suggesting that go through the performance committee and then ratified by GB?
I'll just let Rose Leonard answer that question.
So the accountability, through the chair, the accountability policy has to be approved through a special consultative procedure. The opportunity we have to do that through the LTP, and it must be included in the LTP. So the most cost-efficient way to do that is through the LTP consultation. And it would, in normal circumstances, the approval of the accountability policy would come back to the Finance and Performance Committee.
Right, okay, thank you. And second question is, if councillors are eligible for, we go through the review, the report ratified, if councillors are eligible for the Auckland Transport Board and do so apply, and then we have a performance committee panel, well, one, possibly sometimes two members of that panel interviewing, and they find themselves across the table with another councillor, how would that roll out in terms of conflict? And furthermore, if the chief executive is on that interview panel and we appoint him, how would that play out if in fact you find yourself across the table from a colleague?
Through the chair.
Yeah.
We have considered that, and we would comprise a different interview panel for the councillor directors. We feel that that would be inappropriate for a councillor to be interviewing another councillor. So we could hire an independent person. As you know, the IMSB have been part of our panels before. That would be appropriate if, in those circumstances, probably, at the will of the committee. But we could just, at the will of that committee, we could comprise another panel.
But we always have an IMSB, is that?
We have in the past.
Yeah. So are you suggesting possibly two IMSB in that instance?
Through the chair, I was suggesting one, but you could carry on that with that practice.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just getting my papers back. If we were to adopt the recommendations that you have put up, there are no timeframes in the recommendations, and that does leave a gap between when we started and whenever you think this is all going to happen. So what are we going to do? Well, two questions. First of all, what are we going to do in the interim, in the gap that we have now? Currently, there is no council representative on AT. And secondly, could you please add to your recommendations when you think you would like to have the appointments of the council positions on AT completed by?
Yeah. To answer the second first, I'd like to do that as soon as possible, but of course we need to go through that process thoroughly at Appointments and Performance Review Committee, but I see no reason why that can't be on the agenda of that committee, which is meeting, I think, next week, 23rd of November, week after next. We would want to progress that as soon as possible. We have a third vacancy on the committee at the moment there because there is a vacancy for an independent director. The process that I think I'd want to follow in the interim is have the chair of the board report to all councillors on the agenda items that any board meeting is considering, and any risks or implications arising out of any of the decisions that they have made. So we can, in the interim, maybe it would be a good thing to do as an ongoing policy, but in the interim certainly require that of the chair of the board, and that would be something that I would want to see happen so that we are kept up to date. I'm mindful of the fact that, as I understand it, councillors serving on the board did not regularly report back to the committee. If I'm wrong about that, please correct me.
Can I ask a supplementary question, sorry, just to
Yeah,
that
sure.
then? Because one of the...
You're wrong about that. I reported back to the Infrastructure Committee and the Transport Committee, so you're wrong about that.
From every meeting, Mike?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, I stand corrected in that case, but the way that we can do it doesn't detract from my answer to you, that we simply require the chair of the board
to formally report in writing to each councillor what the issues are on the agenda and risks and implications. I think that's quite important.
So my supplementary question around that is, because one of the three tools we've got to use, and one that we haven't, I don't think, used very well or at all actually before, is the accountability policy, which of course sets out our expectations for CCOs. And so I suppose I'm conscious that, again, on the timeframes, you know, the year has started, the CCOs are off on their own little, you know, work programs, and our expectations have yet to be, we haven't set those, we haven't sort of tightened those. So are you pretty much saying that you don't really think this will be in effect till potentially next financial year? Because how will they change? I mean, I think what you're putting together is good, but the key for me is to set out our expectations first.
Yep.
And
No, absolutely. I don't think I could have brought this paper to an earlier meeting of the governing body than I have. We've given priority to that.
Implementation.
Yeah. So to do it as quickly as possible, but not to make any shortcuts in terms of getting it right, I think is my broad answer. Okay, we now have questions from, sorry, I've got Councillor Wayne Walker. I've got a list of people here. Dick, I'll come back to you. Wayne.
Sure.
Councillor Walker, I'm sorry.
I've just got a technical question about the difference between Auckland Transport as compared to, say, other CCOs. And I guess the context is not so long ago we had a review of our council-controlled organisations, and for a number of them there was an option on the table about bringing those council-controlled organisations inside. And the rationale around that was because, frankly, most of them are doing core business. And if we look at Auckland Transport, it's doing core business. It's doing business that we do.
If I take that as a question, Councillor Walker, can I just reply to that? We don't have the ability to do that. That's set in legislation. Yep. So, you know, that may be an option that's a perfectly appropriate one for us to debate in the future, but we have no legislative authority to do that.
Okay, and when that review was underway, it was recognised that we didn't have authority, but we can put those sorts of options and look for changes on the part of the government. So we're not a passive observer, we're actually actively involved. So I would suggest one of the options at some point is we could bring Auckland Transport into the council fold if we wanted to, particularly because it's not just a transport function, there's an inherent planning function there.
Sorry, Councillor Walker,
really
that is a statement rather than a question.
I know.
But yeah, that is an option we can look at. You know, and I know. So let's move on with the questions, please.
So while this report and the comments from the Auditor General make reference to advantages of having board members outside of CCOs, is it not conceivable that there are significant advantages to having a member of the council on the board for the reasons that I've indicated? It's core council business.
Yeah.
And
Sorry, I think we've got the question, and the answer is set out in the on page 7 of the report, and the pros and cons. I've tried to be fair about this to say what are the advantages of having councillor directors and what are the disadvantages, and that's taken from the Office of the Auditor General's report. So they are set out there. I'd like to get through the questions quite quickly. I'm conscious of the fact that it's after 3 o'clock and many of us have got a range of other appointments. So can I move Councillor Lee, Mike Lee?
No, don't worry about it.
Okay. Councillor Daniel Newman.
Your Worship, the Section 105 of the Land Transport Management Act requires a regional authority to establish a regional transport committee. In the case of Auckland, that is the governing body of Auckland Transport, or a joint regional transport committee that includes Auckland Transport as a member. So I'm new to this governing body, and what I would like to understand is how do the committee structures and the proposal whereby we're not part of the board allow us to fulfil the requirement to have the regional transport committee.
Yep, that's a technical question. Can I ask Rose to...
The Regional Land Transport Committee for Auckland is the governing body of Auckland Transport.
The board? Yep.
Unlike anywhere else in New Zealand.
Correct.
Yeah, that again is set in legislation.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Cooper.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. It's in another attachment. Just technical here.
Yep.
My question is, I just want an explanation on. Oh, you've changed it now. Was my about transparency. In the process that we've used, it's been confidential because these are natural persons and their identities are kept confidential to protect them in this process. So when you say transparent, does that mean everybody knows who's applying? That's what I want to understand when you say transparent, because I think we throw around transparent like some magic buzzword, but we've got to protect natural persons. It's just like a job description, a job application. So what's the...
The process is transparent. The names of the individuals shouldn't be. That would be unfair, and we would do this in the same. That would remain confidential as it is for any consideration of any
Thank you. I
appointment.
just wanted that to be very clear because
it's
it
a
could
good
be
privacy.
misinterpreted by the public.
Can I say the Privacy Act applies to this process, so that provides the natural protection for all applicants in this process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And last, Councillor Quacks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I note that state in recommendation D that there are currently 3 vacancies. Based on that, you've already come to the conclusion that the ideal number of board members is 8, even though the legislation is quite clear that we can have as few as 6.
Yep.
So what makes you believe that 8 is the optimum number?
I think there's an arbitrary aspect to whether it's 6, 7, 8 or more, but the legislation set those figures out. We have always had 8 on the board, and my understanding from talking to the chair of the board is that there are a range of skills, given the importance of the decisions that are being made, that would benefit from filling all of those positions rather than leaving some of them vacant. But there's nothing magic about it, Councillor. You could probably get away with 6 if you had the 6 ideal people. With 8, you've got a range of skills that might better suit the board to carry out its functions, and its functions in the coming 18 months will be very important. Okay, I think having reached the end of questions, I've moved the motion. It's been seconded by Councillor Fletcher.
So can I ask something, Mr Chairman? With G, I don't want to vote for. I don't agree with G. Can that be separate? But I'm happy to vote for the other.
I can put them separately if you wish.
If you just want, yeah.
Although.
Or I could just note that I don't agree with G.
Or you could note that if you
fine.
prefer. Yeah. Okay, I'll open it up for debate. This is almost the last item on the agenda, and councillors will be wanting to get on to other functions. So I have Councillor Watson first of all.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback here, and I certainly appreciate the efforts you're going to try and make the CCOs more accountable, and in particular Auckland Transport, because you're absolutely right. There is an expectation that was very clear in the election that the public think that councillors in particular lack influence, lack power, lack the ability to hold these organisations to account. So certainly anything that can be done to strengthen that is much welcome. You've had feedback from councillors with respect of this particular decision. I certainly wasn't one of the people that gave that feedback. I didn't even think to bring it up. I just assumed that it would be continuing as normal, but clearly some people have expressed a contrary view, and without knowing what they said, I suspect that in some instances anyway, it's based around the notion of remuneration, that there is iniquity there, and there may well be, but I think to bring that into it is actually confusing two completely separate issues. So I'm going to leave that aside. I believe it is something that would have to be addressed, but I don't think it's pertinent to what's before us here today. when I read through the agenda item, which is a good one and contains a range of views, I certainly looked at what our AT reps, our councillor reps on the board said, because it's a bit like us with council in my view. They're there day in, day out, or meeting in, meeting out. If anyone's going to have a sense of how the AT board rolls, I would suggest that was Councillors Lee and Councillors Fletcher. So I took particular interest to read what they said, and I meshed that in with my own experience with the AT board, because I have been to present to them before myself, and I certainly agree with the notion that the independent directors certainly seem reluctant to engage with the public or even councillors. So you go along there and you present, and no one ever actually asks a question. There's kind of like a stony silence, a very strange stony silence. You come up with what you think is quite a compelling argument, and no one gives you the courtesy of a question, and that happened to submitter after submitter. So that struck me as unusual. And what also struck me as unusual is the difference between the independent directors and our councillor directors, because I think they're quite, although they're all serving as directors, they're quite distinct roles. The independent people, and I looked at their pedigrees from the biographies in the AT annual report, and they're certainly impressive enough. But what they didn't have, and what I suggest our two councillor representatives did, had a kind of corporate knowledge and a link with transport in Auckland that went back many decades in some instances. And I felt that is something that councillors can bring, and in particular the two councillors we had. So I'm going to stop speaking generically, because I know that a number of councillors would be totally inappropriate, and I include myself in amongst that. I don't have the background or the knowledge, I know that. I think we've been incredibly fortunate of the two people that we did have, and both as a former Mayor of Auckland City and as a Chair of the Auckland Regional Council. And I think most people, that if they were reasonably objective about that, they'd have to agree with that. And that was certainly borne out to us as councillors. I can remember Councillor Lee coming and bringing a huge amount of intellectual rigour to the comparison between the performance of the Auckland Rail network and the commuter network in Wellington. Now that simply would not have happened, and did not happen, with any independent directors. So I think, far from putting all directors on the equal foot, I think the bar for the council directors is actually higher. And in the last two terms, I wasn't here the first term, we had that degree of expertise, and we were very fortunate to have that. And that's not to say that can't be taken up by other individuals in here who I think are similarly, that's 1 minute, isn't it, to go, similarly endowed with that ability. So I see, for instance, or note the exceptional circumstances, particularly skill that would be hard to replace. I would suggest in Councillors Fletcher and Lee, they fit that exceptional circumstances. In conclusion then, I would just like to make a plea, Mr Mayor, and I absolutely respect the position you've been put in, and the different views that you've got to weigh up, that there be some consideration given to how that expertise that we were fortunate to have, that do constitute for me exceptional circumstances, could be retained, even while some other councillors who might be interested could be brought on or could be brought up to speed to fulfil that role. But I guess I would just finish by concluding that the skill and the requirements of the councillor directors I look upon as being distinct from the other directors, and be far more valuable ones to the people of Auckland, that we're looking to bring that degree of accountability that's driving your item here today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watson. Can I invite Councillor Cooper to
Thank you.
speak?
I'm going to bring a contrary view, Mr Mayor. I agree with what you're doing. I think that you're carrying out the resolution that was put forward by the previous one of the committees of council to have a look at this. You're a new mayor. You're going to bring your own way of doing things and views. There's a few things I want to look at. I think, one, being a councillor, a councillor director, which you're not really a councillor director, you're a director appointed by council, but brings inherent conflicts. Cannot get away from that. And just noting Councillor Watson saying that when you go to the the AT board and you met with Stony Silence, well, just remember, those people are not politicians. They don't play to the gallery and they don't need to. And that's the difference between all of us and people on the CCO. You're not going to get the same kind of response because it's not televised. They're not needing to get voted by anybody. So of course you're going to have a kind of a bit more normal company response. And that doesn't mean that people don't care, because I'd have to say that over the last 6 years, the amount of projects that have been completed by AT are phenomenal. We've spent a phenomenal amount of money on a huge number of projects. For me, some of what you have said, Mr. Mayor, that I sort of take issue or question is that you said in your speech there from the chair that, which is kind of contradictory to this item G, is that you said that you thought that the piece of legislation, Lagaka, that allowed for appointments if the council wanted to do it was just a bit of window dressing, really, was sort of a bit of a token, a show as an accountability tool, but then now you're saying that councillors can apply, so I'm just a little bit confused about that. Because when you look at all the CCOs, the ones we've had the biggest issues with is AT, but that's the only one with councillor appointments on it. So, you know, maybe there's a correlation, I don't know. So for me, I don't think there's any benefit there, because when you talked about doing reports, well, inherently, as a director, they are not councillors when they sit there, they are directors, and they have a duty of care to that board, and they cannot make reports to us. They just can't do that legally. So that's where the public's perception that you get democracy, you know, at that table is not actually true. It's not possible. So it's a bit of a sham, it's a bit of a trick to the public that they're there to be able to report back. Because we know we've had things like light rail, the first thing we find out about it is when we get the RTLP. You know, we didn't get told about that, and quite rightly, they shouldn't have, because they're not supposed to. So when people are looking for somebody to be there to report back to council, it doesn't happen, you can't do it. So that's not one of the mechanisms you can use. But I fully support using other mechanisms that we haven't used, or being more stringent. That's good, we need to do that, but I don't think having councillors there helps. And the very fact that councillors are saying, oh, can we have special conditions for us, means they will not be on a level playing field. So you can't do that either, and I hope that if this gets through, that is not softened. So for me, you know, and also we've had opportunities to put retiring councillors on CCOs and we haven't done it. So why would you put a current person on there? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't give full the opportunity to get as many very experienced people around the table. And we still have that democratic ability to vote things down when it comes to LTP. That's where we make the final decision. So for me, I can't support, I'm happy to have 3 more directors, but I can't support having councillors, and that is nothing to do, nothing personal about the previous, though it is tempting, Councillor Lee. It's not at all, because they've finished their terms, they've served us well, but now we're going to try something different because the last 6 years hasn't worked for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Casey.
You weren't here the last 6 years.
Mr. Mayor, just keep me on track if I wander a wee bit, because I haven't got a speech prepared and I feel a bit strongly about this. The first thing is, this is a political debate, first and foremost, about whether we should have councillors on the Board of Auckland Transport, and I think that's just been articulated by Councillor Cooper, which is the other side of the argument that I have, which is we do need councillors on the Board of Auckland Transport. And what's been missing so far is anything to do with the public. the public perception of councillors on the board of Auckland Transport is to keep the bastards honest. That's the job these two have been doing in the public mind. And I think we need, this is a mayor who said we need to increase accountability and transparency. That's what these guys have been doing for this council and for the public of Auckland for the last 6 years. That's what they've been doing. And it's been a tough job. And to be honest, I don't think they have been treated well. And you've said today, oh, the 2-year term was up and that was it. But that's not what I'm hearing from them. That's not their understanding of what happened when they had to close up their computers and leave the board meeting. So there's obviously crossed wires somewhere, and I never got that perception either. I never heard that. I never saw that in an email that, you know, Councillor Casey, Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Lee's term's up and I'm going to be asking them to leave. The kinder thing would have been to have left them there until we had this political discussion. And the first political discussion is whether we should have council representation on the board. Now, to conflate councillor positions with independent professional directors, put them all in the same pot, guess who's not going to come up to the top? Yep, that's right, councillors. Because I ain't a professional director of anything. I don't have that CV. So how are you going to await?
Thank you very much, Councillor Casey.
No, I haven't finished. I just stopped because you were busy.
No, that's okay.
Right. So my question is, how are you going to upskill me to become the professional director that David's kind of all those things that I need to now be able to tick to be even considered in the pot? It's absolutely ludicrous, actually. Because none of us, as I said when I was not meant to be speaking, none of us, when people elect us, it's because they want to be represented by us. They wouldn't know my skill set. They wouldn't know my qualifications. They wouldn't know any of that list that David read out. And so you are denying the people of Auckland my representation on the board of Auckland Transport because I will never fit the skill set for the independent professional directors, unless you want to give me a few years of professional development. So there's two things then. The political discussion I want to know from my colleagues if you believe we should have councillor representation on the board of Auckland Transport, not up against other. See, this is all conflated. So that's number one: is should we have councillor directors? Should we have councillors on the board? Yes. Yes, we should. So that's my number one. And number two is, I think there are exceptional circumstances. I didn't even know there was an out clause. So why did you take them off if there was a clause that we could have used to keep them on for a little bit longer? And I would suggest a little bit longer is the next 3 years. And if, you know, Councillor Fletcher said she might like to step down, well then, who else wants to do it? Mike wants to go back on. We don't treat people like this. These are good people. They tick all the boxes. They fit that description of exceptional circumstances. And I'll stop now. Because I don't know, this isn't the way to do this debate. So I'm going to vote against everything you've got up there. But I'm tempted to move an amendment, which is to recommend to the Appointments and Review Committee that Mike Lee and one other councillor be appointed to the AT board. So that's not conflated with the other directors, it's just that they be appointed. That's the way we do business around here. If there's a seconder to that, I'll certainly put it up. John, thank you.
Okay. We now have Councillor Simpson. Sorry. We are just about at the point where we have been going for 6 hours. Just flashed by me like that. But I am required to move under standing orders as an extension of time to allow that there be an extension of time to allow business to be completed. This is the last substantive item on the agenda. We've got another 3 speakers. We could probably finish quite quickly. I'll move it. Seconded by...
Yeah, sorry, you do that one first.
Okay, so I've moved it. You're seconding it?
I'm happy to.
Yep. Okay. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, carried.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Councillor
The
Darby.
motion that's been moved and seconded, can I have a ruling on whether that is consistent with the governance manual, which is in effect?
I'd have to seek an opinion on that. Independent opinion would be better than my own opinion.
If it
through
was,
the
if
chair.
it was passed, that is.
Yeah.
If this was passed, this will fulfil the policy. This is the process that you're deciding on today, and the policy just said that in the new triennium, the council would decide the process. Today is the process.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the governance manual.
I mean, obviously, if that's the official advice, yes, but I would have thought that if we didn't go through the policy of interviewing and checking against the school matrix, we would be in contradiction of the policy.
Of course. I thought that Councillor Darby was asking, was today's meeting follow the policy?
No.
He's talking about
I'm
precedent.
referring,
It's the amendment.
sorry, I think Mr. Mayor,
You're referring, sorry, we're referring to the amendment that I haven't yet got in my hand, but Kathy's working on.
No,
It's up there? Okay. It's coming. Apparently it's not up there, it's coming. And that amendment was to cut across the normal process of appointment and to move that, that Councillor Lee, Mike Lee, be appointed for a further term. My advice at this end of the table is that that's not consistent with the policy and would be in contradiction of it.
It was using the exceptional circumstances clause, which you have seemingly ignored. I didn't realise there was such a clause until today.
Yeah, but that would
So-
still cut across the process by which we would, there is a chance to argue before the Appointments and Review Committee that there are exceptional circumstances, but that is the place where it should happen.
That's why I'm suggesting in my amendment that's where it happens.
Well, I think the way to do that, Councillor, is for if Councillor Mike Lee wanted to put his name forward, certainly to do that. There is nothing that prohibits him from doing that, and that committee, or the Appointments Committee rather, would determine whether they were exceptional circumstances. But I don't think we should do it in the midst of the governing body without having an independent appointments committee actually working through that process. I think we would contradict our own rules if we were to do that. Councillor Lee, you were...
Mr Mayor, I think the situation has been muddled up sufficiently already. In the circumstances, it's embarrassing and difficult when one's own name is bandied around, and I really appreciate Councillor Casey for putting forward that amendment and it being seconded, but I'd prefer that my name be withdrawn at this stage, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lee. That clarifies that matter. Can we, having had an extension of time moved, let's try to use our time effectively. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, I think that most of Auckland really wants to see this council put the control into the CCOs. And at the moment, I think they don't believe that there is any. I think that the report that we have in front of us, the key point is on page 8, item 24, and that is the other tools that we have to make our CCOs, to strengthen their accountability, transparency and deliverables, especially with AT, and what is such a huge percentage of ratepayers' money. I think the accountability policy is vital. So we clearly set out our expectation, first and foremost, and that's using Section 90 of the Local Government Auckland Council Act. I think that to modify their statement of intent by resolution, so it acts in according to how we want them to act, i.e. with our strategic direction, and not let them go off on a tangent of their own, as has often been perceived as the case. And then, of course, the third one is to be able to control the rules in which they operate, including the rules of governance. So I believe those three tools will really, really vitally change what's currently the perception and, more importantly, the deliverable of what's happening now. As for councillors being appointed onto the board of AT, I want to really test out the amount of time that Auckland Transport actually, and the meeting times and how that conflicts with the governing bodies and other committee structures, because first and foremost, councillors around this table have been elected to do the job of councillor or governing body member for Auckland Council. And what I saw unwittingly is that the time that was pushed by Auckland Transport to get those councillors to attend their meetings often conflicted those councillors so that they were pushed to sort of try and be in two places at once. They never succeeded, and actually they ended up by probably not doing either very well from a time perspective. Well, from a time perspective, because, you know, you never believe everything you read in the Herald, but I did see a list of, you know, of councillors and their times, you know, and who, you know, turned up the most and whatever. And the two Auckland Transport ones were at the bottom, and I, you know, believe that potentially that was because they were doing Auckland Transport work as opposed to being able to do this. So I think that's a really relevant case, and when we're looking at the job description, for want of a better word, we need to bear in mind that a councillor has the time to spend at the Auckland Transport Board meeting without hindering or compromising their work as a governing body member.
It is our work.
Thank you very much, Councillor Simpson. Councillor
secondary
Wayne
job.
Walker.
Sure. I'd just like to state first that entirely in support of having councillors on the board, and I'll just go through somewhat of a list in how I arrive at that. As far as I'm concerned, we around here have got accountability, we've got authority, we've got responsibility, and that authority goes not just to us as in our governing function, but obviously oversight over CCOs and functions, but particularly functions that go to transport. If there's one issue that is probably more important than anything else for people in Auckland, it's around transport. If there's one issue where they want accountability, where they want stuff done, where they want responsibility, where they want authority, it's that issue. And we're not grappling with it. We are not grappling with it. And we know that we need to take much more radical steps than what we should be doing, than what we are doing, especially around public transport and around other things. And frankly, my view is that Auckland Transport is not going to deliver as radically on those issues as what council might deliver, as what a drive from councillors on that board might help to deliver. The context, and that's another test that I've seen here, is we've dismantled our oversight over transport. We've eliminated our infrastructure committee now, we've eliminated the transport committee that we had, so our oversight and our contestable advice has actually been reduced. So we are more than ever dependent on the advice that we're getting from Auckland Transport and from the board members, who we don't see particularly often. So we need to take control back. In terms of the test around public expectation, the feedback that I got from people across my ward is they wanted us to take control back.
Well, these tools will help us do it.
As far as the role is concerned, I don't see it as a substitutive role. I'd suggest it's entirely complementary. If Mike's on the Auckland Transport Board, or Christine, or someone else, as far as I'm concerned, that is a complementary role, and we should be pursuing the principle of delegation. That is, it's a very effective place for them to be if we're working as part of a team. That's my view. And I don't think that thus far this council has worked effectively as part of a team, and part of that teamwork goes to our oversight over our CCOs. And there ain't teamwork there. Many of them are pulling in entirely, well, not different directions, but they're doing things that we don't have sufficient oversight over. I'm really concerned that I think this issue has been dealt with in some haste, and I'd like to take more time over it. If it meant keeping Mike and Christine on for a while longer, then so much the better. If we did have a concept and principle that it was useful to have councillors on the board, then let's, as has been suggested, bring some councillors on. Let's do that. Let's regard that as part of our role. Frankly, my own personal view with some of the CCOs is we'd be better off bringing them back into the fold, possibly under a different structure than a CCO, but something else, so that we've got more control and we can act more for the people of Auckland. So that's my view. There are a number of points where I think there's significant merit having councillors on the board, and I think the legislation reflects that allows this, and the circumstances are exceptional.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the question session, the officers referred to a policy called the Appointment and Remuneration Policy, and that outlined the core competencies. They just got read out to us, which I think a lot of people in this room would actually hold. They weren't overly rigorous, in my opinion. But I've got a copy of that, and it reads a bit further. It also says board members of substantive CEOs are also expected to have experience in governance, and preferably in corporate governance and an understanding of the public service ethos. However, the council may waiver the corporate governance requirement in order to attract a wider range of board members and to further its diversity policy of these skills and experience are already well represented of the board. And Kathy, it goes on to say, boards are expected to provide director training for directors with limited corporate governance experience. So just paraphrasing that, if you haven't got those skills of having been in corporate governance, then you can be appointed to that board and you can be given the training. So I mention that too because, Mr. Mayor, it might be helpful in terms of the skill sets that we look for in that board in terms of sector representation. And I'm thinking of people like probably the AA, Employers and Manufacturers Association, Public Transport and Cycling, lobbyists and other sector membership. So I hope that just bringing this to the debate is helpful to you, sir. And I mention it mainly to avoid creating an accidental inherent risk that commercial imperatives could override the public's right to know what's happening with their assets and the way those are being managed. So just to summarise the point I'm trying to make here is that there is latitude for us not to stick to a total corporate made-up group of individuals. There is ability to bring in much more diversity and a wider skill set that might be very helpful, Mr. Mayor, in getting wise decisions made by that CCO.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sayers. We've had 6 speakers now. I've got one more listed, and then I think we're probably pretty ready to close off. Councillor Newman.
Thank you,
Your
Worship.
I'll take it.
Yeah. As me?
Councillor Lee. Yeah, no, you first, Councillor Newman.
I mean, Your Worship, the Companies Act requires, it confers duties on directors, which are quite specific. And the Companies Act also applies liability to directors, which are quite specific. So there is a requirement of a director of a company, whether it be a company or a subsidiary of a wholly owned subsidiary of a parent company, to act in accordance with the best interests of that company. And that's what any member of the Board of Auckland Transport is required to do. So I think that that's precisely what our councillors have been trying to do, and the liabilities that they face as directors are precisely the reason why they have to be remunerated, because they have responsibilities and they have liabilities. Your Worship, I'm trying to be supportive and constructive here. So I can accept the recommendation that you have set out, that there will be a report which provides an opportunity for strategic alignment.
But I go back to the point that I was trying to get to in the question that I asked the officers previously around the role of the Regional Transport Committee. And given that in the case of Auckland, the Regional Transport Committee is the Board of Auckland Transport, that creates a little bit of a dilemma in my view, because I'm struggling to see how we have exposure to that beyond the statement of intent and the letter of expectation and other matters that have been outlined in your report. And I think that that's something that's going to have to be clarified as part of this review, because I actually think that Aucklanders have less exposure to the decision-making processes around regional land transport here than in any other part of the country. And that's not a good thing. And as a member of the governing body, I certainly have things that I would like to be able to interrogate from a transport perspective. I have real concerns about the PTOM, the public transport operating model, and the delivery of bus services under the tender. How am I able to do that? How am I able to address those issues, which are regional specific questions, because we don't necessarily have exposure to the Regional Transport Committee, because that is a board for which I'm not a member of. I'm not putting my hand up to be a director of the Board of Auckland Transport, but I think, I'd like to think that that's a matter that members of this governing body could have some exposure to. So, Your Worship, my final point is that, and I'm pleased that you have made an amendment to C, because there are only 6 people who are members of the Appointments and Performance Review Committee. I certainly have an interest in the analysis and the alignment and the accountability and responsiveness of the CCOs using the existing current suite of accountability tools, and I would like to have an opportunity to participate in that discussion. So, look, I will be coming along to the Appointments and Performance Review Committee to speak on those matters. I don't get a vote, but I do hope that there will be a full and frank debate when it comes back to the governing body for consideration.
Certainly will be. Thank you very much. Councillor Lee, Mike Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are 2 aspects to this question. One is the roles of Councillor Fletcher and myself, and the other is the bigger, more important question of the rights of the people of Auckland to expect that 2 of their councillors at least can represent them on the major questions facing Auckland, that is transport. Parliament thought it was appropriate when it set up what is really an experimental body. It's a model that hasn't proven to be attractive to other parts of New Zealand as yet. 6 years on, the government itself last year tried to push things on by its Local Government Amendment Act, which it had to withdraw in some disorder because of the backlash across the country against the idea of having Auckland Transport type CCOs imposed on them. So in terms of Auckland Transport, what we are seeing is the Mayor's concern to see more accountability, and that's obviously something he would have heard loud and clear on the mayoral campaign trail. But what is puzzling to many people in Auckland, myself included, is a rather counterintuitive way of going about getting more accountability by reducing or advocating the reduction of political accountability. The other point that I find difficult is the implication right through this report that independent directors have a certain degree of competencies and skills and experience that councillors don't. I reject that. You have to remember that everywhere else apart from Auckland, and it may be difficult for those who've only come into elected office with the super city. Transport, public transport, is core business of local government. Roads, rates, rubbish, core business, but not in Auckland. So it is concerning to think that if two councillors were attending a board meeting of Auckland Transport, whether it's the governing body or committees or the Regional Land Transport Committee, which is also Auckland Transport, are somehow being distracted from their council work. That is council work. Everywhere else in New Zealand and everywhere else, and in Auckland before 2010, that was the most important, perhaps, of council work. So I'll just make that point. At your request, Mr. Mayor, I after some misgivings, because I wondered what the point of it all was, given pronouncements that had been made, I did spend some time responding to your questions, and a lot of the points members have referred to today are also in that letter to you, and I really ask you to look at that letter again as we go through this process. I have to say, councillor representation on the board of Auckland Transport is one accountability interaction. Essentially, it is to give the public of Auckland the confidence that there is somebody looking after the shop on their behalf, given most of our rates go into Auckland Transport. But there are other accountability mechanisms, and Councillor Walker referred to one. And ironically and counterintuitively, given your pronouncements about demanding more accountability of Auckland Transport, you have killed that off as well. And that is the mechanism the Royal Commission on Auckland Governance advocated as a key element, an essential element to go with the Regional Transport Authority, as they called Auckland Transport at that time, and that was an Infrastructure Transport Committee fully resourced within Auckland Council that Auckland Transport could account to. And of course, there are others, the Statement of Intent, and so on.
Councillor Lee, if you can just wind up, please. We've reached the time allocated.
Okay, so a week or so ago, it seemed like two councillors went through a public execution, and now we have to turn up for the burial. But it's not a pleasant experience. But members, I make a plea to you. It's not about Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Lee. It's about the rights and dignity and the role and accountability of you as members of the governing body. Everyone in this room should have the aspiration to be a member of the board of Auckland Transport if you so desire, and it would be a great tragedy for the people of Auckland that last element of democratic control over Auckland Transport is snuffed out because I don't really know why, Mr. Mayor, but it's so. Go back to
Councillor Lee, your time has expired. Can you just wind up with a sentence, please?
To go back to the allusion to a funeral, I can quote John Donne: "When you do not ask for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lee. Councillor Fletcher, last speaker.
Why, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I find it really interesting, given how important transport is to you all, that we can spend hours discussing block offers, but when it comes to an issue as important as transport, we have to move an extension of time and try and wrap it up as quickly as possible. And maybe that is why finding solutions to transport have defied Auckland for decades. And So what I want to do is to say, in any other set of circumstances, I would really have welcomed this paper today because it sets up a process for ensuring the best people are on the board, and transport is the biggest issue facing Auckland, and that we actually have the right scrutiny, and we have the right letters of expectation, and we have the right statement of intent. And I think the former council did not understand the power that it actually had and did not exercise as effectively as it might have. But and there's lots of things that I'd like to address in terms of technical issues and responses. I totally disagree with Councillor Cooper. There are many situations where there are conflicts. That is part of the role of being a councillor at times, whether you're sitting on the Manga Authority or whether you're sitting on some of the other organisations. You have to look at the interests of that organisation. It's certainly made a lot more complicated in the case of Auckland Transport, being a director with legal obligations. But there were plenty of ways that councillors could and did report back effectively. The question was, did we as a collective group, as council, use the tools that we had to get those answers that you wanted? But what I find really difficult about today is issues of natural justice. This is a discussion we needed to have, but it has become, as Councillor Lee has said, it has become quite ugly insofar as the way that it's been handled has been clumsy. So for some, it's an argument around the performance of whether it's Councillor Lee and I, or for others, it's about the principal discussions of what is the role of council appropriately and what can we do to deliver best bangs for bucks for the people of Auckland in terms of transport. I would say to you that both Councillor Lee and I have genuinely assisted in making sure that the voice of this council is heard. That has not been easy at all times as directors, and I don't want to go into details. You can probably, I'm going to provide more information to the Mayor, but you need to actually reflect on the fact that it was the government that decided in a deliberate and unique decision, because of the discontent of the public of Auckland, to allow for 2 members of the council on the board. Now, I think the weighting is actually more on the fact that they will rather than they won't, and that's something, and it's appropriate that this is going to the Appointments Committee, and I'm really looking forward to playing a pivotal role on that committee in actually bringing the experience that I have of Auckland Transport and the ways that we might actually allow for greater accountability. So I welcome this move today, Mr. Mayor. I have to say I'm bitterly disappointed in terms of leadership that you have let this become such muddy water, and I think there is no way that we would have let the staff of Auckland Council be exposed to the type of analysis that Councillor Lee and I have been put through. I think issues of natural justice have not been served, and we should not feel proud of the process that we have seen to date. But let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's a discussion that we need to have. I welcome it, and I will look forward to making a valuable contribution on the Appointments Committee, and for that to come back to this full council when I want to be able to debate perhaps a little longer than just an extension of time, because this is actually going to determine whether amalgamation has been successful for Auckland, whether we can have those decisions being taken and we can work effectively to deliver infrastructure ahead of growth, which so many of us have talked about at length. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to address the council. I would like it somehow recorded that there must be a better way for the future for having these public discussions, and that when we have them, it's important that we stick to facts, that we stick to the law, the fact that it is a decision of the governing body, it's not a decision of the Mayor. And also, in terms of any protocols, on the commencement of any new council, you as councillors have the power within your rights to set whatever protocols and standards you want for moving forward for the future. And so the power is with us, and I hope that we use it effectively.
Thank you very much,
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Point of order, Councillor Casey.
I want to make an apology, if I may.
You may.
Yeah, I used an offensive phrase when I was involved in the debate, and it was not my intention to denigrate the Board of Auckland Transport and its use. It would probably, with hindsight, a better phrase would have been, they have been really exemplary public watchdogs on the board. So I withdraw and apologise.
Well, I won't call you a kangaroo court here anymore either too.
So many apologies.
Okay, thank you for that apology. I missed the reference and didn't hear an offensive reference, and I don't want you to repeat it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for all of the contributions that have been made here. I just want to use my right of reply briefly, and I'll be subject to the timer, please. Firstly, this debate has not been curtailed. I've reached the end of my speaking list. Secondly, I extended the debate because that is required by standing orders. We can't go for more than 6 hours without an extension. So this is not in any way to diminish the importance of this topic, which is, I think, every speaker has acknowledged is an important topic, and it is important that we get it right. I just want to make it absolutely clear that this is not this debate is not a decision for me alone to have made. This is what was required of the incoming council by resolution of the outgoing council. I want to make it absolutely clear if anybody has missed it. I've said it several times now. This is not a case of the dismissal of any councillor. The appointment process and rules that you as councillors have all set collectively could not be clearer. Any board member reappointed for a second term retires upon expiry of the additional 3-year term. That is word for word. Nobody has been sacked. The terms have expired. And that is why it was so important at this meeting, the terms having expired, to fill the vacuum that existed there. Secondly, I want to make it clear what we are voting on today. We are voting on 4 key points that I am seeking your agreement for. The first is that the primary consideration for filling vacancies be the quality of skills, knowledge and experience. I don't believe anybody can be opposed to making an appointment on those grounds. Skills, knowledge and experience. Those are the words in the resolution. I've also asked you to agree to an open, transparent and competitive process consistent with our own policy. I doubt whether anybody is opposed to that. I am asking that external candidates and councillors both be eligible for those 2 positions. That is the advice given to me by the Officer of the Auditor General. I've learnt after many years in politics, it is grossly unwise to ignore the advice of the Office of the Auditor General. Her office is the watchdog, to keep us honest, to keep us following the procedures that are best practice. And the last item I'm asking you to agree on is that the detail of the appointment process be agreed through the appropriate committee, including skills matrix, process for longlisting and shortlisting, and the appointment of the candidates. I think the process is right. I am sorry if the process was misinterpreted by some aspects of the public media that, unfortunately or fortunately, I cannot take responsibility for. I have nowhere, at no time, publicly denigrated the role of the councillors, and I want to make that very clear. I want to put on record that I thank the councillors who served on Auckland Transport for 6 years of dedicated and conscientious service. They were the right people to have on the board, given their background and experience. But they have completed 2 terms, and we are now required to find new councillors for those positions, unless the Appointments Committee can be persuaded that there are exceptional circumstances. And they are set out clearly under the rules, and we will, as we have through this whole process, follow the rules that we have agreed to abide by ourselves. So I am now asking, it having been moved and seconded, for the recommendations of item 15 of this report to be put to the vote. All those in favour?
Division.
Division is called for, so we will record the votes. Those in favour, please indicate.
By division.
Yeah, by a division.
Call it now. Mayor Goff.
In favour.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Yes.
Councillor Clow.
Yes.
Councillor Collins.
Yes.
Councillor Cooper.
Yes.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Hills.
Yes.
Councillor Holtz.
Aye.
Councillor Denise Lee.
Or
Councillor Mike Lee.
No, because what's behind it?
Councillor Newman.
For.
Councillor Quacks.
Yes.
Councillor Sayers.
For.
Councillor Simpson. For. Councillor Stewart.
For.
Councillor Sir John Walker.
For.
Councillor Wayne Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
Yep.
The vote is carried by 19 to 2. Thank you very much for your patience and for running into overtime, for which, even under our expenses policy, we do not get paid. Can I bring councillors to the last item on the agenda, consideration of extraordinary business? I have been notified of none. If there's no extraordinary business, can I thank councillors for their conscientious performance today and declare the meeting closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.